Good evening. Welcome. This is the January 7th, 2021 City Council meeting. I'm Jean-Louise Shara. I'm the City Council President, and I will be presiding this evening. This is the first meeting of the new year. I'm not going to wish everyone a Happy New Year because that feels absurd after yesterday when terrorists stormed and defiled the Capitol in a way that proved their privilege that they've been given by their ideology, the color of their skin, and their sick devotion to the current but not for long administration. So what I am going to say is that it's very good to be with you all. And let us acknowledge the start of the second year of this council term, and let's get to work for Northampton. So we're going to begin, as we always do, with public comment. I'm going to note that this meeting and all who are participating in it with us on Zoom will be audio and video recorded. And if you wish to make a public comment, please use the raise hand feature. I see many of you have already got this down, but I'm going to tell you anyway, just in case we have some new folks. To raise your hand, you click on the participants in the horizontal menu bar at the bottom of the screen, the Zoom screen. A column will open up the participants of the meeting, and the raised hand feature is going to be at the bottom of that column. If you're calling in by phone, you can raise your hand by hitting *9. I'm a little bit flummoxed because Zoom has moved some things around, so I hope that these directions still pertain and that you all can find the raise hand feature and it's where I'm saying it is. If you're having trouble, you can use the chat feature to send a message to me, and I'll do my best to monitor that for people who are having technical difficulties. That's the only purpose for which we'll use that feature, and it'll only be used during public comment. I will unmute each raised hand, ask if you'd like to make a comment. When you begin, please state your name and your city or town for the public record. To ensure everyone has an equal opportunity to speak, we ask that you limit your comments to 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, I will ask you to please finish your sentence. According to council rules, we do not respond during public comment as it is your time to speak. So while your comments should be directed to us, you will understand when we don't respond to you. You may speak on any topic. It doesn't need to be an item on the agenda. I ask that all but the council turn off your video until called upon, as comments are directed to the council and only the person recognized has the floor. We'll do our best to act quickly if someone is clearly acting in a way that's inappropriate, deploying profanity slurs, or displaying something outside of what one would expect in council chambers, and I'll remove anyone that needs to be removed from the meeting. If you don't wish to make a comment, we ask that you watch on Channel 15 or by streaming on Northampton Open Media through their YouTube channel or other platforms. The recording of this meeting will be available at Northampton Open Media's Government Video Archive channel on YouTube, and I thank them as always for that public support. And I'll remind people we're always happy to receive comments by email, which are equally part of the public record. So please email us at citycouncil@northamptonma.gov. And so there are a bunch of chat messages that I'll look at, but in the meantime, let's get started with Bill Diamond, please. Bill, you here?
I am here.
Hi. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Bill Diamond. I live at 141 Grove Street in Northampton. I'm one of the members of the Unitarian Society Climate Action Group and 2 Degrees. We all know about the oceans filling up with plastics and sea animals killed by getting entangled in plastics or eating it and having their intestines clogged. If you think about it, you know that plastic food containers smell like food, and all kinds of mammals and birds, from bear to deer to crows, try to eat them or get tangled up in them. It kills them. We know and try to forget, but we know about the health consequences of plastic food packaging for humans. We know that disposable plastics are a contributor to climate change. I've spent a long time learning about and doing social marketing experiments, trying to get people to do things that are good for them and for us. You can try to get people to wear seatbelts by giving incentives and having huge public awareness campaigns. If you do, a maximum of about 40% of people responded to the campaign by wearing them, as long as you kept rewarding them and had massive publicity. I've done an experiment rewarding UMass students who recycled, and I got some temporary compliance. But to get people to wear seatbelts when it was an issue years ago Even though most of us believed in them, we had to pass laws. We had to pass laws to get people to do what's good for them and what's good for us and what we believe in. The proposed ordinance has many safeguards to mitigate hardships for business owners. It's time to pass a law to get us all to do what we know is right, or most of the time, it won't get done. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I'm gonna kind of bounce back and forth to the people in the chat and the people whose hands are raised. And I was right that there are some new features. So hopefully there was problems with people turning on their video. Hopefully that's now been solved. That was one of those new features they sprung on me. They stop you from turning on your video. So I'm gonna go, oh, Marty, I see you got your hand raised. Okay, so then I'm gonna go to Clint Richmond, please.
Thank you. I think looks like you can see me and hear me.
Yeah.
Good evening. My name is Clint Richmond. I'm on the executive committee of the Massachusetts Sierra Club, and I'm our policy lead for solid waste and toxics. And I'm here speaking in support of the plastic reduction and sustainability ordinance as well. I'd like to say we've been working on this issue across the state since 2012. And has worked in many communities, and I've done this personally, and have done this. We've done this in my own community, in fact. But the Sierra Club has supported this particular proposed ordinance since the beginning, since it became public. And we strongly recommend that the council vote yes on this comprehensive packaging ordinance. This problem is much larger than styrofoam, which is what some people have done with packaging. But this goes beyond that, thankfully. And local laws are a key part of the campaign to reduce unnecessary plastic waste and increase sustainability. In the last 10 years, over 140 communities across the state, from Williamstown to the Cape, have passed local laws on things like plastic bags and various forms of packaging, whether it's straws or foodware. And all those are included in the proposed Northampton ordinance. And this represents over 4 million residents. So Northampton is taking a comprehensive approach, as has been done in Attleboro, Brookline, East Hampton, and Williamstown, to name some of the leaders. Encouraging sustainable options will reduce local litter. Every city and town has litter. And I think we notice it more with COVID out for our walks. It'll save the city money on disposal costs. It'll address demonstrated concerns that residents have about single-use plastics, including exposure to toxic chemicals, reduce our reliance on fossil fuels used to make plastics, and preserve our environment from plastic pollution. I can tell you from my experience in my town and throughout the Commonwealth, these laws have been very successful. They've been adopted easily by businesses and have gotten easier each year as similar laws are passed to find alternatives to things like styrofoam and PET containers. So Northampton has already demonstrated early leadership on single-use plastics with its bag ordinance. And we urge you to vote yes on this new ordinance, which is the next logical step. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, if you still don't seem to be able to raise your hand, if you can send me another chat, that would be great. I'm trying to cross-reference those who said they couldn't, who've now managed to, and I want to make sure I don't miss anybody. So, okay, David Starr, I see you. I'm going to go to Owen Zaret, and then I'll go to you, David. Owen.
Hi there. Thank you so much for recognizing me. Greetings. My name is Owen Zaret. I'm a city councilor in East Hampton. I reside there at 74 Florence Road. Hello to my colleagues one town over at on the Northampton City Council, and thank you, President Sciarra, for allowing me to speak today. So I'm here as well to speak in support of the Plastics Reduction Sustainability Ordinance. I've had opportunities to speak with Councilor Miori about this. And some of the heavy lifting's already been done for me. Nice to see Clint Richmond here. He helped us with our ordinance that we passed in October of this year and will go into effect October of 2020. I'm trying to forget 2020, but we passed it in 2020 and it will go into effect in 2021. So as noted, the Sierra Club, local Sierra Club, supported it, as did the Connecticut River Conservancy. This is just smart legislation. I think it's certainly in line, from my perspective, with the leadership that Northampton has shown with being a sustainable city and a green city. Our language was fairly simple. I've had an opportunity to look at the language that's proposed. I think it's sound and it makes sense. And as the prior comments have already spoken to, this is just a responsible thing to do for the land that we live on, the water that we drink, and the air that we breathe. Certainly, within the spirit of regional collaboration, I'm here to help. You can reach me at ozarrett@easthamptonma.gov, and I'm happy to give out my cell phone information if you email me. I think regional efforts like this is what really sparks change from the grassroots level. If more neighboring communities get together and pass legislation like this, we're more likely to be able to send the message upwards and see more change at the top. So here to help. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I think this is common sense legislation, and hope to see it pass, and appreciate all the work you do next door to us. So thank you.
Thank you. Good to see you. Okay. So next I'm going to go to David Starr. Let me find you. Okay. David, you should get an.
Okay,
Great.
can you hear me?
Yep.
I'm here to speak in as a business owner in Northampton. I own a company called Berkshire Natural, which is a healthy food distribution company. I wanted to offer my perspective on the proposed solid waste reduction ordinance. Berkshire Natural is a triple bottom line company, which means that we see all of our business decisions through the lens of environmental sustainability, as well as worker satisfaction and financial impact. My daughter is on the Mayor's Youth Council, and she was in a recent city council meeting and listened to other business owners talk about how, if this ordinance passed, basically it would doom their businesses. She was quite dismayed that that their perspective was so focused on the financial and not on the environmental. About a year and a half or 2 years ago, we decided to stop carrying plastic water bottles, which was our largest, our most profitable item in our warehouse. We didn't take the decision lightly, but we felt that it was the right thing to do environmentally. Part of our mission is to lead in the food industry by making certain environmental decisions. And I want to reassure business owners that difficult decisions like this, it may seem difficult, but it ends up being the right decision. I mean, we have not seen any drop in profit as a result of our decision to go from plastic to aluminum in terms of water bottles. And we're also eliminating plastic seltzer bottles in favor of cans. When I heard about this ordinance originally, being a Northampton resident, I thought, well, this is a slam dunk. I run the Key Club at Northampton High School. I am a parent advisor to the Environmental Club at the high school, and we do styrofoam collections as a fundraiser for the Key Club. People are so appreciative of our efforts collecting styrofoam. People feel so badly about the fact that they get shipments in materials that cannot be reused or recycled generally. In Northampton, we're one of the few towns that recycles styrofoam. We have pop-up events a couple of times a year, and because the city hasn't been able to have any of these pop-up events, the Key Club has been driving around Northampton collecting from people's homes. I would say to business owners in Northampton, there's tremendous support amongst residents for an ordinance like this, and I would encourage any business owner to get in touch with me to discuss this and to discuss the financials and the impact of doing something like this. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Eli Marlin.
Hi, my name is Eli Marlin. I live in Northampton, and I'm the vice chair of the Northampton Youth Commission. I'm also speaking tonight in support of the Plastic Reduction and Sustainability Ordinance. I'm speaking from the perspective of the outreach that we at the Youth Commission have done to local businesses to get input and to help prepare for this ordinance. So we've hosted a variety of Zoom sessions on weekends, evenings, mornings, anytime we could possibly find. Many businesses have shown up, and we've tried to communicate the information about our ordinance to businesses, which we have found to be a pretty substantial confusion among businesses. I think a lot of people are very concerned when they first initially hear plastic ban. It just sounds like every single piece of plastic is gone and we have to find some crazy alternative, which is not true. There's a lot of different things in the ordinance to help mitigate the financial effect to businesses. We have also sent out about 150 physical letters with a copy of the ordinance and an information sheet that has a summary of the ordinance, how they can contact us for more information, everything that they would probably need to know as a business. Sent that out to about 150 businesses. We have reached out via email to dozens of businesses and heard back from a lot of them. A lot of them have had concerns, and we've tried again to contact them, remain in touch, and to mitigate those concerns. We've talked in person. Councilor Nash has also talked in person with many businesses about this, trying to inform and educate and get input. And over COVID, we have spent tireless amounts of time working to get outreach for the community on this issue, to get input and to educate. It has definitely been a pretty big task, and we feel very confident with the work that we've done regarding outreach. And then we hope that businesses also feel that. We understand this is a difficult financial time for everybody. So we hope that the City Council will vote to pass this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Next, let's go to Irvin Sobelman.
Thank you. Excuse me. My name is Irvine Sobelman. Can you see me and hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. I live at 116 Laurel Park here in Northampton, and I'm here this evening as a resident of Northampton and also as a member of the Climate Action Now steering committee to speak in favor of the Plastic Reductions and Sustainability Ordinance. I want to start by just saying that the Northampton Youth Commission has been such a valuable voice in our community, and I just want to commend them and all of their members for the tireless work that they do to better our city and to protect their own futures. I mainly just want to highlight similar things to what I highlighted the last time I spoke in favor of this ordinance, which seems like a lifetime ago. That, you know, there are provisions in the ordinance that create exemptions for healthcare facilities and retail businesses who may find the ban to pose a significant hardship for them. And I certainly understand that given the current climate emergency and the kinds of steps that we need to take to protect the planet, we may sometimes feel inconvenienced or worse as we make the changes in our business as usual practices that have themselves brought us to this impasse. At the same time, we all know that the COVID-19 pandemic has left so many individuals and businesses in a very precarious financial position. I believe it is vital that we figure out a way to address both of these issues at once. And indeed, several restaurants and local businesses here are already voluntarily taking these measures on their own initiative. this proposed ordinance offers us an opportunity to show that we are up to the task of addressing the climate and environmental emergencies that we face and supporting our local business. I hope the council will vote in favor of the ordinance and keep Northampton moving forward and doing its part in promoting a livable future for our children and for all children. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm being told that maybe the raise hand feature is now under the reactions tab. So if anyone's having trouble raising their hand, give that a shot. But I am writing a list of people who've told me in the chat that they are struggling to find it. So I'm going to go to Rochelle Prunty now, who is one of those folks. That means I've got two. Oh, there you are. Perfect. Thank you. That makes my life much easier. Can you see the unmute? There you go.
Hello, thank you. My name is Rochelle Prunty, and I'm here on behalf of River Valley Co-op at 330 North King Street in Northampton. We are a retail co-op grocery business, and I'm here to speak in favor of the packaging ordinance. And I'd also like to give a shout out to the young people that have been working on this. I think it's really great. And I know that this, I want to say from personal experience, we've been struggling with this issue in our business, and the fact is that the desire of people and businesses to have non-plastic packaging is really ahead of the packaging market and their ability to like really effectively meet the needs that we have. And some of the ramifications of that are high costs, are short supplies. If we find something that will work, it will be available for a while, and then it won't be, and then we find we've got to struggle to find something new. So I just want to recognize the difficulty for everyone, that we're in a period of transition, and I think it's a good transition, but that doesn't mean it's not hard. So I want to recognize the difficulty for everyone going down this path, and I'm hoping that by all of us going down this path together, that we can be part of making the transition and make it really work, and get the market to catch up with the demand for really what we need for the future. So that said, I think that it has been a really difficult time for businesses, and I know that they're on the edge, and that isn't because of plastics. I think we need to address those other issues, but I think we also need to address the plastic issue and work together to figure out, as consumers, we may need to pay a little more to help protect the planet with the packaging, and just to understand that that's, maybe the cost, or that we find different ways. And hopefully the prices will come down, and I think that they will. So I just want to applaud the work that's been done on this. I think there's a lot of flexibility, a lot of recognition that the market is in transition, and that this is a big need, and that it's important, and we'll move forward with it together. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Denise Lello.
Hi.
Hi.
My name is Denise Lello. I live at 35 Woodlawn Avenue in Northampton. I've spoken about the plastics ordinance in the past, and so I'll be brief now. I just want to first commend the many people, the businesses, the Youth Commission, Renapai, others who have worked very hard to put together this ordinance. It's never easy to change, particularly business practices. And those of us who've been around long enough remember what it was like when we tried to ban smoking from businesses. And that seemed like that was just going to drive people out of business. There have been a number of cases where local communities have just had to make a decision that this is where we want to go. We are not the first to do this. And we have seen a number of communities around the country do this very successfully and without terrible repercussions. That doesn't mean it will be smooth. That doesn't mean it will be easy. But when it comes to plastics, we're well aware of the health impacts that they present. And there's not a whole lot as a community we can do about the supply side, but we can do a lot with the demand side. And that's what we're doing here. And so I encourage the City Council to go ahead and approve this ordinance, and doesn't mean it'll never need revisiting. And I'm sure people will take advantage of the exemptions, but I think it's very thoughtful and workable. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Joanna Grand.
Hello, my name is Joanna Grand and I live in Northampton. I'm a senior scientist at the National Audubon Society. I support the Plastics Reduction and Sustainability Ordinance, and I would like to use this time to briefly highlight some of the impacts of plastics on birds. In 1960, fewer than 5% of seabirds studied were found to have plastic in their stomachs. By 1980, this number increased to 80%. Currently, the number of seabirds dying as a result of plastics is estimated at 1 million a year. And by 2050, 99% of all seabirds will have consumed plastic at some point in their lives. The two main threats related to plastic are becoming entangled and starving or suffocating when they're unable to free themselves or when they ingest the plastics. Swallowing the plastics often kills seabirds, but they might also transfer them to their chicks or accumulate toxins in their organs. Plastic debris is also a major concern for coastal birds. Many shorebirds have been found with microplastics in their guts, likely because they mimic the colors of their prey. Further, plastics routinely find their way into nests. One study found 100% of nests in a cormorant colony had plastic content. Plastic items mimic the appearance of many of their natural nest building supplies and can choke or smother the birds. The worst offenders are items people use every day: plastic stir sticks, straws, plastic bottles and caps, and styrofoam coffee cups. Many plastics used in common items, such as shopping bags and water bottles, absorb large amounts of chemicals. As they degrade into smaller bits, they often become virtually invisible, but are still toxic to the birds, fish, sea turtles, and humans that unknowingly ingest them. Further, plastics originate as fossil fuels and emit greenhouse gases from cradle to grave. Given the urgency of the climate crisis and the health impacts on humans and wildlife, we clearly need to start reducing our dependence on plastics now. I urge you to make Northampton part of the solution and support a plastics ban in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next is Renapai.
Hello.
Hi. We've got you.
Okay, I will be brief. Many of you have heard me on this topic before. I'm going to start with a list of 9 reasons to refuse single-use plastic. Number 1, it's made from fossil fuels, and plastic production is now driving fracking. Number 2, it has a huge carbon footprint. Number 3, it will linger on Earth for hundreds of years after we are done using it for the short time it takes to consume a product. Number 4, only a tiny percentage is recycled. Number 5, it leaches toxic chemicals into food and drink. Number 6, it causes hormone disruption and cancers. Number 7, it pollutes our oceans and waterways. Number 8, it kills marine animals and birds. And on number 9, I want to say a few more words. Number 9 is it enters our food chain, our bodies, including, as we learned just this week, the placenta. A new study analyzing just a 4% sample fragment of the placentas of healthy mothers showed the presence of a dozen microplastic particles measuring 0.01 millimeters in size, dyed blue, red, orange, and pink, which were passed from the maternal bloodstream to the placenta, which is what nourishes the fetus. Babies are being born pre-polluted. Okay, those are the 9 points I want to make. And I want to say also, in terms of our city, ultimately, we need to make our throwaway culture go away. We need to stop using single-use plastic and also remember that reuse beats single-use every time. Our city has made a commitment to sustainability and to protecting the rights of future generations. We have included youth in our governance, and we now have this opportunity to take a step towards preserving their future. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I didn't say my name is Rena Pye, and I live at 60 Crescent Street in Northampton.
Thank you for remembering, since I didn't. I appreciate it. Okay, next is Kit Sang Booz.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Okay, my name is Kit Sang Booz. I live in Northampton, and I also support the plastics reduction ordinance. The authors have tried really hard to work with the local community and businesses, and the length of time for implementation of this ordinance shows an understanding of what the pandemic has stressed our community with. I think it's 2 years for implementation, and also help with special problems that businesses might have. But you know, we also have a climate crisis, and we need to cut carbon emissions fast. And plastics are made from fossil fuels. And now with a glut of fracked gas, really cheap fracked gas in the US market, ethylene plastic made from this gas, which is really in very polluting cracker plants, is a big booming business. So what we need to do is change our relationships to plastics, change that throwaway relationship. And we need to stop thinking that we can recycle it away, because we have a big pollution problem, because less than 10% of all the plastics that have ever been made has been recycled. And in fact, we've exported our plastic pollution problem to pollute the rest of the world. So what this ordinance will do is address sustainability in 3 ways. First is encouraging reuse. You know, use reusable materials, use things you can wash and reuse. And then that goes to helping reduce the use of plastic. And then the third is encouraging recycling by really using truly recyclable materials, you know, in our containers, or make it compostable. And so let's work together, you know, as all the other previous speakers have said. It's not going to be easy, but let's work together to make Northampton part of the solution and not the problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let me go to my other list real quick. Councillor Nash, is Hildegard ready? Oh, I see you. You were reminding me anyway. Whoops.
Yes, Hildegard is ready.
Okay.
Want to count her down?
Sure. All right, Hildegard. 3, 2, 1.
I can barely hear you.
Oh,
Well,
I can hear you.
Okay, as long as you can hear me. Are we ready to go?
We are. Please start.
We're good.
Are we ready to go?
Yeah, give it a.
Okay, I am Hildegard Friedman, living at 35 Fruit Street in Northampton, Government Housing, Cahill. I'm going to give you one sentence, which is a correction of something that transpired at our last city council meeting, and then I'm going straight into something very, very important. I mentioned that I was dissatisfied with the detox behavior of the police and the services, the organizations, and I've been both in Fort Center and in Cahill, and I've worked with 5 detectives since I've been here. But someone came in, I don't know if they were from the health department, and said, well, don't worry about it because they didn't use that exact language. But, don't be concerned. We're in an epidemic. I have seen deaths and overdoses and suicides, and too darn many of them. And I happen to mention someone right here in the next building that's dead. Okay, what I'm calling you tonight about is the state plan and Charlie Baker's attempt to overturn, with amendments that are, in my mind, inappropriate, the state plan that tightened the oversight of police. The commission that was established would wield very important powers, and officers would lose some protection. Massachusetts legislator leaders. This is the Boston Globe, December 1st. I'm not quoting exactly. Monday had reached an agreement on landmark policing legislations that would create a new system for holding officers accountable, including stripping them of legal protections in cases of misconduct. This was a 129-page compromise bill announced by the Committee of House and Senate members, capped by 4 months of behind closed doors, very, very serious negotiations. They agreed to establish, and this is an independent body, it doesn't start with dispatch. They start with dispatch, baby. I'm upset with. By the way, I've done an FBI study in 2015, and we won. They agreed to create a Massachusetts Peace Officer Standards and Training Commission, a 9-member group that is independent, that would serve as the state's primary civil enforcement agency with the power to certify officers and the power to convict officers. Now, Charlie Baker comes in the door and creates an amendment. This is going to take years and years and years that will totally destroy systemic racism. Not that these new laws are going to cure systemic racism.
That's time.
But my time is up.
Your time is up.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Hildegard.
Okay, next we have Amy Francis.
Hello, Amy Francis and Jesse Hassinger here. We'll take our 3 minutes together. So we're calling for both of the things that have now been mentioned. We're in support of the plastics ban. As owners of a small business, Belly of the Beast Eatery in Northampton, we understand the challenges it may take to move things over, but we're absolutely committed to the environment and doing right for our future generations. We would like to note that having Northampton support, either through subsidies or even better yet, through logistically able to source and find replacement containers would be a huge help to small businesses for the transition. And so we're voicing that. Secondly, we absolutely want to once again say that we support the police commission and support further defunding of the police, as well as moving the money that was defunded in 2020 to services to our community in need, and in talking to the people who are most vulnerable and most in need of those services to find out exactly how we can better serve them and really be the leader in being a humanitarian small town society in the way that we do well for our people. And with that, without police involvement, exactly. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jesse, who's not going to say anything.
Amy said everything that that I was going to say, so we will thank you and pass it off.
Thank you very much. Okay, next is Emily.
Am I here? Can you hear?
Yes.
Zoom is so weird. Okay. My name's Emily Lemmy Coffin, or Emily Coffin. I live in Ward 1 in Northampton. I'm here to just talk about how the Northampton Police Department is the plastic our city budget is choking on, all while funneling people into a system of enslavement, violence, and death. And I know that sounds dramatic, but it's literally not. It's just true. In June, after massive uprisings across the country, we heard from members of this council that they needed time and processes to defund and reallocate the money from the Northampton Police. Here we are 6 months later, and entrenched city officials yet to have any progress on anything towards this change. 10% was cut from the police by the people, and no effort towards reallocation have been made. In fact, the Planning Commission and the mayor have given a meager $45,000 of heavily regulated state funding to the recent community action program to prevent evictions, when we have $880,000 unrestricted funds sitting in our coffers, which means more people could access it because it would mean less like barriers to accessing the money. You wouldn't have to have like all these like bullshit requirements. That's only like 20 families, by the way, $45,000. The person implicated in this shortcoming of reallocation is purely the mayor and city council, kind of, but whatever. He has failed to bring forth options to reallocate this money for this year, despite numerous clear possibilities for reinvestment in communities. In June, activists opposed the creation of this commission, knowing full well that having a tokenizing, volunteer-based commission would lead to little progress overall. And yet here we are 6 months later, where every woman of color in the applicant pool has dropped out from participating in the discussion. This demonstrates a clear failure of our city's infrastructure to support Black folks, Black women all over our town. And you all, the experts in the ins and outs of city government, have been sitting on your hands waiting for someone to build something that is actually supportive of Black folks. You've been sitting on your hands and hiding behind reformist rhetoric of progressive policing and a gay police chief who was, when presenting her budget back in June, condemned this community for using their voices to hold them accountable, literally sighing during presenting her budget and saying, we can't do anything without getting protested. And then in October had the audacity to roll out a restorative justice program with zero buy-in or feedback from the community. And yet you sit on your hands, all while there's a whole policy platform of the Movement for Black Lives that literally explains how to do all of this. You wait for the work to be done by other people, by BIPOC volunteers, when the task is clear. Build meaningful infrastructure that puts most criminalized members of our community in positions where they get paid to make decisions. And yet some members of the commission are still here, despite this failure. Some members of the commission, activists, and community members have been swimming upstream for 6 months against a flow of an entrenched city solicitor who refuses to be collaborative with city leaders actually trying to make change, against a flow of city councilors and a mayor who, instead of taking up a call to action themselves, have bowed out to avoid controversy, politicians who skirted the issue, passed the buck to volunteer members of the community, offering them no material support and very little political support in defunding police and developing budgetary recommendations that are in line with anti-racist values. So I ask the council to wait no longer on this and start working now. Use your influence to help build meaningful infrastructure and stop mindlessly deferring to the mayor and the city solicitor, because we will not accept hearing again this year that we need more time and more process and more waiting.
Thank you. Next is Amy Wilson Kaling.
Great, thank you. Can you see me?
Yeah, it took me a second to find you, but now I see you. Hi.
Okay, here I am. My name is Amy Kaling. I'm a Florent, And I'm here to concerns not about the end goal of the plastics reduction ordinance, but about the timing, the implementation, and whether or not this ordinance will actually achieve the results that we're all hoping for. I don't think this ordinance will doom small businesses, but I do think it's premature and that there's insufficient waste stream infrastructure in our region to effectively steer these materials to the appropriate environmentally safe endpoint. And I want to take my time to raise some questions that I can't answer and suggest that if the city council doesn't have these answers, they're not ready to pass this ordinance right now. First, what does this ordinance mandate for the city? Will the city have to use reusable and certified compostable foodware at city facilities, at city-sponsored events, at the senior center, Parks and Rec Department, day camps, after-school programs, Smith of Oak and their restaurant? What about the jail? I haven't heard any of these voices included in this conversation. Secondly, is the city prepared to provide education to consumers, including posters, mailing, signage, and to pay for the same? What does that educational plan look like? I'm worried that the entire burden of this ordinance, including educating customers, is falling on the shoulders of small businesses. Third, Berkeley, California enacted a similar ban to this. They provided a lengthy phase-in period with enforcement of significant portions of their ordinance not starting until almost 2 years following passage of the ordinance, and their ordinance was not passed in the middle of a pandemic. I'm worried that our ordinance is going to affect so quickly. Berkeley also provided technical assistance and mini grants to assist with the transition to reusable foodware before any enforcement occurred. Why is there no similar provision here? Is there any plan to provide this assistance? Is the city able? Or are small businesses simply supposed to absorb these costs despite the financial crisis they're currently experiencing? A crisis that's not going to magically be over and back to normal a year from now when the ordinance is set to commence. I'm also wondering what the capacity is for recycling compostable plastics at the city transfer station. Does the city have any plans or capacity to expand this? And if not, will they be able to handle a significant increased demand on this waste stream? Do you know what happens when the city's waste is picked up at the transfer station? Where's the compostable plastic taken? Is it actually recycled appropriately, or is it simply put in a landfill? Is there an opportunity to create a partnership with UMass to create a regional recycling network that could help with some of these issues? Maybe like Amy and Jesse suggested, there's an opportunity to create a collaborative purchasing co-op to facilitate trying to lower cost for replacement items. Are any of these conversations underway? Are there any plans being made? If these questions can't be answered, if there's no plans in place to address these issues, if they haven't been discussed at City Council, then I don't think this ordinance is ready to be approved. We're all in agreement with the end goal. There just hasn't been adequate work done in order to ensure that the results you're hoping for will actually be achieved. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next is Jose Adastra. Oops, there we go.
Hello.
Hello.
Before I go further, obviously you should ban plastic. The people who suffer from plastic the most are people who find their food in the ocean. I grew up by the ocean, getting my food from the ocean, and the worst thing we had to deal with was just cleaning up people's litter, tourist litter, and plastic, so that our food wouldn't eat it. And you have to do that here too, and that's not just something minorities have to deal with, even though minorities bear the brunt of most of our waste culture. White people actually suffer a lot from that too. Here on the mainland, a lot of white people get their food by fishing too, so it's a bipartisan issue and it should obviously be banned. Furthermore, the police commission, I'm here to support the recommendations of some of the police commissioners. Some of them are police. Nick Fleischner is a police apologist. I think his relationship with the police is inappropriate. Someone who has been working for more than a decade, I believe, I'm talking about the right guy with the police, and is supposed to be friendly with them, is not someone you want reviewing the police. Right now, the city of Northampton hasn't done a lot. I would like to say something like the city of Northampton really stepped up during the pandemic to provide for houseless people and to make sure they weren't being over-policed. I would love to write something like that and share it, especially with the mayor who's stepping out. I would love to write, oh, you know, he didn't really get it and neither did the city council, and then they got it. And before the mayor stepped down, he spearheaded a pilot program to start a reach out response system like the one that was presented by Rachel Bromberg from Canada, who is spearheading a lot of cahoots like services and reach out response networks that don't include the police. I would like to say that the City Council of Northampton, the mayor, before they completely checked out and dismissed their responsibility and washed their hands of the issue and other people suffering, I would like to say they came around and made recommendations that were, appropriate and stood up for racial justice, instead of what I'm gonna say now, which is you, for the most part, ignored everyone, didn't really talk to the people that were affected, and now people are suffering. When we have the money to house we have the money to house and provide medical treatment and counseling and food for every homeless person in town, and you've allowed them to stay there since before the beginning of the pandemic. Since I was a child, you people have allowed them to stay on the street. So you should be ashamed of yourself that you haven't put them in a house yet. You still can.
Before you go, name and city or town, please. Forgot to ask.
Jose Adastra. I live here with my 3 children and my 2 partners in Northampton, Massachusetts.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Martha Nathan. Marty?
Okay, sorry about that. My name's Marty Nathan, and I live at 24 Massasoit Street, Ward 2, Northampton. I want to speak very quickly about just some of the worst human health aspects of plastics that will be dealt with or started to be dealt with by this ordinance. I've been a physician for over 43 years and recently retired from Bay State Brightwood. Polystyrene contains styrene and benzene. Styrene is toxic, particularly to the nerves. Benzene, particularly to blood. Both cause cancer. Both leach from bottles. Styrene leaches particularly from when exposed to heat. Think putting warm food and drink or microwaving something that's polystyrene, and to oil and acid. According to the EPA, 100% of Americans have styrene in their blood. Polystyrene fragments into microplastics, a form that can enter our bodies from water, from food grown in soil that is contaminated by it, and from meat and fish that have absorbed it. The microplastics persist in leaching the same toxins that the plastic itself did when it was in whole form. Burning polystyrene, think here Bondi's Island, releases an even broader array of toxic substances, including heavy metals like lead and mercury, acid gases, and particulate matter, which can enter the air, water, and the soil. Those are some of the end use and disposal issues of plastics that affect us. But now think about the indigenous and rural communities from Pennsylvania to California who are exposed to the water and air pollution that come from fracking for the ethane and propane needed to make the coffee cup from which we drink for a couple of minutes. We also have to remember the children of workers in Louisiana's Cancer Alley exposed daily to air polluted by the refineries and factories that make the plastic straws we suck our soda from. Continuing to pollute as polystyrene manufacture certainly does requires sacrifice zones. Workers and their families and fence-lined communities that bear the brunt of asthma, vascular disease, and cancer and leukemia at intolerable rates to make these plastics. We have to stop being responsible through our consumption of single-use plastics for the suffering the industry is causing. I urge you to pass this ordinance and move together to a healthier future. As for folks, we really have thought and talked and spent a huge amount of time with businesses who foresee trouble on this. And one of the things that we've offered, or a couple of things we've offered, is help from Recycle Works, which is state funded, as well as Center for Ecotechnology, which can help make this transition. Some of the businesses have said this nobody has all the answers yet. They will be coming even as we implement this ordinance. And those of us who worked on it are dedicated to try to work out the kinks.
Marty,
You're all volunteers, and I will shut up now.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Are you still on the microphone?
Hold on, I'm gonna mute you. Okay. Next is Tina Ingman.
Hi.
Hi.
Okay, my name is Tina Ingman. I live in the 6th Ward, and I am in favor of the plastics ordinance, as well as any strengthening amendments, such as a utensil opt-in rule or the 10-cent paper bag fee. So I brought a picture of one of my heroes, Sharon Levine. Here she is. Because her face always springs to my mind when I hear about efforts to reduce plastic use. Mrs. Levine lives in southern Louisiana in an area known as Cancer Alley. She is organizing her community to stop Formosa, a massive plastics plant. Her community and others living in proximity to petrochem plants have been ravaged by a horrific level of illness, cancer, and death for decades. We know that the fossil fuel industry is trying to create a massive new demand for single-use plastics and recycling because they see the decline in demand for dirty fuels. But as renewable energy becomes cheaper and more desirable, they would rather not just keep it in the ground. Plastics emit greenhouse gases from cradle to grave. If the petrochem industry gets his way, the carbon footprint of plastics is projected to use anywhere from 1/10 to 1/5 of our remaining carbon budget to stay relatively safe from climate destabilization, and we cannot afford this. So our community, Northampton, really must slow down our habits of reckless consumption of something like a plastic fork that is in use for 10 minutes and then tossed. This is not a victimless act, harming many, from the residents of petrochem towns to the youth of today. Some establishments are already helping, and East Hampton is doing it. Westfield, South Hadley, dozens of other communities in Massachusetts, Mexico City, Seattle, San Francisco, the entire states of Maine, Vermont, Maryland, even Canada, all of Canada, Kenya, Zimbabwe, Taiwan, and the entire European Union. They have rules or are about to implement the rules. So I say Northampton should be part of this as soon as possible. Thank you.
Okay, next is Henry Morgan.
Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Henry Morgan. I live in Ward 5B, and I have a prepared comment. I have a question that I hope can be addressed tonight. That is whether or not the Northampton Policing Review Commission's report truly holds weight in the decisions of City Hall. I wonder if, like too many times before, this will be a meaningless PR strategy to futilely attempt to demobilize the people. I sincerely hope that this is not the case. That said, I have faith that Northampton will commit to the process of abolition so that our grandchildren can look back proudly on the work we did here in a safer and happier Northampton.
Thank you. Next is CPI.
Hi there. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
So my name is Chris Pye. I'm in Ward 2 in Northampton. And I just want to say a word in response to the concerns some businesses have expressed about the timing of the current plastics ordinance proposal. Given the already dire effects of the pandemic on businesses, such anxieties are real and entirely legitimate. That is one reason why, having listened to those concerns, those formulating the legislation had delayed its implementation until January 2022 and allowed for a range of extendable hardship exemptions and accommodations. Amy Kalin mentioned the fact of the ramifications of the legislation. But I think that in some ways it's a measure of significant legislation is it always produces ramifications. There will need to be follow-up. And I think it's a mistake to use that as an argument against implementing important legislation. And I would say even in strictly economic terms, the legislation makes compelling sense. There's a tendency to imagine environmental concerns as a matter of idealistic aspirations competing against bottom line economic realities. But when it comes to environmental matters, saving costs generally simply means shifting cost. The small amount a producer saves becomes an expense borne by consumers and municipalities in the form of trash management, landfill and incineration costs, and environmental remediation. Expand the picture to include petrochemical extraction and production, and the externalized costs become extraordinary. And those expenses will return. They are returning to haunt businesses and individuals alike. A good number of businesses in our community have already recognized these concerns and implemented on their own all the guidelines legislation seeks to establish. As a matter of fairness, we shouldn't let the burden inordinately fall to those of good conscience. In sum, the timing of the current proposal shouldn't distort our judgment about its urgency or feasibility. Many communities, as Tina just remarked, like our own, have already instituted comparable legislation, including East Hampton. Those communities are managing their way through the current crisis with no discussion of rescinding environmental guidelines, which have simply become part of the landscape of conscientious governance. Northampton made a commitment to carbon neutrality. The current proposal is precisely the kind of legislation necessary to remain true to that aim. As a community, we have another resource worth harboring in the young people who have passionately and intelligently shepherded this legislative proposal. To fall short of their vision of what Northampton should be, particularly when it's a matter of being true to the city's own commitments, is to squander something genuinely valuable. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Sharon Moulton. There you go.
Hi, I'm Sharon Moulton. I live in Ward 7B in Northampton. And I want to just briefly say that I'm in support of the resolution about plastic reduction and sustainability ordinance. And I want to say something beyond that, in that it's only a beginning, that I've been concerned for as long as I can remember about single use, and have really tried to watch what's in my trash and recycling and think about how I can do as little single use as possible. I hardly have, I don't eat out anymore because of the pandemic, and the fact that when I used to get takeout food, I would get it on a plate and bring my reusable container. And hopefully after the pandemic that, we'll be able to go back to doing that, because beyond eliminating plastic, I think we really need to eliminate things that are only used once. And the other thing that I wanted to say, I noticed on the agenda, was about the moving the election age to age 16. And I had two daughters that grew up in Northampton, and both of them either started school early or skipped a grade. And so they were both out of the house, never to return by the time they were just barely 17 or a little bit over 17. And I didn't think about educating. I brought them when they were young, I brought them to voting booths with me, but I didn't really think about teaching them about being a responsible voter in the process of finding out, especially about local elections, and because I knew that they weren't ever going to be able to vote while they lived at home. So I think they both would have been extremely responsible voters, and I would have loved to have been part of the voting processes with them while they were still living at home. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, next is Rye Buckley.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. My name is Rye, and I live in Ward 3. I've been following the work of the Police Review Commission closely for a while now. The commissioner has been doing a lot of great research about police practice, police funding, and alternatives to policing. I want to encourage the City Council and the Mayor to consider the work of this commission to be some of the most important work happening in city government right now. As such, I want to encourage the Council and the Mayor to stay up to date and informed about the Commission's work. This means attending Commission meetings, watching Commission recordings, and seriously considering the implications of this preliminary report. Once the Commission's final report is submitted to you, you will be tasked with implementing drastic changes to our city's system of safety in order to create safety for all community members. While observing the work of the Police Review Commission, I have witnessed an insurmountable quantity of evidence, both from the commissioners and from public testimony, that the police are an organization dedicated to preserving systems of white supremacy and patriarchy that do not help our community. The police budget is huge. The city government has allowed and supported an immense amount of the resources intended for our community to be funneled into a service that directly harms and oppresses tons of our community members. All across our country, communities and government bodies are realizing the ways in which police budgets are wasted money and police activities are actively harmful. We claim to be one of the most progressive and caring cities with one of the most progressive and caring governments. I hope that you can prove this to be true by actively engaging in the police review process and boldly and decisively divesting from police and investing in our community. As we move forward with systems of community care that actually work for our community, we must make accountability to the community, particularly those members of the community most harmed by policing, our first priority. This was emphasized and clearly explained by Rachel Bromberg in the Police Review Commission meeting 2 days ago. I highly recommend you watch the recording of that meeting. By many community members, this was also highlighted by many community members and by organizers all over the country. I thank you for your time and look forward to following the City Council and the Mayor's work on community care. It is incredibly important. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Noah Cassis.
Hi, excuse me. My name is Noah Cassis. I live in Ward 1 at 23 Prospect Avenue. I'm 18 years old and a student at the Northampton High School, and I'm speaking today as the chair of the Northampton Youth Commission. We actually have two orders of business, the Youth Commission today before the City Council. The first of which is something or I guess the second of which technically, is something lots of people have talked about, the Plastic Reduction and Sustainability Ordinance. I'll say some stuff really briefly since everything has basically been covered, basically just about how long and hard members of the Youth Commission have been working on this. We started thinking about this several years ago about what the next step in our advocacy to increase sustainability and boost Northampton's efforts to stop the climate crisis, about what that next step was. And this was something we settled on because this is something lots of other communities and municipalities are doing and something, frankly, Northampton's a little bit behind on. And so we thought it's time for us to catch up, and then it's time to do something really significant that can curb waste and, most importantly, curb fossil fuel extraction and production at the front end. So that's the first thing, and I'm excited for the floor debate later tonight. And as the chair of the Youth Commission, I think I'll probably get a chance to talk a little bit more later as a sponsor of the ordinance. The second thing is something that hasn't been mentioned, and that is I don't think is going to be really a contentious matter of debate tonight, but just to flag for everybody that the Vote 16 measure, an order asking the Massachusetts legislature to lower Northampton's municipal voting age to 16, is going to be on the for its first reading. It's going to get a vote on its first reading tonight, and we're really grateful for the City Council's support of this ordinance. City councilors have many times now voiced their unanimous support for it. We're really grateful for that, and I think tonight is definitely showing both people speaking about the plastic ordinance and folks speaking about the police issue, that young people, we all know, are very engaged in our community and are going to be really excited to be able to use their franchise as the City Council is supporting. So thank you for being supportive of that order. That's it.
Thank you. Okay, Jonathan Laschetti.
Hi, my name is Jonathan Laschetti. I live in Ward 4B. Go to Northampton High School. I'm 17, and I'm part of the Mayor's Youth Commission. And if you haven't heard enough times, I'm in support of the plastic reduction ordinance. Specifically, what worries me the most is the use of fossil fuels to make these products. And I see this as a very simple and easy step that should maybe have been done a long time ago to work our way towards a greener town, state, and country. And I think that you have heard from wide ranges of the community that it is something that was supported by everyone in this town. So yeah, support for that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Vincent Jackson.
Thank you so much. I am Vince Jackson, Executive Director of the Greater Northampton Chamber of Commerce, located at 99 Pleasant Street. I think that's Ward 3. So thank you again for this opportunity. Let me first say to the Youth Commission, thank you for your heroic efforts to educate our community on this important issue. And thanks also to all the supporters, the stakeholders, and the community leaders who have contributed somehow to bringing awareness on this important topic. I think we live and work in a community that has a high regard for sustainability and climate resilience. So there's clearly benefit in what we do to support that effort. So that's the good thing. I do join with other voices this evening who have expressed some concern about the timing, and my specific request, not necessarily on behalf of the 500+ businesses that are members of the chamber, but for those who are most affected by this ordinance, which is probably a quarter of our membership, that we at least give consideration to delaying the timing of tonight's vote to allow 2 or 3 things. One is just more time for each business to identify the individual impact that this would cause on their situation, to work with the experts and external consultants who are advising them on different options, and also to address any supply chains and issues and concerns that they have to move forward with being in full compliance with the ordinance. Secondly, just to work down for larger organizations, any existing inventories, which we know may be pretty high, given the loss of business and the weak performance that we've experienced. Inventories could be at an all-time high for existing materials. Another area is also to just allow businesses to get on the road to recovery. We've been hearing since November that the darkest days are ahead of us, and we're still waiting to see the potential for a surge from the Christmas and holiday season. So just getting on the road to recovery sometime in February or March will bring, I think, a little bit lighter and some relief to these business owners who will face a lot of the financial impact. And after that, I would say through our Community Revitalization Fund that the Chamber and the DNA and the United Way supported, that we became very aware of the pain that our business owners are facing. And now this is just one more thing in the midst of COVID-19 fatigue that they would be faced, and I won't say burdened with, but just challenged to succeed in a way that I don't think there would be any resistance to. And finally, I would hope that any language would include that this would not take effect during a state of emergency when you think about the waivers and exemptions. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Okay, next is Sunrise, Franklin County.
Hello, my name is Haven and I live in South Deerfield, but I spend a lot of time in Northampton. I just want to start by saying that the plastic ban is extremely important, but I really want to emphasize that the town needs to stop funding such a heavily emitting and racist white supremacist institution like the police, and cause some actual systemic change that will benefit Black and Brown people who are first impacted by climate change. If anyone here actually cares about climate change, they would take note of the extreme amount of emissions that the police cause and stop blaming individuals and businesses for choosing cheaper options like single-use plastics, and instead stop funding the police so absolutely heavily and push that funding towards creating a sustainable Northampton. We could actually fund all of these different things and it wouldn't be a burden on these businesses if we were to take some of the money from the police budget, as the police budget is enormous, as you all know. Yeah. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Judy H. Judy?
I'm a-coming, hang
Okay.
on. This is just taking a little bit more technology than I'm used to. Here we go.
There, you got it.
So I think I wanted to start by saying that I don't think any business downtown is opposed to the plastic ban. I think there are issues with certain parts of the ban that are problematic, not just for businesses, but for the community at large. Most of you know Harold's has been a no food waste company since 1980. We use aluminum cans, not plastic bottles, with the exception right now of during COVID, we have plastic water bottles because the Pubbler that we always use is not usable. All of our cups are biodegradable. We educate our staff to understand what is recyclable, what is compostable, and what needs to go in the trash. We try to educate our customer base a lot. We've worked with Recycle Works over the years to try to make signage and create situations where they had no choice but to put the right thing in the right container. That always hasn't worked because a lot of people really don't care. But problems with the ordinance are as follows. There are certain products that every restaurant has right now that are specific and are not made in an alternative material. Our lids, for example, at Harold's are PET plastic for each individual size. I have looked at every manufacturer that makes these kinds of containers that go on a biodegradable cup, and there are no alternatives available, zero. That's going to be a big problem for me. And I don't know if in a year it's going to be available. And there's no option in the ordinance for longer than a 1-year waiver, basically. There's 2 6-month periods. I don't know what's going to happen with that. Two, plastic compostables for me is a huge issue. I don't like them because the way it works is that a customer either uses USA, they bring stuff to the transfer station, or they go to the pedal people. The pedal people dispose of their trash and recycling at the transfer station or at Valley. Valley has a contract with Martin's Farms, which does do plastic compostables when they have available room. Currently, according to Martin's Farm, they don't have available room right now. So we don't know where it's going for them. But if it goes to USA, which is also where our plastics go from the transfer station, it goes to Westfield, then it gets trucked to Connecticut, then it goes to the sorting station for USA.
Judy, that's time. So if you could finish your thought.
Okay, and then it is purchased by an end user, of which it's stored until an end user is found. If the storage is too full, they throw it in the landfill. I'm not happy with plastic compostables. And if you look at China right now.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Okay, next is Ed Olmsted.
Hi.
Hello.
Good evening. I want to thank you first, the city councilors, for all your hard work with integrity and commitment to the city. Now let's speak about the plastic ordinance. I understand there have been concerns. I hear concerns from some businesses being affected by the ordinance banning plastics. I do want our businesses to thrive. However, I also understand that plastics of all types are creating havoc in the global biological world. And while change is often challenging, the evidence is overwhelming that the continued and dramatic increase in the production of plastics is seriously degrading our planet. I believe that in Northampton, we can and will work together to dramatically decrease plastic use. I believe we can overcome any challenges that arise in adapting to this change through understanding our differences in perspective, opinions, and life or business circumstances. This is just one of many opportunities where we can find ways to work together to increase our sense of community and the sense of being stronger by working together for positive change and succeeding. Here's one example of information I found on the alarming increase in plastic production and pollution. In an article published September 5th, 2020 in Forbes magazine entitled, "Why the Oil Industry's $400 billion Bet on Plastics Could Backfire," senior contributor Scott Carpenter reports on the current and future plastics production profits. He reports that oil and gas companies facing decreased profits from fuel production are turning to plastics to maintain their industry and increase their profits, which have been suffering of late, despite the copious forecasts in hand. Oil firms, he says, oil firms have plowed hundreds of billions of dollars into petrochemical plants. ExxonMobil has invested some $20 billion into chemical refining facilities, primarily for plastics along the US Gulf Coast. Royal Dutch Shell is constructing a sprawling new plant in Pennsylvania, one of the largest in the world of its kind. All told, the industry is planning to spend $400 billion on new petrochemical plants and equipment, betting and hoping demand will continue to rise. The article also points out that plastics impose a cost of $1,000 per ton on us and on cities and towns and us through CO2 emissions, air pollution, and collection costs. I believe we can and will take part in the transformation from plastics this ordinance is one step in that direction. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, next is Lil P.
Hi, I'd like to call for the mayor to, one, attend these meetings and also with the city council immediately reallocate the $880,000 that was cut from the police budget to community needs. The funds must be reallocated in the ways determined by communities in Northampton who have been most harmed by police and state violence, disabled, unhoused, mentally ill, and very, very significantly, people of color. It is not enough for the mayor and city council to decide on their own without guidance from community members who have been harmed by this violence and this systematic racism and what to do with this money. On the same note of the people of Northampton needing a voice in their own future and against oppressors, suffrage for people under 18 at 16 specifically, nowadays we, the ones doing a lot of work here, deserve an actual voice and vote for our own future. Communities most harmed by the city's actions need to be listened to and considered and guided with the city.
If I'm going to ask you to unmute and ask if you could give me your name and state your city or town, please.
Oh, apologies. My full name is Liliana Pollard, and I live in Florence, Northampton.
Thank you. Okay. Next is Sean Don.
Hi, yeah, thank you, Gina. My full name is Sean Donovan. Can you hear me just to double check that?
Yes.
Cool. And I live in Ward 3 on Coolidge Avenue, Northampton. And I'm here primarily to speak about the Northampton Policing Review Commission's report as someone who's attended a fair bit of those meetings and to support some pieces of that. So I want to go into one piece in particular, and that's related to the importance of having alternatives to the police in so-called mental health response and who those people are. So I want to say that the city, Northampton, is notable in the history of deinstitutionalizing state mental hospitals. When ACLU lawyers and other advocates sued to dismantle Northampton State Hospital, one of the region's largest in the late 70s, these institutions still and did then keep thousands of folks in Massachusetts locked up for years through force and coercion and voluntary drug treatment. And there's this common story that I've heard a lot that many people got released and then there was rampant homelessness because of serious mental illness and underfunded treatment options. There was definitely a lack of funding following folks from the hospital to the community, but there was also a lack of relevant non-coercive supports that we're still suffering from. So I think blaming a lack of treatment for those labeled seriously mentally ill is dodging a more crucial fact that so much mental health response is still intertwined with force and coercion, like the police. And it's hurting and traumatizing people further in ways that mimic the very institutions we sought to liberate folks from. And many people are still locked today in those units. So I say we should learn from the missteps of deinstitutionalization and the meager lack of relevant resources provided in those moments for marginalized folks in this moment. So if we do pursue alternative crisis responses to police in the city, which is detailed in that report, and I think we should, let's be real about working with and asking folks who actually respond to crisis moments without relying on the police. So as someone else mentioned, Rachel Bromberg, who's working on alternatives to police responses in Canada, came to the commission meeting 2 days ago, and you can watch that recording. And she said that out of the many thousands of so-called mental health related calls placed to Toronto Dispatch 911, most of them weren't placed by people in distress themselves. And a huge percentage of those were by service providers who are supposed to be supporting folks. Those are mental health professionals. So Rachel also suggested that a city of equivalent size, Olympia, Washington, hosts a police alternative that would cost about the same amount of money as the money allocated away from the police department, but not reinvested anywhere. So that would be an amazing use of that unallocated money. So I'd reckon Northampton Calls would be a similar kind of division based on the stories I've heard as a peer advocate for the last decade in the mental health system. So instead of relying on mental health providers such as CSO and ServiceNet, who would have to be trained how to not rely on police. Let's focus on peer-led alternatives for emotional crisis, domestic violence, and other supports. And listen to the needs of houseless folks, Black folks, people of color, folks with psych labels and disabilities, as other folks have said, who are overrepresented in police interactions, but underrepresented in positions of power, and make more positions of employment and decision-making power to honor the wisdom and practice. Otherwise, we're just going to be repeating some of the same mistakes of the past, and I know we're better than that. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, next is Rowan.
Hi, hello, Rowan Lupton, she, they, Ward 6. I renew my call to continue to strip funding from the Northampton Police Department with an eye toward eventual abolition of the police prison industrial complex. The necessity of this has not been diminished by yesterday's events in DC and around the country, but rather made even more apparent as we watch police departments choose not to prepare for the fascist attempted coup to any fraction of the degree they prepare for demonstrations uplifting Black life. In the meantime, it is unconscionable that the $880,000 which were removed from the Northampton Police Department budget have not yet been reallocated, when that money could help so many of our neighbors. This money should be immediately redistributed, not by the mayor or council, who this summer have shown themselves untrustworthy in these matters, but rather according to the determination of our community members most at risk of state, including police violence. On another, happier note, good riddance to David Bootlicker Narkowitz.
Next is Robert Eastman.
All right. Hi, everyone. Sorry, let me put my computer on Do Not Disturb. All right. My name is Robert Eastman. I live in Ward 3, which is represented by Jim Nash. First, I just want to thank the Police Commission for the tireless work that they've been doing over the past few months, and especially the Black and Brown members of the Commission who we have asked to do the work of dismantling a system that oppresses them, and especially today, showing up to present to the City Council only 24 hours after a terrifying display of white supremacist power in our nation's capital. I also want to say that I'm very disappointed that more City Council members have not attended Police Review Commission meetings or subcommittee meetings and have not taken a more active role in conversations about dismantling racism in our town, particularly the white members of our council, the mayor, and specifically my city councilor, Jim Nash, who has essentially been publicly silent on matters of racial justice in Northampton since protests erupted over the summer. I invite you all to ask yourselves what actions you have personally and as counselors taken to dismantle racism here, and to actively share those actions and current thinking with your constituents so that we know where you stand. We do not need to wait until the Police Review Commission publishes its report to take action now to make our town safer for those who suffer harm at the hands of the police. Whatever your response to this rhetorical question may be, I can assure you that it is not enough, that it doesn't even come close if yesterday's events are any evidence. Look at Oakland, whose city council is legislatively required to implement a 50% budget cut to their police department in their next full year budget. This was their starting point, and where are we 6 months later? I also want to remind the council that you asked residents of Northampton who spoke over the summer calling to defund the police not to abandon you. And I want to tell you that we are here and will continue to be here, working endlessly behind the scenes and engaging with the Police Commission to find our path forward as a community. And I hope you will join us too. While it may not seem like yesterday's events have much to do with Northampton, I am speaking tonight to make these connections clearer and why the City Council and Mayor must take seriously the demands of our community to defund the police. The origins of the police in the United States lie in early slave patrols. At the root, police are racist, white supremacist institution that serves to protect the property of white people, and there is no other way to change this undeniable fact than to abolish them. Over the summer, a Trump Back the Blue rally stopped in Northampton, drawing many and an accompanying anti-fascist counter-protest form. Northampton police casually chatted with Trump supporters and assisted them by providing water bottles while pepper spraying counter-protesters for Black lives. This scene on Main Street is terrifyingly reminiscent of Capitol Police taking selfies in the Capitol building yesterday. In fact, some of the organizers and participants in that siege Our police and corrections officers who live right here in Western Massachusetts are employed by neighboring police departments that the Northampton Police Department relies on for backup. We also know that the Northampton Police Department currently employs officers such as Captain Robert Powers, one of the highest paid employees of the city. This isn't news, we've been
Please
telling
finish
you.
your sentence. That's time.
All right, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary Jones is next.
Hi there. My name is Mary Jones. I live in Ward 2. And for the record, I'm all for moving beyond plastics, but there's another and even more pervasive and toxic issue facing our community and our country, and that is the racist institution of the police. I haven't had a chance to read a draft report from the commission, so I'm eager tonight to hear the presentation. But as Robert said, we do not need to wait on a report to take action. Regardless of their recommendations, I hope the council and the mayor have the bravery to dream big with how we can use $880,000 of unrestricted funds in our coffers this year to get Northampton residents the services they desperately need during this ongoing public health crisis. Regardless of what path the commission recommends, it is clear that the police do not protect many of us despite taking the lion's share of our city budget. Yesterday, I got a text from my partner while I was at work. It just said, "Did you see what's happening in DC?" My heart was racing as I was frantically checking out customers, smiling and trying to pretend like everything was okay. Meanwhile, I watched from my phone as white supremacist terrorists violently infiltrated our congressional chambers, and the police sat by and let them do it, even taking selfies with the mob. What I saw yesterday actually brought me back to protests that happened right here in Northampton this summer. Likewise, I was at work and I had friends who were texting me frantically about a pro-Trump white supremacist rally happening in downtown Northampton that was quickly escalating. I heard of firsthand accounts of police getting cozy with the white supremacist protesters and even passing out bottled water to them during this charged atmosphere. This stood in stark contrast to my own experience at the summer's protests that were led by Black and brown youth after the murders of George Floyd in broad daylight and Breonna Taylor in her own bed. Instead of being offered water, our teenagers were pepper sprayed. The police do not protect us all equally, not in DC and not in Northampton. Northampton's budget should reflect its values and protect Black lives. We need to invest in community care, education, housing, and healthcare first and foremost so that everyone in our community has what they need to thrive. That means we need to actively create alternatives that should be overseen by community members that are the most harmed by policing. And these alternatives should be funded by downsizing and eventually eliminating the Northampton Police Department. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Rebecca Robbins.
Hi.
Hi.
Hey, so my name is Rebecca Robbins. I live in Williamsburg, Massachusetts, and I own the Woodstar Cafe. I support the packaging ordinance. I believe it's the right thing to do for our planet, and it's the right thing to do for all living beings. I also want to take a second to applaud the Mayor's Youth Commission for leading the way on this issue. They're taking charge of their future, and I'm so impressed with their activism. So my business is already almost totally compliant with the demands of the ordinance. So we stand as an example that it can be done. But there is one problem with all the compostable packaging materials that we're buying. They're not getting composted. So I'm just here to ask for maybe a little tweak to the ordinance. Could there be some language requiring the city to build sufficient infrastructure so that the average person, when they take their compostable plastic salad bowl back to their office or to their home, they have no way to easily compost that right now. And so if the ordinance could require the city to handle all of these compostable materials that are coming their way, because if they end up in the landfill, they turn into methane. And if our citizens aren't educated about how to compost, they might do it incorrectly. The materials might end up in the recycling. the recycling will be contaminated. And so the compostable materials won't be composted, the recycling won't be recycled, and we won't have moved very far forward. So I really support the ordinance, but I'm just hoping that we can complete the cycle and take care of the end of life of these new materials. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next is Gabe/Hammer.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Gabriel Peoples. I live in Ward 2 in Northampton. I would like to thank the Police Review Commission for all of the wonderful work that they've been doing. And as we move into the budget writing and approving half of the year, encourage the mayor and all of you on the city council to support a budget that reflects what all of the wonderful people who have been talking in city council meetings for the last 6+ months are asking for, and continuing to reduce the police budget and move towards funding more peer-led, peer-supported programming, in addition to more proactive programming like Housing First programming that is sorely needed in Northampton. For too long, we've relied on reactive programs like policing and large mental health organizations. And it is time for the city to put its money where its values are and support our populations before there's a crisis and before there's a need for any sort of intervention. So I thank you all for your time, and I hope you have a good night.
Thank you. Okay, Ezekiel Baskin.
Hi, a couple of thoughts. One on the plastics ordinance. I think pass it tonight. There's a lot of support for it, and I think it needs to happen. I also agree with the things that Rebecca was just saying, but I think that they could be a separate additional ordinance, and would encourage passing the ordinance as it's written tonight on first reading. In terms of the Policing Review Commission, I just want to echo thanking the commissioners for all the work that they've been doing. I know it has been a lot of hours that they have been putting in and are going to continue to put in to that work. I just wanted to highlight a couple of things from the draft, the preliminary report. Specifically on the last page of the preliminary report, there's a graphic of trying to account for the hours of patrol officers, and only about 3% of those hours are accounted for in the numbers that the police department provided to the commission. So I just would encourage the council, with the clout that you have, to make the police department provide the numbers that the commission needs to do their work. They're not being provided with all the tools that they need to do this work, particularly around the budget, which is a really vital area. So I would ask the council to work with the commission and help them get the numbers that they need, perhaps by updating on that in council meetings, on the process of those information requests. Yeah, I think that's it for now. Thank you all so much.
Thank you. Okay. Kala Garrido.
Hi, I'm Kala. I use she, they pronouns. I live in Williamsburg, Massachusetts, and I just want to follow up and second a bunch of things that have already been said surrounding the police commission. I want to say that and policing in general in Northampton, I want to say that the $880,000 that were taken from the police budget should be reallocated, and whatever that money goes to should help serve the community, and the process and what is done should be able to be held accountable by the folks most harmed by policing: Black people, other people of color, disabled people, unhoused people, etc. Also, I would appreciate if city councilors would actually attend police commission meetings and the subcommittee meetings. Also, that the police should not be collaborating with peer workers and CSO, and are not helping people in mental health crises, but actually often making them worse. Just in general, defund and abolish the police. That's the end goal. Please take what we're saying into account. There's been a lot of just like ignoring it, and I would love to see some change actually happen. And thank you all for being here, and I want to thank the Police Commission for all the work that they've put in. And I'm excited to hear the report. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Yaping.
Hi, I'm Yaping. I wanted to comment on one aspect of the Policing Review Commission's report for the City Council to think about, and the Policing Review Commission. It's the concept of accountability. And Rachel Bromberg, who spoke 2 days ago, I actually just want to read a quote from what she included in her presentation when asked about what accountability in a program means, because I think it's coming up again and again, and I hope that this is what the City Council and the Policing Review Commission can prioritize in all of its recommendations. So when asked about what accountability is, she said, definitely making sure that the model is built by and for the community it's aiming to serve, making sure that folks with diverse backgrounds are not just consulted, but are actually co-designing the service, and that particularly folks with lived experience and Black and Indigenous folks and other folks of color are on the governance, on the oversight committee for this kind of service, and are in leadership positions within the organization, and making sure that, like in Toronto, she's in Toronto, where we have our Indigenous pilot that is going to be specifically by and for Indigenous communities. That kind of thing is obviously going to be harder to replicate in a smaller community. We don't necessarily have the bandwidth for 5 different pilots for 5 different groups, but making sure that those folks, that their voices are prioritized, making sure that you're heavily recruiting from those communities when you're building an oversight body, and making sure that whatever the oversight body is, that it is actually empowered to do things. And when she was asked about how do you measure success in a program, she said a few different outcomes you would want to measure, one of which is qualitative outcomes. Are clients feeling like they're being heard? Are they feeling like they're being respected? Do they feel like the service is actually useful for them? Are they getting connected with adequate resources that are responsive to their needs? And she said a lot more that I won't go into, but I do highly recommend watching the program because she was speaking from a lot of experience, personal experience doing that kind of work, and also researching programs around the country. And I think in the Policing Commission report, there was some mention of ServiceNet and CSO and other agencies that I do not seem to have accountability built into their structure at all. And so I just hope that the City Council and the Policing Review Commission prioritize supporting programs that really serve people and that are accountable to people in the ways that I think actually make everyone safer and do actually end up working better for everyone. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Okay, I do not see any other hands. And I believe I made it through the list of people who'd had trouble raising their hand, but I'm just gonna wait a second to see if anyone else pops up or if anyone sends me a chat. Otherwise, okay, I don't see anyone else, so we will end public comment and convene the meeting. So Laura, will you please take the roll?
Councillor Dwight.
Here.
Councillor Foster.
Here.
Councillor Jarrett.
Here.
Councillor Labarge.
Councillor there you go.
Here. Councillor Maori.
Uh-oh, hold on. Sorry. And hold on, there you go.
Councillor Maori?
Here.
Sorry about that.
No, it's okay, thank you.
Councillor Nash.
Oh boy. Councillor Nash?
Seems unmuted. Councillor Quinlan.
Here.
Counselor Shara,
Here.
and Counselor Thorpe.
Here.
Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Excellent, thank you. Okay, first up is recognitions and 1-minute announcements. Any Counselor Dwight? Or updates from committee chairs?
Well, yeah, in this case, it's actually an announcement of sorts, but it's recognizing the 25th anniversary of the Northampton Needle Exchange, one of the original needle exchanges, above ground needle exchanges that was established in the state of, in the Commonwealth. And it was put into, it is the model of a harm reduction program that was done in conjunction with, and dare I say it, it was actually initiated by Tapestry and in conjunction with the chief of police at the time, Russell Sinkowitz, and the mayor, Mary Ford, at a time where resistance to harm reduction programming and establishing things like needle exchange was intense and saturated with bigotry, and also deep misunderstanding about what substance use and transmission of IV HIV or any other Hep C, other problems associated with intravenous drug use. And it's actually been quietly doing its business for a quarter century. And there's still communities, and it's worth acknowledging the work of Leslie Laurie, who was the CEO at the time, but Tim Purrington, the late Tim Purrington, former Holyoke City Councilor, who established this program. And I saw him endure some very uncomfortable and hideous community reaction with grace and courage that still resonate with me. So I'm right now, Liz Wynot is the person in charge of the Northampton Needle Exchange, and its successes are marked, and the reduction of diseases associated with IV drug use, and also the fact that there are a number of people who are subsequently, as a result, by having a free option, not being coerced or anything else, chosen to rehabilitate or to at least get off the IV drugs that were creating their problems. So I didn't want it to pass without notice. So I'm grateful for that institution here in this town, and I'm actually grateful for the city that actually had the courage to put it in place when there was so much resistance.
Thank you very much for noting that and reminding us of that history. Councilor Labarge.
Yes, thank you. This is just a update from city service that are, and I mentioned it a couple of weeks ago. It's just a reminder that city service has been rescheduled for January 14th at 4:00 p.m. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you for that reminder. Other announcements or updates? Okay. Seeing none. Mayor Narkowitz, do you have any communications for us? You've already dropped quite a communication this week.
I don't have any communications this evening.
Okay, thank you. Then we're moving to our next agenda item, which is 20.1. Oh, Councilor Jarrett.
Yeah, so the city solicitor has advised that I recuse myself from this item and also the ordinance discussion later tonight due to a possible financial impact on my business, the Pedal People Cooperative. So I'm going to turn off my video and we'll return after this.
Thank you. So this is 20.113, a resolution in support of plastic reduction and sustainability ordinance. I actually had a request from a sponsor to postpone this first reading on the resolution. So Councilor Dwight, I'm going to give you the floor to explain.
What I'm suggesting, we've discussed this before. It would presume passage and non-debate if we actually in a resolution support an ordinance that has been yet to be debated or approved. And I think it's more appropriate that by the way, this resolution is very helpful in that it's essentially a preamble, a discussion, but a lot of what you heard from testimony tonight. So it's not critical to the ordinance, and it is actually, as it says in the title, a support of the ordinance. So I would like us to defer that to our next meeting, presuming that it either passes or fails tonight. And if it passes, we'll have to move on to a second reading, at which point it'd be appropriate to consider this after a second reading, should that occur. So that was my request. I've called it the Bidwell rule, if you will, honoring former Councilor Dennis Bidwell. It made a very cogent point when we've done this before on the camera ordinance.
I'm going to go to the other sponsor, Councilor Maori.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I know that the other co-sponsors are in agreement with Councilor Dwight on this.
Great. Do you feel we need to take a vote to postpone, or we will just leave it till the next?
The sponsor request. So
sponsor request. Okay, so this will show up at on our next agenda. Okay, so that brings us down to the presentation that we've heard about a lot at public comment, the Northampton Policing Review Commission's preliminary report, which is going to be presented by their chair, Daniel Kennedy. Daniel, where are you? I know you're here. We go.
All right, there we go.
Hi, welcome.
Thank you for having me. I know we turned in a 30-page single-spaced report earlier. I'm going to try and condense that down to something a little more palatable to discuss. But if you do have questions about anything in there, I'm also happy to answer those as well in much more detail. Before I do get started, I do want to thank the City Council and the Mayor for basically creating this joint commission. And I want to thank I want to recognize all of the work that went into this from the commission members, including the 3 commission members who have left. So their names are not on that report, but they did contribute to it. So Dana Olivo, Carmen Lopez, and Larissa Rivera Gonzalez all did participate, and I do want to recognize their contributions. And I also want to thank all of the community members that have been involved, attending meetings, finding information, sharing it with us, offering comment, and also being involved outside of the commission work around these same issues too. So all of that being said, I'll jump into sort of what we are and what we've done and where we are. So we were formed both in response to the sort of national outcry around police brutality and the recognition of the history of the institution of policing and its links to racism, sexism, homophobia, classism, and all of these other things. But it was also in response to the local outcry for justice from within the community. This isn't just a national thing, it is something local to us. And the recognition to rethink what policing and community services are. To that end, what we ended up doing was creating 3 subcommittees that revolve around different topics related to our tasks and our charge. And those were the alternatives to policing. We have another group that's looking at the policies and services of Northampton and the Northampton Police Department, and then also a group looking at spending and contracts, trying to take on the work of our charge. In addition to these, we have another subcommittee that's fairly recently formed related to community outreach in recognition that we do need to involve folks who are the most heavily impacted by any of these changes that we're looking at proposing, and to really include them, especially recognizing that not all of them have the ability or the capacity to join Zoom meeting after Zoom meeting, especially those that happen in the evening. We've invited a number of presenters, both local, national, and international, to speak, to discuss both what is happening within the city, what the needs are of the city, what services, what programs are available, and how effective they've been, how they've been measured, but also looking broadly at other contexts where changes have been made, from small changes to reforms to really moving very close to abolition, just to understand what the possibilities are and to inspire us. And we also have made dozens of requests for information from the police department and the city in general. And as we get those back, that informs a lot of what we do greatly. In fact, we just got more information from the chief, who was on vacation previously and couldn't respond, in terms of looking at what the hours are that we're looking to account for. So even in those things, and it's happening very quickly, that we're constantly updating those things. The way that the report is composed, there are 3 different sections, each relating to the subcommittees, but I'm going to sort of condense them into some of the major themes that we've noticed and have been looking at. And those, I would say, we're going to cut those down to just the disparities of community members who feel safe and who don't, and looking at why there are people that do not feel safe within the community and what they need to feel safe. We're also looking at the police department and the history and the funding of that department and the responsibilities that they've taken on. And I think I'm going to quote Booker Bush here, is that how would we want our child who is experiencing a profound bout of depression to be treated by a police officer or someone or a supportive team of providers? How would we want our sibling who has been evicted from their apartment to be assisted by a police officer or by a caseworker who can assist them with obtaining alternate housing? How would we want our child who has been awakened from a drug overdose with naloxone treated by a forcible ride with a police officer or with people who could assist in drug treatment? If a community has nothing else to offer, the police become the answer. And this is something that we've seen quite a bit, which is related to the police being the fallback for disinvestment in other community services. And so what we're looking at, and what we see, especially when we look at the movements to defund, it's also calling for a reinvestment. That anytime we take away something from the police department, if we're taking away money, we also need to take away responsibilities and put those back into the people who can do it, who are the best suited for that task. And that comes up to finding the right person or the right group for the job. And I know Rachel Bromberg has been quoted quite a bit already. I'm going to do the same thing by saying that we wouldn't send we wouldn't send electricians to a fire. We would send someone from the fire department. Right? By the same token, we don't want to send law enforcement to issues where there's not crime, which is something that we do now. So when we send someone for mental health, or we send someone for dealing with people who are unhoused, when we send police officers, it creates a problem, because that both for the person who's there, that's going to stress them out, right? And a lot of times, especially for people who are suffering from mental health conditions, seeing an armed officer who's in uniform approaching them, that's not going to be comforting. That's going to be frightening. That's going to be anxiety inducing. It could be triggering for all of the trauma that they've probably already experienced. And so we're looking at this and saying, well, what are better alternatives for that? Who would be better to reach out? And so when we look at that, we see that there's a number of different options. And so this leads to some other different alternatives, including things like peer responder models and co-responder models. There are a number of different ways that those take form. So I won't go through all of the different ones, but there are some of the most compelling are for peer-led responders. And that would be people who are both trained and they are well trained, they're experts in doing what they need to do in reaching out to these individuals, but they're also people who have lived experience. So that gives them another dimension and another area where they can add to their expertise. So really looking at those sort of responses. We're also looking at how a lot of the policies that the police department have, they're really good on paper, and they do sound really nice, but they don't always address all of the concerns of the community, especially those who are the most impacted by those policies. And so part of that is both looking at all of the policies that exist, and we're still going through them, but also looking at what the alternatives are and making sure that everything is in alignment. And that leads to the next part, which is accountability and transparency, and making sure that everything that we're looking at, anything that we want to change, that we include accountability in that, that there's accountability for the people in charge, for the departments, for the city, and that the people who are most impacted by these changes and by these services in general have a voice in those changes. And it's not just it's not just at the inception point, but also continually through that there's oversight that's responsible back to the community, and that it's done in a way that's very transparent for everyone involved. And finally, there's looking at the costs of policing as well. And this ranges both from incarceration costs. In Massachusetts, they're exorbitant, but also looking at the costs to the city when we have the police responding to things that they don't need to be responding to. Right, we're taking resources that are highly expensive, right? We're really concerned, when we have really well-trained folks that can respond. If we have that, why aren't we using them? And why are we sending law enforcement to do those things? So the policies and services subcommittee identified several different areas where there is marked room for improvement, including the policies around school resource officers, around domestic violence, rape and sexual assault, around mental health and addictions services, around the interactions with houseless individuals, drone surveillance, and traffic enforcement. I can go into any of those if you'd like, but I think we have a general idea of where those things have room for improvement. We're also looking at options for costs. And so looking at ways that the city can allocate funds from different departments into ones that we're reinvesting in communities and reinvesting in safety options. A lot of these include looking at funds that the city gets, so revenue that's generated by the police department, but not solely in that, including the funds that are available or that are generated from detail services, or from cuts to other departments, including the police department itself. Related to that, the commission does have, we have a wish that the council and the mayor can work together to allocate the funds that have already been cut from the police department into community safety investments. So things like the resiliency hub, but including also additional warming shelters, spaces, funds, employment, and housing availability. We want to be really clear that with all of the things that we're looking at, that the 10% police budget cut from this year is not going to be a long-term solution. This is short-term. And so we would like, even before we release our initial report, for those funds to be allocated out into the community. We're also looking at pay equity across the departments within the city. The police department accounts for 34% of city employees who make over $85,000 a year in gross income. The police represent 9 out of the top 20 highest paid city employees, and 4 out of the 5 top, the highest paid employees in the city. And while this isn't necessarily bad in and of itself, We do want to focus on ways that we can make sure that whatever is implemented from the city, any changes that are made, that there's pay equity across those, especially recognizing that implementing peer responder models, those employees tend to be underpaid, and we want to make sure that there's equity across the board for all of those. I think that's like the executive summary there. But I'm sure everyone has questions, so I'm happy to answer.
Thank you very, very much for that, Dan. The preliminary report is quite extensive and certainly reflects both the scope of the task, but even more so the time and the dedication and the work that the commission is clearly investing. So thank you very, very much for all of that work. I see Councillor Dwight.
Chair Kennedy, actually to that point, is we've noted that we've given you, and has been commented on, an enormous charge, and the amount of time and work that you and your committee members have invested in this has been substantial. With a deadline looming, do you feel that maybe that we've overtaxed you in some way, or are you confident that you can actually at least come up with a substantive, actionable report that that you're comfortable with?
There we go. Yeah. So I'm going to say I'm going to throw this with a yes-ish. I think that given how much work everyone has already done and all of the effort they've put into it, I'm pretty confident that we can have something that's strong recommendations that are well thought out, especially for short-term goals. I'm a little bit concerned about sort of the broad sweeping ideas, making sure that we have all of the I's dotted and T's crossed for a lot of these recommendations in terms of how they'll exactly be implemented. And I think a lot of these are going to end up being recommendations that are, here's a process and a process for evaluation ongoing to make sure that it does continually meet with the expectations of the city for any of the recommendations. I do also want to highlight that we also have a lot of tension within our group. We have a lot of spaces where we have agreement, but also plenty of spaces where we're still sort of figuring out where we are as a commission in terms of reaching consensus, because some of these issues, do we recommend a peer-led response model or a co-responder model? What are the pros and cons there? What are the issues with having clinicians respond? So even something that's pretty simple can take up hours of discussion as we present and work through them. And I also want to say that I think one of the things that we'll end up recommending, this is my personal, from what I've seen already, is that there's still going to be a room for, there's room for more, that this is not going to be a single document that says, okay, here, do these things and we're good, that there's going to be, it's going to be more about a process in terms of the recommendations that we make.
I have to say that actually what you described is not a symptom of a problem, but a symptom of actually a vibrant, viable, high functioning system. Commission. Those conflicts and debates, they should exist, and it's good that you can actually conduct yourselves in a way that actually will come to maybe not complete consensus, but at some point at least a recommendation package that will be actionable. One other question: of course, in the interim, since the establishment of this commission was. The state actually has now created new standards by which law enforcement mostly will be held accountable going into the future. Have you found that that meshes with a lot of the things that you're working with, or do you find points of conflict with it that would be problematic?
I don't think that there's a lot of conflict within that with the recommendations that we're making. I think a lot of what we found is that the state recommendations as they stand are actually below what we would want and expect. So they're sort of, that's establishing the bare minimum, but I'll be greedy and say that I think that as a city, we deserve better, we deserve more, and that we can do more. So really saying that, like, there's nothing in them, I don't think, that would preempt what we're recommending or really be in conflict. I think it supports, and I think our recommendations are much closer to the sort of original drafts of that before the amendments were made. So,
well, I do appreciate that. I think that Northampton likes to, rightly or wrongly, brag on itself that we actually go much further with better prospects and intent than the more watered down state versions of anything. And so thank you for your work, mostly. Thank you for actually committing to this. I know that it's a hell of a transition from going from advocating for one thing and then actually working to create it. And by my observation and by all accounts, you've done yeoman's work, and you've kept everything on track. And your interim report reveals that. I've only had a chance to read about half of it at this point, so I'll work on it, provided this meeting doesn't end at 4 o'clock. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
See Councillor Quinlan and Councillor Nash.
Well, I don't really have questions for Dan, but I did want to just kind of comment a little bit on my experience as a commissioner with this Northampton Policing Review Commission, and just kind of echo what Councillor Dwight has observed, which are exactly my observations. It's a diligent group of people that I think have great focus on the task at hand. I've been very impressed with Dan specifically, and if you notice, Dan's desk lamp matches his shirt, and he does that for every meeting. But I do want to mention that, I was disappointed that we lost 3 of the 4 women of color that are on the commission. I know this has been addressed by the council president. She was asked about replacing these people, and it hasn't been able to happen with women of color for these 3 people. But it reminded me of our meeting about a year ago when we were discussing times and locations of meetings that might allow for greater participation, because having meetings at night for these 3 women proved to be just, especially on Zoom, I think, proved to just be impossible for them to continue participating. And it's a loss. As Dan mentioned, they did contribute to this very well. And it's just a little, that's just a little bit of a thorn for me. But the thing that I want to mention the most, and what I've taken away from so many of the discussions is, and this is a Rachel Bromberg quote, as well as something that we talked about in our subcommittee, and I'm on the subcommittee with Dan, of spending and contracts with Lois Ahrens and Josie Rosales as well. This isn't about tearing something down, right? This is about building something. This is not necessarily about the police when you start talking about alternatives. This is about putting the right person in the right response situation. So I'm really, that's my bud coming out of this, is that I feel like where we're headed is something that I'm very optimistic about. And, just grateful for the experience so much. Thank you.
Yeah. Councillor Nash.
Thank you, Council President. Mr.
Yeah,
Kennedy,
we can't hear you. Are you covering your mic again? Come on.
Hello? Hello?
I mean,
Can you hear me?
kind of.
Right. Is there somebody else who wants to speak while I find a hot spot in my... Let me see this.
Is that the issue?
Can you hear me?
I mean, we can hear you. We just don't hear you
The
well
loudest person on council.
or that clearly. Now you're frozen.
Oh.
Or maybe you're just sitting really still. I'm not sure.
Go to somebody else while I think I need to go out and come back in.
Okay. Councillor Maori, please save him.
I'll try. Well, first of all, I just have to say how impressed I am. I've been waiting, to read this report. Excited to read it, and it's quite impressive. It's what I experienced in the few meetings I've attended, which is just the level of discourse, respect, thoughtfulness, and analysis is really doing a great service to our community. I can't thank you enough because I know it's a lot of work. So yeah, I see the report. I think it was more than I was kind of hoping for as a preliminary. I think you really lay things out. I'm anxious moving forward to, I was interested in your idea of phases, phasing in and its connection with budgeting. And it would be great to actually have metrics or some range to, in the final report, which will be around the budget season, just to help guide us. And so that was one thought, something I just kind of want as a counselor, bit more information, more ideas around these phases, because I think it sounds, it piqued my interest. Let's see, and you've actually addressed one of my concerns I've kind of had. Yaping brought it up as well. Is when you look at alternatives to policing, and of course it's kind of efficient and easiest to use established organizations in our community. We've mentioned ServiceNet and such, but then you really need to have the accountability in a higher sense, because if not, you could risk creating a police light situation, which won't feel like a change for those who are being negatively impacted. So I'm glad that you brought up the accountability, and it will be interesting to see how we would make that work with organizations that are already here, as opposed to kind of creating our own team. And maybe looking at, I would like to kind of understand more, the value of creating these teams versus utilizing services that are already in the community and what that could look like. So yeah, and I was also struck by the log, the pie chart with the log call logs. And I just wanted to know, is it just that information wasn't available? I guess I could have read that more carefully, why there was so much unknown about the call logs. Oh, and one more question. I'm sorry, but I'm just going to, so I can finish. Is just, I was interested if you looked into body cams. I know it's very controversial whether they're kind of helpful or in some, in a lot of instances, kind of harmful as well. So I didn't know if that you stumbled upon that in your. Thanks, Dan.
Yeah. So I'll go through some. So I got 3 sort of questions down here, but. A lot of what we've looked at, and I think that we've talked about and had presentations and heard from community members, when you're looking at accountability, the sort of the cost benefit, it's really going to be about measuring and making sure that the existing services and organizations already have a commitment towards justice, equality, and all of the values that you want. If they don't have that already and it's not demonstrated, then it becomes very likely, in terms of overall goal and making sure that that the accountability is there, that the services are going to match what your expectations are, then it could be making a new department. And we've looked at a number of different groups that have done something similar to that. So different municipalities and things like that, where it is making a new department. And it's come up a little bit. We're still looking through all of the different processes and all of the things that need to happen in order for like a new department to be created, or to have a new team, or to sort of generate those things. The call logs is a nice complicated, it's a nice complicated one. The chief provided us initially with report logs. And there are some things in those report logs, and it's based on how the system categorizes and handles those logs, where an officer can't be doing more than one thing at a time, but they in fact may actually be doing more than one thing at a time. And so some of that information gets cut off. So like for the midnight shift, or the 11 to 7 a.m. shift, there's things like 3 seconds of crime scene investigation. But obviously the police didn't just show up, say, yep, that's a crime, and leave, but they were doing other things. And the same thing happens for like like the ride-alongs and things like that. And so we reached out to the chief and asked for a little bit more information. Some of that is also that we based the available hours on the budgeted 47 officers. But the chief replied, and this is just yesterday, so I haven't had a chance to dig through everything, but that on average, there were only about 35 officers, patrol officers. So we're going to reduce that, the total overall. So that red is going to look a little different. And we have some more information and can account for about 17,000 hours out of roughly 69,000 possible hours. Those also don't include things like time off. So vacation and family and personal leave, which we need some more information about. We don't have that yet to know like where do we, so those aren't accounted for. And then the other part is that we aren't accounting for administration time either. So we don't have any, so that pie chart also doesn't include the supportive staff that are there, clerks or the chief, and folks like that. So this is still preliminary, and thankfully we've had a lot of information come back pretty quickly. Again, I feel a little bad right before Christmas being like, here's more requests, please. But getting them back this week. And we still have, like I said, a bunch of outstanding ones that are a lot of work to put together. We just got information again from around some internal affairs and things like that where they have to be redacted. So as we get more information and we can fill in things, those will be a little more robust and accurate. And then finally, the body cams. I don't think we've looked too deep into them. I can say, at least from the research that I've done and looking at how sociology is looking at these things, sort of saying, do the presence of body cams change anything? Because we've seen them introduced. They do a little bit. Initially, there's usually a pretty nice decline in calls around police misconduct or reports of police misconduct. But then it sort of levels off, and then they go back up to the levels that they were at before. And at least from what I've understood, part of that sort of that fluctuation is just that if you just implement body cameras or any of these individually as a change, but you don't change accountability structures, you don't change any of the processes and policies around that, it doesn't really do anything. So it's got to be, or it doesn't have to be, but most of these changes are best when they're taken as a holistic set of changes that are implemented over time.
Right. I had a resident who had concerns about the negative use of body cams being used kind of in ways that they felt like put them in danger. But then I was told there were no body cams being used, even though this resident reported they were. So that's why I was curious. Thank you. Thanks so much, Chair.
Sorry, I see Councilor Barton and Councilor Foster, but I'm gonna go back to Councilor Nash, who hopefully we can hear him.
Give it a try. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Again, you're like a little soft, but we can hear you. Just talk up.
You know what? I'm gonna keep following things. Go to other counselors. I'm gonna hop on Dora's computer. We'll see if this gets better.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Councilor Labarge, then Councilor Foster.
Thank you. Dan, I want to thank you very much and the commission. It was not an easy job and a lot of hours put in it, a lot of research. And I got about halfway through with it today because I had time available to do that. And I was glad to hear about how you're really looking at, say if there's a problem in the school where you don't need police presence and so forth, where we can get a caseworker or a social worker in that. And I've said that right along when we were having the hearings. So I'm glad that I had seen something like that on your preliminary report. Also to overtime money, that's important here. And how many, like some people here in the city who I've been talking with recently are saying, well, why do we have to use a police officer, you know, for like on the roads and so forth like that, doing traffic? why are we not using flaggers? Like some of other states do use flaggers and they're cheaper. And I couldn't give them an answer on that. And I don't know why we're not looking into something like that. But I want to thank the commission for all the work that you have done. Thank you.
Thank you. We are looking at, so the commission's looked at, so Berkeley is a good example, and I think Irvine as well is starting, but shifting to civilian flaggers, it's not something that's been easily implementable in Massachusetts, but that's changing. And so that might be one. I'm also looking at changing the traffic enforcement in general so that traffic enforcement is unarmed. And it doesn't necessarily need to reside within the police department as well. So reducing the chance of a fatal engagement by removing some of that, but still having the same protections that are available.
Thank you.
Can I just respond to that in some level? The state police union in Massachusetts is one of the strongest police unions in the country. And consequently, Massachusetts, I believe, is the only state that it mandates all highway details, all highway construction, any work on any road systems require a police detail. I mean, the obvious reason being it's basically a very expensive traffic cone, but he was obviously a means to an end, which is gathering extra overtime monies for the police departments. It's why you always see a state police, at least one or two state police cruisers, while they're literally, they're not obliged to even get out of their car. They stay in their car and just do whatever, shop on Amazon or whatever they do. And this has been a problem with Massachusetts for a long time, because you could pay a living wage to a flagger to do virtually the same thing. But so this is not exclusive to Northampton, and as the chair has said, that it's a little uphill lift, but there has been pushback certainly against the state police union, which hopefully has new consequences that allow for this type of sane traffic management systems, particularly around work details.
Councilor Jarrett, is this in response to that as well?
Yeah, if I may. So very recently, and just I forget the exact number of years ago, but Massachusetts does allow flaggers, civilian flaggers, for some types of traffic detail. But the wages that they require are very similar to the wages that are paid to the police, so that there's not much of an incentive to use them. So it would be much higher than the prevailing wage for civilian flaggers nationally. So that's so you can use them, but many communities do not, because they don't save much money.
Okay. Councilor Foster, can I try and go to Councilor Nash first and see how you doing, Councilor Nash?
I'm great. Can you hear me now?
Yes, quite clearly. Thank you.
I figured out how to turn the microphone up. Thank you.
Excellent.
I feel like I'm part of our TV station here. All right, so Dan, thank you for all of the work, and to all of the members on the Policing Review Commission. I follow when I look at the monthly schedule of meetings. I am just astounded by the amount of work that you guys are doing, that you've broken things out into committees. I think that was a really wise idea. I think that has really allowed everybody to focus much more on different areas, and that so I really appreciate all of the work that that you and everybody have done. So thank you. My question for you is that, so tonight with this preliminary report, you're not, I don't sense that you're saying to us, do this, but you're saying to us, get ready to do something. And particularly around the last year.
Sorry, you cut out there.
Yeah.
Did you hear that last bit?
You're frozen and you're maybe just frozen.
Me?
Yes. So the last thing that you,
The last thing my question got cut out.
yes.
Yes. So it related to actionable steps that the Policing Review Commission is telling us to get ready to do something, and particularly around that money. But you're not coming to us tonight to say, do this. Is that correct?
Yes, sorry, that is correct, that we do not have direct recommendations for exactly what to do in exactly what ways at this time. We do have ideas, so we know that the initial cuts, so we're talking about the $880,000 that were 888, 887, whatever it was, the initial cuts that were made last year. Those were made in a particular spirit, and we would advocate for those being used as soon as possible, rather than waiting for our initial report. When we do make a recommendation, if they haven't been used, then we can include recommendations for that. But if they've already been, and like I said, I don't think that you could fund a lot of the changes that we're exploring, or a lot of the ways that we're exploring sort of how to improve community safety. I don't think you could fund a long-term solution that would be a lasting improvement with just that money. And so it becomes really important to sort of say that there will be more things that we'll have as recommendations in terms of revenue that's coming into the city and allocating that towards these other services, or recommendations for how to do that. So it's a yes-ish.
Yes, I appreciate that, and thank you. And also, in terms of questions, one of the things I've been thinking about, this is my personal thing, is have you guys looked at dispatch? I look at that as like the key point of like where information, that's where the decision gets made as to what services, whether you're going to get a fire truck, an ambulance, or all three, and that I wonder if you guys have had a chance to talk about that.
Yeah, we have pretty extensively, because any of the recommendations that we've looked at making, any of the programs that exist, any of the major changes to emergency services and crisis response in cities also has to include a well-trained dispatch that knows both how to understand the questions that they should be asking, and then how to redirect individuals to the different organizations or services that exist. A lot of that does take time, because you need to integrate the services as well. But good examples, I think at this point, everyone points to Cahoots as an example, because it's got 3 decades of success or more. But even sort of newer initiatives, the dispatch, because that's the point of contact, no matter how you do it. And there are different ways to do it as well. So it could be dispatch is all one number. It could be that you have multiple numbers. So like the 211 numbers for crisis, that's not, a non-violent, non-threatening emergency, so that you have a different number that people should be calling. And then that still involves community education, because you have to get everyone to know that that number exists and why and where and all of that. Or you keep it all with one central line. But dispatch is a big part of it.
Great. I look forward to what you guys are going to continue to report out on. And thank you.
Councillor Foster, even very patient.
Okay, it gives me time to formulate my thoughts. Dan, I just want to thank you and the rest of the commission for the incredible amount of work and thought you have put into this process. This is, when we talked about establishing a commission, this is, kind of where we were going, was the really big picture view. And I love the framing that you credited to Booker Bush around how do we want our loved one in a mental health crisis or newly evicted, how do we want them responded to? And I just think that couches this discussion in a way that I believe meets our community values. I did read the report, and I'll just show you every time I highlight it, I wrote a note. My 5-year-old was looking over my shoulder and was like, how many more pages? How many more pages? You need to wait. And I did read it, and it's comprehensive, and I learned quite a bit. And I guess I have just a couple of comments and then only one really specific question for now. I appreciate your look into, you know, I think it sounds easy, like, oh, let's just have this existing social service agency handle these calls. And I appreciate your take on it when you presented tonight, that it's just not that easy. It's not an easy switch to flip, and to really think about pay equity and how we want these calls handled. You know, social service agencies can tend to be quite stretched, you know, with low pay and high staff turnover. And so, you know, I appreciate your focus on how do we actually want this done, and how do we want it done in a way that meets the spirit of what it is that we as a community are asking for. You know, the other thing, it's taking me back to like 2004, 2005. I used to work in out of school time programs, and I've been to the State House lobbying for more funding for out of school time programs, because a significant amount of crime for young people happens in the out of school hours. 3 to 5 p.m. are really the kind of peak times. And it just brings this sort of larger issue that so much of this funding or community response is reactionary. And there's a formula for how many dollars you invest in out of school time programs and how much you save down the road in policing costs and incarceration. But there is this underlying tension of the upfront investment. And then when do we see the results of that investment? And that's so much more than out of school time. That's going to be mental health. It's going to be, if we're looking at our neighbors who are experiencing homelessness, investing in these programs that actually are going to make significant measurable community change, that's going to take time. And so there is this underlying investment that I think we need to just call out, name, and recognize as part of the process, that we are upfront likely going to need to spend more dollars to create the change that we're seeking, but in the long run can have a more compassionate, appropriate response to calls that are received, as well as create change and the kind of change we're hearing in the community. So I guess one comment is, maybe that was more than one comment, but my last sort of specific question is, you talked about traffic enforcement, and maybe it's not even a question yet, but just wanted to bring up where you talk about the potential for electronic enforcement and the privacy concerns around that. I just wanted to name that. So maybe I don't even have a question yet, Dan, unless you want to respond to that or anything else that I've said.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'll respond to a couple of things. So one of the things when you're thinking about sort of what do you save, you know, we do have to talk about like the goal of this, and I think this has been something that I think we've all talked about and has been brought up in city council hearings since the summer, is that this isn't like punitive and just taking away, that there's a reinvestment process that happens, but that it can't be just about saving money. That if, you know, a reduction in the police force is just about saving money and there's no reinvestment in the community, all it's going to do is cause more problems down the line, because right now the police do actually, they house a lot of the responsibilities for community safety and responses. You know, we can always talk about whether or not that's fair or equitable or responsible to put all of the burden on that one department that exists for law enforcement. That's in the name. But what I can say is that in a lot of places that have initiated a lot of these different sort of peer responder models or co-responder models, I'll use Denver as an example just because I know that right now. They're looking even just as a pilot. So it's a limited pilot that they have through Dasher. That's their response there. They're already looking at saving a little under 2% of their police budget in about 6 months. Which doesn't sound like it's huge. It's not huge, but it's about $8 million that the city is looking at saving just in that short time. Assuming that they can expand this and that it continues, and there's a lot of assumptions there, there's still significant savings pretty quickly and then down the line. So it really does depend on how, like, what the services are. There could be a pretty significant impact pretty quickly, but we don't have what our commission would recommend yet. So it's also hard to sort of project out what could be saved too. The other one, I'm sorry, I was trying to take notes. So there are, when we talk about traffic enforcement, there's multiple parts to this. So there's the sort of just sitting and doing radar detection. There's waiting and sort of looking for those, being out on patrol and looking for those sort of motor vehicle violations and things like that. When you have those things, every time that an officer has to pull someone over, there's a chance for a violent interaction, and there's the potential there, and we want to reduce that as much as we can, and reduce the number of interactions. But there's also an issue where stops that are made at night are often, or could be could be looked at as pretextual, which is its own set of problems. So one of the things that was recommended was, one of the things that's been looked at is just reducing the number of stops that happen at night, especially for minor vehicle infractions, or for the more bureaucratic end of things like an inspection sticker or something like that. Because if those are pretextual, you're creating sort of the problem. It becomes part of the issue of a large number of people of color being pulled over. For traffic enforcement, when we make up, like about 3% of the population in the city, give or take. Those are rough estimates. And so there's that. There's also, there are issues with electronic enforcement of them, especially when you start getting into issues where you have, because there's both the license plate readers, but there's also the stationary cameras that do measurements and radars. And then there's also the facial recognition technology that gets used, especially with facial recognition. I could go on for hours about how there's a lot of problems related to that and race. But even if we just went into electronic enforcement for things like speeding, there's all sorts of considerations that have to go into that, both at the state level in terms of what's allowed for the police, and what's allowed, who manages that information, and things like that. And in Massachusetts, it gets complicated because you also have the right to face your accuser. And in other states, this has happened where, all it takes is just the willingness to fight. And then if you receive one of those tickets and they have to fly in someone from that represents a company that is where that data is stored, to defend, to be part of that. So there's all sorts of considerations there that go what we do at the city, but also what would be done, or what needs to be done at the state level too, for that. I hope that answers your question a little bit.
I can unmute to say thank you. I appreciate that. Thanks.
Councillor Dwight, I know exactly what you're going to say. Please do.
It's worth noting, just because we did some pretty heavy lifting on both these items, facial recognition software and stationary cameras that are municipally managed or controlled by any municipal agency. Those two things are banned in the city of Northampton. Those were two ordinances that were created with a lot of uphill work, specifically for the reasons that you cited. At least, especially with the facial recognition, embedded biases that are already in them. And then with the stationary cameras, there was also just a holistic sense of public privacy, that you are not being monitored by any governmental agency, which of course we can't guarantee. We're not so completely naive as to think that that's completely out of the question. It does not control or manage or have any rule of law over privately owned cameras, nor the police access to those. But we, and I don't know if your commission has access to those two ordinances, but I hope that you incorporate it in your assessment there, because that not for nothing. I mean, we've done some work on this level, and that I at least am in full accord. And clearly, the council, not this council, didn't get to vote for it. Most of the people on this council, but it was the previous council that voted almost unanimously in each case. And just worth noting. That's all. Sorry.
Councilor Jarrett.
Thank you. Dan, first, I just want to thank you for the presentation. I thought it was a really great synthesis of our commission. I'm one of the other counselors who's serving on the commission, and it has been a tremendous amount of work. So thank you to you and to all of the counselors. And thank you especially for first being co-chair, which I think was a lot more work than you thought when you signed up. And then our other the co-chair, Dana Olivo, leaving, and so now being chair and continuing to do a great job with that. A couple of thoughts on, so you'll see in the report in some of the sections where it says further work, and there's, in some sections, quite a list of people we feel like we still need to talk to. I'd say, we welcome feedback about what further work we need to do in the next 2 months or 2.5 months. And then in thinking about costs, to remember how much of these costs of, incarceration or medical costs are borne by organizations other than our municipality. And so if we can avoid having people go in being incarcerated, it saves the state a tremendous amount of money, and it would be great to figure out a way to share in that, so that we're spending extra money and we can get some reimbursement for the fact that we're saving these tremendous incarceration or medical bills. We've looked into a lot of issues like housing first, and how much there's a recent study that showed how much that saves in medical costs, for example, and then also incarceration. So anyway, a little bit about that, and looking forward to continuing to work on this.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think struggling to remember the exact amount, so I'm gonna say it's roughly ballpark figures about that Massachusetts pays about $70,000 per person that's incarcerated per year. And so anything that we can do to reduce that, we've made a couple of requests from the district attorney's office for Hampshire County. And so looking at what the sort of outcomes are from the folks that are funneled into that system from Northampton. So ideally what we'll be able to do is once we have some of these systems in place, we'll have some baseline information so that as changes are happening, we have something to measure against, so that in theory, as we see people being diverted away from incarceration and away from those sort of interactions with the police into the services that will actually support them, that you can make a pretty strong connection, and looking year to year, make a pretty strong correlation between the interventions that have been done by the city and the outcomes that you're seeing as well. And so, if all of this does really well, thinking like in Dallas, they saw, when they introduced just a simple co-responder model, they saw about 31% fewer people going to jail or to county lockup or to the hospital to be hospitalized. And so, assuming we see a similar reduction, that's a pretty big number to then bring back to the state and say, look, here's what's working, both for maybe revenue comes back into the city because we've introduced these policies, but also as a thing to say, hey, maybe other municipalities want to look at the changes that we've made. And Northampton can be at the forefront of that, to say, look, we took the big leap and here's what we got back. Everyone else can now move forward too.
I'll jump in with sort of an observation and kind of a question, which is that from reading the preliminary report, you have very rich qualitative data from the community, from, either from the testimony that we received during our council meetings and hearings, or your own, and reaching out to do interviews with different agencies or other people doing relevant work in the community. And you seem to have voluminous quantitative data from the department, but little qualitative. So I'm curious about what that process is, and whether you're doing interviews with them or gaining some of that information that we know is, as I think you noted tonight in the report notes, something like policies are one thing on paper, but could be different in practice. And I feel like those differences are often discoverable when asking about them. And so I'm curious about that sort of data collection and what your process is for that.
Yeah, so some of the, I think there's two different responses. So one is getting some of that feedback from the chief just through freedom of, for information requests. So having that in really thoughtful, very careful questions. One of the things, so coming at this from sort of an academic background, and especially thinking about doing survey research and things like that, where the question matters, in fact, sometimes more than the answer, because the question informs that answer. And so being very, very careful about what we want to ask to make sure that we get the information that we need back. We've also had some pretty lively debates in the different commission meetings about where, how, and when to include the police department itself. One thing to note is that, especially as we're reaching out to community members who are very vulnerable, who may have experienced this, and who are looking at some of the sort of recent allegations of retaliation from the Northampton Police Department, it becomes really hard to say, oh, just bring them in and speak. The narrative of the police department is in how it acts already, but that doesn't mean that we still don't need more information from them. So I believe that I don't want to get which individual runs wrong. The Policies and Services Commission or subcommittee wants to bring in the chief to speak, but there were also folks who wanted information from individual officers as well. And so really being, so we've left it up to the subcommittees to decide who they're bringing in and for what purpose. The questions for the chief are more large scale and programmatic. So we've asked about, we've already asked about things like strategic plans for the department and got information and responses back. When it comes to individual officers, that's more about the narrative, their understanding about what they're doing. And sort of understanding what their role, what they see their role is, and what they see their place as within the city as well. I don't know if that answers your question. The answer is it's a complicated thing.
Okay, thank you. I'm looking, I'm not seeing, oh, Councilor Foster.
Thank you. I already spoke. I just wanted to revisit very briefly that we're talking about human lives. So when we talk about, if there's, in Denver, I think you said about a 30% reduction in incarceration and the money, but each person that is not incarcerated, or each person who doesn't have an interaction with the police, we're talking about that human life. And so I just wanted to revisit it because I had couched my question in terms of the budget, which is kind of what the report is leading to. But I didn't want to leave it with my comment or question being just about the budget and the money. I recognize these are actual people's lives in our community, and we have an opportunity here with your work to be a more supportive community. So
thank you. Okay, seeing no other questions for the chair, I saw what time you sent that email, Dan. So I'm not going to wait around and have them think of more questions for you. I think if everyone's done, we're going to let you go and get some rest. Thank you
Thank you.
very, very, very much for this really very extensive report and for just the really beautiful way that you've laid it all out for us today. So thank you. We really appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Take care. Okay. Moving next. So unless there is an objection, I am going to move up the 17A, which is 20.114 Plastic Reduction and Sustainability Ordinance in first reading. Seeing no objection, let's go forward with that now, as there are still people that are here and interested in hearing about it. Okay, so I'm going to note that this has come back from, Councilor Jarrett.
Sorry. Yes, I'm just going to recuse myself.
Okay. This was referred to Community Resources and Legislative Matters. Community Resources held a public forum and gave a positive recommendation with consideration of some amendments. And it was also then referred to the Disability Commission, which suggested 2 exemptions. And it was then went to Legislative Matters, which came up with multiple amendments and which were approved, and it was put forward with a positive recommendation from Legislative Matters. So I'm gonna open it up. Okay. Oh boy, this is the face of the person who's realizing that she very cavalierly listened to Councilor Dwight read this and is now realizing she's going to have to tackle these terms herself. Councilor Mary.
Yes, I was hoping that we could recognize the other co-sponsors so that they could partake in any question and answer. The Youth Commission, Noah Cassis and Eli.
We do have to put it on the floor before we recognize anyone.
Okay.
That's it.
But since it's a first reading, I'm gonna.
I can't believe it's the first reading. It feels like there's been so many readings in other places. I kind of forgot it was the first reading.
We could waive reading if you'd like.
No. Whatever the council would like.
No. Okay. All right. In the council, September. Wow. Where am I?
You could waive it if that's fine with this sponsor. I just didn't want my fellow councilors to feel like they're missing out if they would like that.
I think it's important because it also includes the proposed amendments and also for all, I heard a number of public comments that actually recommended things that are actually already embedded in the ordinance. So I think it's appropriate to have it read aloud.
I think that's a good point. I'm gonna note the date here is September 3rd, 2020. So we've moved quite a ways in time. This is upon the recommendation of Mayor's Youth Commission, Councilor William H. Dwight and Councilor Rachel Maori. Plastic Reduction and Sustainability Ordinance. An ordinance of the City of Northampton, Massachusetts, provided that the Code of Ordinances of the City of Northampton, Massachusetts be amended by amending Section 272-18, providing for environmental protection and solid waste reduction. Be it ordained by the City Council of the City of Northampton, the City Council assembled as follows. Remove existing subsection 272-18, add Section 272-18, environmental protection and solid waste reduction. These are the general definitions as used in this ordinance. The following terms shall have the meanings indicated. ASTM standard. Standards developed by the American Society for Testing Materials, ASTM, including only international standards D6-400 or D6868 for biodegradable and compostable plastics. D6400 is a specification for plastics designed for compostability in municipal or industrial aerobic composting facilities. D668 is the specification for aerobic compostability of plastics used as coatings on a compostable substrate. Biodegradable, entirely made of organic materials such as wood, paper, bagasse or cellulose, or bioplastics that meet the American Society for Testing and Materials, ASTM D7081 standard for biodegradable plastics in the marine environment, or any other standard that may be developed by the American Society for Testing and Materials specifically for an aquatic environment. BPI certified refers to compostable products and packaging certified as compostable according to the Biodegradable Products Institute. Compostable. Disposable food serviceware or packaging is compostable if it meets ASTM standards for compostability and is BPI certified. Disposable food serviceware. All containers, bowls, plates, trays, cartons, cups, lids, straws, stirrers, forks, spoons, knives, and other items, and this is one of the amendments, designed for one-time or non-durable uses, in which any food vendor directly places or packages prepared foods or which are used to consume foods. Such food serviceware includes, but is not limited to, serviceware for takeout foods and or leftovers from partially consumed meals prepared at food establishments. Food establishment, an operation that stores, prepares, packages, serves, vends, or otherwise provides food for human consumption as further defined in 105 CMR 590.001. Any establishment requiring a permit to operate in accordance with the State Food Code 105 CMR 590.00, etc., shall be considered a, quote, food establishment, unquote, for purposes of this ordinance. There you see something that we struck as an amendment, which is a medical care facility. Moving on to polystyrene. The term polystyrene refers to synthetic plastic polymer used to make food containers, cups, packaging materials, utensils, among other products. It's commonly known and referred to as plastic number 6. Polyethylene. The term polyethylene refers to synthetic plastic polymer used to make grocery bags, shampoo bottles, and other containers, among other products. It's commonly known and referred to as plastics number 2 and number 4. For the purposes of this legislation, both plastics number 2 and 4 should be considered polyethylene. Okay, polyethylene terephthalate. I'm looking. Okay. The term polyethylene terephthalate, also known as PET, is a common plastic polymer widely used to make packaging for foods and beverages, such as soft drinks, juices, and water, among other products. It's commonly known and referred to as plastic number 1. Polyvinyl chloride. The term polyvinyl chloride, also known as PVC, refers to a synthetic plastic polymer used to make plastic straws and utensils, among other products. It's commonly known and referred to as plastic number 3. Polypropylene, this was an addition. The term polypropylene, also known as PP, refers to a synthetic plastic polymer used to make food containers, disposable diapers, disposable cutlery, and plastic straws, among other products. It's commonly known and referred to as plastic number 5. Polystyrene loose fill packaging, a void filling packaging product made of expanded polystyrene that is used as a packing fill, commonly known as, quote, packing peanuts. Prepared food. Prepared food means any food or beverage prepared by the food establishment in any location owned or controlled by the food establishment using any food or food preparation technique. Prepared foods does not include any raw, uncooked meat, fish, or eggs unless provided for consumption without further food preparation. Prepared food may be eaten either on or off the premises. Recyclable. Material that can be sorted, cleansed, and reconstituted by Northampton's year-round municipal recycling collection programs for the purpose of using the altered form is the manufacture of a new product. In the manufacture of a new product. Quote, recycling does not include thermally destroying or converting solid waste. Retail establishment. Any commercial facility that sells goods directly to the consumer, including but not limited to grocery stores, pharmacies, liquor stores, convenience stores, restaurants, retail stores, and vendors selling clothing, food, and personal items, and dry cleaning services. Reusable. Products that are designed to be used more than once in the same form by a food or retail establishment. Biodegradable bags. Bags that, 1, contain no polymers derived from fossil fuels, and 2, are intended for single use and will decompose in a natural setting to an environmentally beneficial material at a rate comparable to other biodegradable materials such as leaves and food waste. Reusable bags. Bags that are made of plastic, are made for multiple use, and are made of cloth, fabric, or other durable materials that do not decompose into harmful chemical components. Reusable bag is recyclable, biodegradable, or compostable and is specifically designed and manufactured for multiple reuse. Compostable bags. Bags that, 1, conform to the current ASTM D6400 standard for compostability, and 2, are certified and labeled as meeting the ASTM D6400 standard specification by a recognized verification entity. Recyclable paper bag. Paper bags that, 1, are 100% recyclable, including the handles, and 2, contain at least 40% post-consumer recycled paper content, and 3, display the words recyclable and, quote, made from 40% post-consumer recycled content, unquote, or other applicable amount in a visible manner on the outside of the bag. Product bag, bags without handles in which loose produce, bulk items, unwrapped baked goods, or prepared food or other products are usually placed by the consumer to deliver such items to the point of sale or checkout area of the store. These are also sometimes used by cashier or checkout personnel to contain items at point of sale. Checkout bag, carry-out bags provided by a store to a customer at point of sale. Checkout bags are distinct from product bags. B, general prohibition and regulation. 1, food establishments are prohibited from providing prepared foods to customers using polystyrene, polyvinyl chloride, polyethylene, polyethylene terephthalate, or other non-recyclable disposable food serviceware. 2, food establishments using any disposable food serviceware shall be biodegradable, compostable, reusable, or recyclable food serviceware. All compostable food serviceware used by food establishments must be clearly labeled with the applicable standard on the product or its packaging. 3, retail establishments are prohibited from selling or distributing polystyrene food serviceware to customers. This includes sale of polystyrene ware for home food use. 4, retail establishments are prohibited from selling or distributing polystyrene loose fill packaging to customers. 5, retail and food establishments may only sell or distribute product bags which are either 1, biodegradable, 2, compostable, or 3, reusable. All compostable product bags used by retail and food establishments must be clearly labeled with the applicable standard on the bag. 6, if any retail establishment provides a checkout bag to customers, the bag shall be either a recyclable paper bag or a reusable bag. 7, this was an addition, an amendment. No retail or food establishment shall sell or distribute straws made of polystyrene, polyvinyl chloride, polyethylene, or polyethylene terephthalate. Retail and food establishments may sell or distribute compostable, biodegradable, and reusable straws upon request by the consumer. Upon request of a plastic straw, retail and food establishments may sell or distribute polypropylene straws. Retail and food establishments are encouraged to offer compostable or reusable straws. C, exceptions. 1, the mayor's designee may exempt a food or retail establishment from the requirements of this ordinance for a period of up to, this had been 6 months, it's now been changed to 1 year, upon finding by the mayor's designee that the requirements of this ordinance would cause undue hardships to the establishment. The mayor's designee may approve, this had been 1, now it's changed to 2, additional 6-month periods upon the showing of a continued undue hardship. An undue hardship shall only be found in A, circumstances or situations unique to a particular food or retail establishment such that there are no reasonable alternatives to plastic products or materials banned in this ordinance that are necessary to the establishment's operations, or B, circumstances or situations unique to the food or retail establishment such that compliance with the requirements of this ordinance would deprive a person of a legally protected right, or C, circumstances where a food or retail establishment requires additional time in order to draw down an existing inventory of plastic products or materials banned in this ordinance. Any food or retail establishment receiving an exemption shall file with the mayor's designee monthly reports on inventory and remaining stocks. 2, any food or retail establishment seeking an exemption shall apply to the mayor's designee using forms provided by the health department and shall allow the mayor's designee or his or her designee to access all information supporting its application. 3, the mayor's designee may approve the exemption request in whole or in part with or without conditions. 4, the mayor's designee by regulation may establish a fee for exemption requests. 5, certain products are exempt from this ordinance's prohibitions. These include A, flexible transparent covering, commonly referred to as plastic wrap. B, thin film plastic bags used to contain dry cleaning or newspapers, typically without handles. 1, product bags are not exempt from this ordinance's prohibitions. And C, packaging utilized for prescription drugs. D, penalties and enforcement. The mayor's designee shall provide to food and retail establishments succinct materials explaining the requirements of this ordinance and recommendations for proper waste stream procedure. 2, if it is determined that a violation of this ordinance has occurred, the mayor's designee shall issue a warning notice for the initial violation. 3, if an additional violation of this ordinance has occurred within 1 year after a warning notice has been issued for an initial violation, the mayor's designee shall issue a notice of violation and shall impose a penalty against the food or retail establishment. 4. Each penalty of this ordinance's clauses shall be no less than 1, $50 for the first offense, 2, $100 for the second offense, and all subsequent offenses. Payment shall be made within 21 days to the city clerk. Non-payment of such fines may be enforced through civil action in the Northampton District Court. No more than 1 penalty shall be imposed upon a food or retail establishment within a 7 calendar day period. Severability. If any provision or section of this ordinance shall be held to be invalid, then such provision or section shall be considered separately and apart from the remaining provisions or sections of this ordinance, which shall remain in full force and effect. Effective date. This ordinance will take effect on, and this was an amendment, on January 1st, 2022. Okay. Councilor Dwight.
Move approval, please.
Second.
Motion's been made by Councilor Dwight, seconded by Councilor Maori. Councilor Dwight.
Move to recognize the co-sponsors represented by Noah Cassis. Eli, are you here too still?
Eli
If
Marlin.
Eli's here. Yep, okay. Rena Pai as well, and Marty Nathan, please.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded to recognize other sponsors. Any discussion? Roll call, please, Laura, on recognizing them. I've lost Laura. I can't see her. Oh my gosh, have I really lost Laura?
No, I see her.
Oh,
There she is.
That's what pure panic looks like.
Counselor Dwight,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett. Oh, of course, he's
Yeah.
recused. Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Quinlan,
Laura, I'm glad you're here. Yes.
Counselor Shara,
Yes.
and Counselor Thorpe.
Yes.
Okay, they are recognized. Discussion.
I'd actually like to open it up with Noah Cassis, principally because it has been noted that this is a product of the very hard work and earnest work and inspired work of the Youth Commission in conjunction with very good community members who have provided the expertise. But this discussion, it's worth noting, as Noah has mentioned, has been ongoing for at least 2 years with this commission, and has actually been ongoing since, oddly enough, since the Youth Commission included Judy Harrell's daughter, Jessie Harrell, when it was around after we closed our landfill, in the same conversation about how we do reduce our waste stream. The Youth Commission's been devoted to this issue for a long time. And I think that it's appropriate that Noah be the initiator of the discussion.
Noah.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you so much, Councilor Dwight. Yeah, this has been a long time coming. I am very appreciative. I mean, it's obviously, I am the current chair of the Youth Commission, but obviously it's been very much a team effort across several generations of the Youth Commission, as Bill said, and with Eli Marlin and with, our really fantastic community partners, Doctors Rena Pai and Marty Nathan. And I think it's good that we've gotten to the floor. I think it's taken a while, but I think it's very good and very important that we've been so deliberate and so intentional about reaching out and thinking through amendments and thinking through implications and thinking through next steps. And I'll also thank, Councilor Nash for being the chair of the Community Resources Committee and really pushing that really thorough process. I'm looking forward, as I'm sure Eli is as well, to answering any and all of your questions tonight as we go through this first reading. And I guess the final thing I'll say is that it's not, I think for young people, it's the climate crisis is a very important issue. And I think tackling it through a plastics ordinance is not the flashiest way of going about it. It's not, when there's a lot of talk about the Green New Deal, it's a lot of people are really excited and the plastics maybe don't bring out quite that same excitement. But I think the Youth Commission has been able to see the connections really well and has been able to keep our mind focused on this is one way that our city starts to address this. And there's going to be a lot more ways, and I promise, we will be back, or my successors or the next youth commissions will be back with more climate related things. But I think not the flashiest first, one of the first goes from the youth commission, or second go after the bag ban, but really important. And yeah, looking forward to answering questions and moving forward.
Thank you. Eli, is there anything you would like to add?
No, I think Noah covered it pretty well. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Discussion. Councillor Nash.
Thank you, Council President. So what I'd like to do is take a moment to report out on the findings from Community Resources that at Legislative Matters that the discussion was pretty substantial, and we really didn't get to do this. So I'd like to do that real quickly right now, as quick as I can. So first of all, I want to recognize Community Resources worked with Amy Kaelane, with Noah Cassis, Rena Pai, Marty Nathan, with Rachel, and with Rachel Maori, and with Eli Marlin, that we together, we worked on doing a lot of outreach, that where Community Resources outreach and outreach with the Youth Commission, it overlapped a lot. I personally worked with the sponsors to flyer many businesses downtown. I personally spoke with, and I want to read this list because these are businesses that I had short conversations to hour-long conversations with around this ordinance. The short conversations were generally from many of our cafes downtown who were like, oh yeah, this is great. We're good with this. There was a lot of places that were like that. There were other places that were just like, hold on. We're really worried about our economy. We're worried about downtown. And so I spent a lot more time talking to those people. But here's the list. Belly of the Beast, Woodstar, India Palace, Platform, Joe's, Jake's, Fitzwillies, Harold's, Cooper's and State Street, Highbrow, Local Burger, Eastside Grill, Homestead, Dobra Tea, Nourish, The Roost, Veracruzana, and Dirty Truth. Then I have probably another 24 places that I simply dropped flyers off with people and didn't have a lot of discussion with them. The counselors on Community Resources will back me up on this. That in general, there were 4 big concerns that we heard. One had to do with plastic straws, and then that issue was also raised by our Disability Commission, and those and I see that there has been amendments to address that. The other thing, item number 2, was the start date. That we heard from businesses that they were concerned that the August 1st start date was too soon. We're in the middle of a pandemic, that there's got to be a little bend there. The sponsors at Legislative Matters pushed that start date back to a year from today, January 1st, 2020. Other things that we heard were about the timing of this ordinance. And prior to Legislative Matters, I had submitted a possible amendment to deal with the pandemic, and that didn't get on the floor. And actually, I'm thankful we didn't get to that. I actually had a discussion with Attorney Seawald afterwards, and I'll go into that in a second. The other thing that we heard from businesses was about the supply chain. That right now in the pandemic, all of these materials are touch and go. You never know what's going to show up one week to the next. And And the information I have is that still continues right now with so many of our business, our food establishments dependent on takeout, that people are avoiding dining in, sitting down, using ceramic and plates and metal utensils. And so everything's going out the door. So all of this is in high demand. Back to that amendment. As far as for a pandemic, that my discussion with Attorney Seawald had me land at a place, which is that I think we should enact this this proposal tonight with the idea that we are the responsible body, that come next January 1st, if we're still in the middle of a pandemic, that we as the body who've enacted that, we can also delay implementation of it should we still be in a state of emergency. And I want to put out tonight to the business people who are concerned that why are we going to do this in the middle of a pandemic? I will, if we're still in a pandemic, I will bring to the floor next year a delay notice, a suspension for a period of time for us to discuss that will last until the end of the pandemic. And I think that other sponsors will back up, other councilors will back up that idea that we don't want to do undue harm to businesses. The other thing is that we heard about the supply chain. And Councilor Maori and I met with Cooper's Corners. We spent a lot of, I've spent a lot of time talking with Harold's. Those are two businesses in particular that are feel that they're going to be very impacted by this particular ordinance. And that when we looked at the exemptions they time out after 2 years. After 2 years, you need to be in full compliance. And that I had a discussion with the mayor today. And the discussion was about, Mr. Mayor, on the other side of the city, on the implementation side, the mayor's designee, are we going to be getting feedback? Will council be getting feedback around certain situations where complying around a particular item would be so detrimental to the business that we need to consider coming up with some other solution? And that the mayor said that he shared with me that, yeah, we can consider that he said, although I'm not going to be mayor when this gets implemented, that the executive, the job of the executive is to work with council. And that, so this is to say, should there be 2 years from now when all of this times out and there's a business that still has would have a undue negative effect by this ordinance because of a particular item, that the city and city council will work with that business. I'm wondering if the mayor would like to talk about that with me, or if we can get him on the floor just to talk a little about that.
He's there.
I'm here. I'm on the floor.
Yeah, all right.
The virtual floor. I think you've described, I think, anytime the council enacts a policy like the single-use bag ordinance or any other sort of policy, then it's up to the executive to implement it. And obviously, if you're giving us some discretion to be able to give these extensions up to a maximum of 2 years. And we're obviously, if we encounter an issue that seems like it's requires some modifications or allowances, certainly we would come back to the council and say, I think we need to adjust this, for whatever reason. I can't tell you what that would be, but that's certainly very commonplace with ordinances. You know, you do the best you can do to capture everything you think needs to be captured when you draft it, but then when it's actually put into place, there may be changes that have to be made. So yeah, I mean, that's all I can tell you would be the approach. And I think I also told you that, you know, we our inspectors and our health department and our building department and other, try to work collaboratively with businesses. So I'm sure that they would try to help solve any issues or problems. Again, I have to say this as you said, in a hypothetical fashion, because this goes into effect, and it'll essentially go into effect, in January 1st, 2022. So I'll have about half a day left before whoever gets sworn in on noon the next day will be taking this over. But that would be the approach, I think.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
So I'll just note, so Councilor Nash, you were saying 2 years, but with the amendments that were done at Legislative Matters, it's now been pushed to a full year before implementation. And then there's an initial 1 year exemption with the possibility of 2 additional 6-month exemptions. So that would be a total of 3 years, actually, until a business that had a hardship.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Okay. Well, that I had misinterpreted that. So that is even more latitude.
I thought so. Councilor Dwight.
It's worth noting, actually, what the mayor just said and what Councilor Nash just said, that it's true of every ordinance. And I would bring up, for example, the King Street zoning as a perfect example. It was established zoning restrictions and standards that were established that those in the business community felt were onerous and too restrictive and had stifled development. And with the chamber and others came back and lobbied and effectively changed those rules that actually were affected by a previous council that I served on. So that could happen here. It could happen with virtually every law that we make, that we cannot dictate, and I think the solicitor would tell you that we can't dictate what other councils will do going forward. And this has always been the case. Also, this issue came up about attaching it, for instance, to the date fluid and flexible with the end of the pandemic emergency, or at least the declared emergency. But his strong recommendation was that it start at a date certain, because you want that level of black and white clarity when you make a law, as opposed to something that is amorphous and ambiguous, particularly for an establishment date. And as Councilor Shara pointed out, it is very well worth noting that we're talking about the possibility of extending this out for hardship cases to 3 years from now, from enactment. So, and I think, and I want to emphasize that, and as you noted, basically the people who did the hard work on this, not me. I'm a sponsor, but I didn't do the hard work on this. People who did the hard work on this have amended and heard these concerns and addressed them by the proposed amendments that came out of Legislative Matters, and maybe tweaked or so on the floor here. But I want credit where credit is due. They have been responsive, they have been inquisitive, and they have been conscientious about how this proceeds, while at the same time maintaining the essence of the mission of this. One very encouraging outcome from all those Zoom conference calls and the testimony you heard today and everything else, this ordinance seems to have inspired, it appears that there's unanimity on the need to reduce the human contributions to climate change and also to environmental degradation. And almost everyone, is prefaced their remarks by saying that they with their agreement about the fact that something must and should be done, and done soon. But then we run into the tricky parts about that's a great idea, but not now. Now is bad. And clearly now is bad. And that is acknowledged and recognized and been addressed. I mean, the pandemic and the human response to it have kind of resorted our priorities as we go. And I mean, we're hopefully in the turnaround phase of COVID-19's assault, but we've been under essentially house arrest for what will likely end up in the end being a year or so. Jobs have been lost, businesses have failed, people are losing their homes, their livelihoods, along with that, their dignity. The global economy is reeling, and we were and still are in triage. And our choices were dire, but we chose to resist in the interest of saving lives in this case. And as is noted before in the presentation, the discussion about the police commission report, we're a reactive culture. We react to crises and problems as opposed to prepare for them or work prophylactically. Our medicine is done that way, the way we police, the way we do anything. We respond, we wait until something becomes a crisis and then we react. Sort of we swat mosquitoes after we've been bitten. The progressive insults on the climate are not the consequences of a dark campaign prosecuted by a malevolent state. We did this. We're still doing this. All of us are complicit because we tend to favor expedience and expense over all other things. And the global mobilization against the pandemic has brought many things into sharp relief for me, even around this issue. People who value the greater good over self-interest are the people that I want making decisions and policies. And I believe that this body is that. I prefer leaders who invest their trust in science, unlike someone who's about to be frog marched out of DC. And its rigorous protocols and the commitment to truth over cynical demagogues who base their positions on whichever delusional fantasy is gaining purchase on the internet or in the moment. We must address our impact on the ongoing systemic collapse of the climate with the same urgency and commitment and sacrifice that we addressed the pandemic, particularly in this community. I mean, other places in the country, obviously, it's a different thing. We are working the one thing that people in Northampton, including the businesses that have all been adversely impacted, all recognize that what's more critical at this point is to protect everyone else in the community. We wear masks not to protect ourselves, we wear masks to protect others. And it's the same attitude, although it's not as in stark relief as the pandemic was. But our response to this is just as critical. I mean, you know, we're sitting here dealing with a ticking clock. And I mean, some people dismiss this as being hyperbole for something as a simple matter of discussing disposable to-go packaging, among other things. But no, this is our commitment not to be complicit. And this is something we've always fought for. When Northampton said that, either we're paying lip service to the concept and notion of protecting the environment through our endorsement of to be carbon neutral, depending on who you talk to, by 2050 or 2030. Well, the fact is Northampton's not going to make the world carbon neutral because we've decided that. It's like when Amherst years and years ago declared itself a nuclear-free zone. That seems somewhat silly. It didn't really do anything. But what you're doing is we are declaring that we will not be complicit in this process. It is worth noting that, I mean, we've been bested by Westfield. Westfield, a much more conservative community, and one that I wouldn't necessarily pick out of the bunch as being a little more advanced and conscientious about this issue than we are. I mean, they've stolen our thunder in that respect. It's a little embarrassing. But that's not the reason for doing this. The reason for doing this is a commitment to protecting not me, but to protect all of us and to protect the communities and to protect generations subsequent to us. That is why that's why this is so powerful, because it is inspired and presented by the Youth Commission, people who certainly have a whole lot more invested in the outcome of this than I ultimately will. And their urgency is not fashionable. It isn't born out of, this is cool to do. Their urgency is genuine. And the fossil fuel industry, which is the creator of all plastics, is the one thing that, I mean, as they've transitioned out of providing fuel oil, and they've decided that their only salvation for the fossil fuel industry is to invest in a massive expansion of plastics. One of the interesting things in my research I discovered is that all the plastic ever created, with the exception of some that's been burned, still exists today and will continue to exist. So everything we add to that exponentially from, back when in The Graduate it was featured as a catchphrase, to now, all that plastic is still with us. It's still part of our system. And as we find out, it's part of our reproductive systems, our food chain, our blood systems, our endocrine systems. We can't be part of that. And the fossil fuel industry is one of the most egregious sources of climate impact, and the creation of plastics is now is threatening to outstrip the danger of cars and car exhaust. So we bring it back to our tiny universe. We bring it back to our tiny community. Our community, all the restaurants and all the businesses that we've heard from actually have all said that they share the same sense of urgency. But of course, they have bigger pressures. They have other pressures that are more immediate and need to be addressed. And I know that we've done our level best to accommodate those. But we have a very real obligation not to come off as hypocrites or feel-good liberals who just call for, a Green New Deal because it has the word green in it. We have to, at every point and every opportunity that presents itself, enact laws and policies that move us towards that goal. And as such, one, we won't be complicit, and two, as I think Councilor Zarin mentioned, we become a model and start to persuade, for instance, the state initiatives that hopefully will come soon, that will also help the supply chain question. So all the questions and concerns, particularly relative to the supply chain and relative to the inability to accommodate certain changes, those have been addressed. The more real questions that are problematic are the ones that Rebecca and I think Dimitri, I saw him there on the side, had expressed, and that you also heard from Amy and Jesse, was that we don't have, since we ceded the fact that we will no longer manage and control our own waste in our own landfill, we now have to deal with what do we do with these increased pressures for compostability, and that is problematic. The hope is that this will inspire one, people to compost more at home. Two, that we will be able to affect something here that will at least accommodate some level of expansion of compostable materials that will be generated by this law. which would not be as significant as some people, I think, believe, because as it's been noted, most of these people that Councilor Nash talked to already do this, already effectively do this. There will be some cases which will be difficult for businesses to try and address, and actually the businesses will in all likelihood do what businesses do or people do when they're left with an intractable problem. They solve it. They come up with an alternative. They come up with a solution. They modify their product. They do something. But the fact is that I don't think we should dispense with this ordinance or postpone it anymore out of those concerns, because I think to the extent that we can address those concerns, I honestly don't think we could do better. I did want to ask the solicitor, Amy Kaling brought up an interesting question about whether this applies to municipal systems. I want to ask the solicitor, point of fact, he believes that it does. I think it does, at least as far as Smith Folks food service stuff, because that's a food establishment, it's an eating establishment. But other systems, I'm not sure. And I think it should, but we don't have that language in here, and hopefully before we get to a second reading, if there's a second reading, that have an opportunity to speak with the solicitor about that. And then also, as I close, I would recommend, I think there's a recommendation that actually came up in legislative matters, we just didn't get to it, to alphabetize the definitions in the beginning. Thanks for listening to my screed. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Yeah, did you hear, I got caught off guard in the, when I was reading the definitions, when I suddenly was back in the B's and.
Right. No, I saw that, and I'm sorry that happened to you.
That's okay. So Councilor Labarge has been, Councilor Labarge, would you defer to the other sponsor, Councilor Maori, first, and then I'll go to you?
Sure, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to quickly piggyback on something Councilor Dwight said, which is, and also really address some of the concerns that have been brought up around how this is going to roll out. And I completely agree with Rebecca Robbins and Amy Francis and Amy Kaling that we're going to have to figure this out. As a city, we're all going to have to figure out how this is going to go. And there's definitely going to be a component of consumer education and consumer involvement. But this is what's so exciting, actually, is because part of why I believe Councilor Zaret wanted to speak today was because the more municipalities that participate in such an ordinance, the more choices and options we're going to have. If we look at this as a regional effort, we're going to get further, we're going to have better price points, and we need to build that demand to get there. And the problem is, these unknowns that people have spoken of, they're not really going away. It's a fast-moving market. It's changing all the time. And I don't think we can wait around to come to some stable place to then pass an ordinance. I think we've shown that the city and council are very responsive and are really willing to work with businesses here. We get nothing out of businesses not being able to comply. So I think that's the future here, and we certainly have a lot to figure out, but I think where it starts is passing this ordinance. We are not, why in the middle of a pandemic? We are not doing it in the middle of a pandemic. That is why we've delayed it, and we've given generous exemptions that many of the issues that people have brought up on would be potentially covered under. So just to look at it that way, that this is certainly something that there's more work to be done on, but I think the starting point is precisely here. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Labarge.
Thank you. I want to thank Noah. We had a lengthy talk on the phone, a couple of weeks ago, and then Eli also. And because I do know that there were some people from the Commission on Disabilities, and it's quite late for some of them to go this long during the night. But anyways, I have a concern here. which is on the being told from the Youth Commission, from the co-chair, that he apparently at that point, you talked about putting the language in regards to that in due respect, which our disability coordinator, Keith Bennett, brought to our attention at City Council in regards of mentioning that no establishment has rights, okay, to ask anybody what their disability is. And I was just told this week by one of the Youth Commission members that one of our counselors had said, well, no, there's already a law in it. We know that, but it's educating. Some people don't know that. And we have some concerns, and that's why with Keith Benoit, he wanted to talk about that tonight also too. But my question is, I want to thank the two of you for talking with me and doing what really was very important to us on the Commission on Disabilities of the plastic straws, and be able to give the respect that should be given with people with disabilities who has difficulties with maneuvering their hands in a position, which I know because I've worked with it a long time on my life, like this, going into a restaurant, you cannot hold a spoon, a plastic straw, bendable. That's important, bendable on that. So I want to thank you very much for putting that in there 100%. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dwight.
Just to the point about why the language of education wasn't included, because the ADA has been established in a long time, and I'm pretty confident every restaurant knows the rules surrounding the American Disabilities Act. It's fine if you want to reinforce it. I think it's not essential. And plus, as far as education, that's something that you can't embed in the law, but you can actually, and I think we will. The Youth Commission is already committed to this, is to share with restaurants and education and with the community at large, an education about what all this means. And this came up also, you'll recall, with the plastic bag ban some years ago, the concern, and I believe that was also the Disabilities Commission's concern, was the banning of plastic bags with handles. Those are already banned, as the point was made. And no establishments here actually have them available, with the exception of places like CVS, who figured out a clever workaround, which will be banned under this current ordinance. But
Labarge?
Yes, Councilor, I understand what you say about educating, but yes, we know that the ADA is a law. There's no question about it. But how can you actually tell me or any one of us that yes, they all understand that you cannot ask somebody that? I don't understand that, because I think it's very valuable, because it has happened. It has happened.
I suspect it probably will continue to as well. It's very likely that even if we embed it in the law, that's one dimension of the law. I'm pretty sure that restaurants are going to ask what's banned, and they're not going to ask what's allowed. As we go forward, that I mean, I'm not going to die on this hill, but the fact is that we've done this before in order to make laws more streamlined and approachable, and this one's a tough one to chew on anyway. We don't, as a tendency, repeat what's already established under Mass General Law or federal law. You know, the equivalent of saying you can't murder somebody in this as well. Well, it's a given, and and so that's my only reticence about putting that in. It kind of front loads a law that's already probably going to be difficult for people to understand and read, and that's our big challenge.
Thank you, Councilor. And Noah, I want to thank you. I want to thank the Youth Commission for really having the respect about that language. And we did hear you on that. We want to thank you for that also.
Noah, response?
Great, thank you. Yeah, I'll reiterate just that I agree with Councilor Dwight about the repeating the ADA stuff there. And the other thing I just want to mention briefly though is that there is a requirement. I forget exactly which section, and I think it's in the penalties and enforcement section, that the mayor or mayor's designee shall provide succinct materials requiring explaining the requirements of this ordinance. So that requires some sort of education. And so I think definitely within that should be included. I don't know if the mayor is still on the line, but I see no reason why the executive, branch of the city government wouldn't include that information if we request it. So I think that's a fix there too.
There's the mayor.
I was just turning my video on to let you know I was still here. Yeah. I mean, when we did the single-use plastic bag ordinance, we did a flyer and did a lot, tabletops. We did a bunch of different educational materials that we distributed to businesses. So certainly we could include that as part of whatever pamphlet or materials that go out.
Other Councilor Quinlan.
Thank you. And thank you to the Youth Commission, of course, the sponsors here, Councilor Nash, with just a tremendous effort to reach out to the community. I think that was really magnificent work. And I just would note that we talk about, and Councilor Dwight just mentioned that Councilor Zared from East Hampton mentioned about being a model, that our budget, of course, our next budget begins on July 1st. We heard a call for investing in the city, having a facility for plastic composting or a program for that. And so I would just take a moment to maybe challenge the Youth Commission to think about step 2 of this, the implementation. What's step 2 that the city can do? Because this is something the city will enforce, but what's the city going to do? What are we going to really do to make this go to the next level? And I did have a question about one thing in the ordinance here, and it's section B7, and it just talks about straws, and it talks about no retail food establishments shall sell or distribute straws made of, I'm going to leave all the big words out, retail food establishments may sell upon request of the consumer. So I'm thinking about like the way straws are sold by a retail store in a package of 50 or whatever it may be, that those are all plastic. If a retail store wants to continue to offer that, even though we're saying that they shouldn't, if a consumer comes in and says, I need to buy these straws, are we still going to allow those on the shelves of a retail store? I'm not talking about the takeout food. I'm not talking about prepared food. What I'm talking about is retail packaged straws for sale. Eli?
Right.
Well, actually, Noah or Eli, I mean, with the issue about polypropylene straws and which one of you wants to take it? Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, I was just running to get a little bit of water. Yes, so that's a great question, Michael. Thanks for bringing that. I'm sorry, Councilor Quinlan. Thanks for bringing that up. So the way I'm reading it right now and the way I think it was intended to be written, yes, I think that upon request by the consumer thing perhaps becomes a little bit confusing if we talk about retail establishments, but I think what it's saying here is that, yeah, a retail establishment cannot distribute non-polypropylene straws. And basically the reason for that is that basically all plastic straws you'll find, including the bendable type that Councilor Labarge is referring to, when we talk about disability needs, all of those are made of polypropylene. There are a select few, including like boba straws, for example, that's been a concern, like the kind of straws that are being used for milkshakes at Harold's or at Lime Red. Those are all made of polypropylene. The reason to ban the other kinds is that there are, a very select few, PVC straws. Those tend to be more toxic and easier to dissolve into a hot drink. So yeah, as I'm reading it here, a retail establishment could sell bulk polypropylene straws only, because obviously if you're buying something like as a package, you're requesting it. The point of the upon request by the consumer is more that, if you're at, I don't know, I'm sure Woodstar doesn't do this anyway, but if you're at Woodstar they would no longer, they would have to say, do you want a straw? Rather than just giving everybody a straw.
Okay. Great, thank you. Because I was thinking about the fact that there were these amendments made around the bendy straws and so forth, but people would do those for home use perhaps as well. So I was just curious about that. So I appreciate you answering the question. And I, would just mention again the tremendous effort I think the Youth Commission made in this ordinance in the community outreach, but also in that I got multiple emails from members, I'm sure other counselors did as well, lobbying to support the idea. So I just think this was great effort, and I'm grateful for that. Thank you.
Councillor Labarge.
Yes, just a question on Councillor Rachel Mayor. You said that you did talk with Richard Cooper. Is that correct?
Yes.
I know with all the concerns that he had at our last meeting, and he had a list, and was he much better about it now once you went and talked with him?
So Councillor Nash and I went and met with Rich at State Street and went product by product, that he had concerns about. And Councillor Nash took copious notes and photos, and we're going through them one by one with Rich, looking for, and of course, if there are no reasonable alternatives, they would be exempt. But we're still working through that with Rich, and we're researching his particular products. He is in a more unique position, perhaps, than the cafes and the restaurants with the grab and go food and some packaging he does on site. So we're definitely committed to working through that with Rich Cooper.
And how about with Judith Harrell?
Yes, we've spent hours and many meetings talking with Judy Harrell about her particular items and problem solving, and we will continue to do so.
Oh, great. Okay, because I had great concerns, even talking with Judith myself, of how detrimental that this ordinance was on her business and Richard Cooper's also.
And of course, if there's no reasonable alternative for which she would be exempt.
Yeah.
Councilor Nash, did you want to add to that? I'm sorry. If you'd like to.
Yeah, I thank you. I just wanted to add that in terms of with both Coopers and Harrells, they do present a lot of situations where they have items that are necessary for their businesses, packaging items, and but I also want to say, as Judy shared earlier, that she's very committed to, addressing her business's waste stream, and that and the same with Rich Cooper, that these are two really great businesses, and that us saying to them, yes, we have this deadline, but we're going to work with you if you're really stuck. We don't want to have undue things happen to, especially these two businesses that are really great and particularly great for hiring youth. That remember that, Youth Commission, and that but yeah, we will continue to talk with them.
And I also think that when you're saying these are two, really great businesses in the city, but this ordinance also is to help anybody that owns a business in dire need. So that's very valuable right there, of making sure that that's being heard, Counselor, because right now there are so many businesses that are so bad off right now that we are hoping that those doors are not going to close. So what I would like to ask is, we are extending it, and the start date is going to be when? When's the start date now? Because I'm getting a little confused. I got different dates on here. Could somebody help me with that?
It's a year from about a year from now. So it's January 1st, 2022.
2022? So
Yes.
Nothing in 21, correct?
Correct.
Thank God. Okay. And then after that, it's extended, what, another 6 more months?
So the first possible exemption is for 1 full year. So that brings it to 2 years. And then there's a possibility of 2 6 months. So that would if both of those were granted, that would be an additional year. So that's 3 years from now.
Okay, I thank you for that clarification because I was told a little bit different on that the other day. So I thank you.
Sure.
And I will support this.
Noah.
Great, thank you. Thanks, Councilor Shara. Yeah, just a couple brief responses to that. One, responding to something that was mentioned by Vince Jackson from the Chamber of Commerce during public comment. He mentioned that he would like businesses to be able to work down their existing inventory. I just want to flag that that is part of the ordinance. And so that's another thing that actually may kind of, you know, serve as a natural exemption. So if businesses, for example, were to buy stock this year, significant stock, they would be able to work it down. And I think that's also a reasonable thing for businesses to be thinking about if, you know, they really just want to delay, you know, I think it makes a lot of sense that folks are they're just anxious and they're stressed and it's really tough right now. And so if they want to delay the process of them having to go and figure out with their suppliers what the substitute is, then buying additional stock while, you know, we hope people will get in compliance as soon as possible, that's an option. The other thing I just want to flag is that, you know, the truth is that there are these products which are currently, you know, folks are using, such as Judy and Rich Cooper are both using these products, which they do not see suitable alternatives to at the moment that would comply with the, you know, terms of this ordinance. I think the exemptions are a really great way to deal with that. I think the other thing is that the truth is, like some folks mentioned in public comment, there will be, you know, and I think it's good it's not going to be happening during the pandemic, but there'll be some growing pains at some point. And that's, you know, one of the reasons that there's not endless exemptions, because we do want to transition to, you know, the right way, to not being, not being so reliant on fossil fuels and not driving fossil fuel extraction so much. But I also think that, like was mentioned, RecycleWorks is going to be a really valuable resource for folks. We've already connected several businesses in conjunction with Amy Kaling and Councilor Nash. We've already connected several businesses to RecycleWorks, and they go and they do basically full service like evaluations. They'll go into the business for a few hours and they'll figure out what they have and how they can switch over and what suppliers would help them switch over to compliant materials. The other organization is the CET, Center for Ecotechnology, which has voiced some interest in helping set up some purchase cooperatives, like Amy Kaling also mentioned in her public comment. And the final thing is what Owen Zarrett, City Councilor from East Hampton, mentioned, which is that as more and more local businesses do this, we really hope that folks will be in communication. For example, Judy Harrell has told the Youth Commission and Councilor Maori a couple times that her product is pretty unique, but it's actually somewhat similar to, or pretty similar to, the product made by Mount Tom's ice cream. So I really hope that they will be in contact. And I think there's going to be a lot of opportunities for folks to be in contact with people in East Hampton, with people in, I'm blanking on the other names of the towns near us that are doing this right now, but there's going to be a lot of chance for regional cooperation too.
Thank you. And thank you, Noah, for noting about people with existing stock. I thought that Vince Jackson made a really good point that in addition to just stock that businesses have on hand now, we do have many restaurants that are sort of pausing business for the winter. And so that's even more stock that normally they would have made it through that they're not going to this year. So there might be more of a stockpile than might be anticipated. So I thought that was a really good point. But I do know that this ordinance really addresses that and is very generous in how that can be handled. Councilor Nash.
Really quick, RecyclingWorks provides their services at no cost. They will come in and assess for the business and make recommendations. They're affiliated with CET, that they get funding from the state for what they do, and businesses can take advantage of that and at no cost.
That's excellent.
Okay, Councilor Foster.
This has been a great discussion. I'll keep my comments pretty brief. I know it's getting late. I just wanted to thank the Youth Commission and sponsors, Councilor Dwight Maori, as well as some Ward 2 faces represented with Renapai and Marty Nathan and Eli Marlin. I appreciate your work on this. I think this discussion has been really helpful. This is really thoughtfully written ordinance. I really do hear the concerns, Vince Jackson and Amy Kaline, the concerns in your advocacy. And I also agree that, the way the ordinance has been written, we're not doing this in the middle of a pandemic. And I know it's challenging that this is coming out now. And I know that businesses are working so hard to stay afloat. But at the same time, climate change is also happening now. And our impact on the environment is happening now. And so I think we need to be able to hold these concurrent ideas. So I do look forward to supporting this ordinance, and I hope that, as has been mentioned, the more towns, cities, and hopefully statewide we address these issues, then that's going to bring up the supply side as well as how do we dispose of these. And I think if we wait until we have all of the answers, it would be easy to fall into some real inertia and not actually take action. And I wish we could do it from supply side to proper composting and disposal all in one fell swoop. But I think that this is just the nature of progress, that it's not always linear. And so I'm looking forward to supporting this tonight. And at the same time, I think that the outreach, Councilor Nash and the Youth Commission that you've done to the local business community is going to pay off. And I hope that it's really coming through, the commitment to working with businesses to make the implementation of this something that is not going to have undue hardship.
Thank you. Councilors, any further discussion? Councilor Mary, I see you thinking about it. Councilor Mary, and then I saw Noah raise his hand as well.
I was contemplating the right time to bring up some amendments that aren't in the document right now. So, but I would like the other councilors to be able to discuss what they.
I sense your time is now, but
okay, great. Okay.
One quick sec. Noah, before Councilor Maori brings up her amendments, would you like to speak?
No, I couldn't hear her.
I actually just wanted to, I think myself and Councilor Maori, I think I'll be share, if it's possible, I was going to share my screen so that she can read off of the amendments that we have prepared. So that was what I was raising my hand about.
Okie doke. Councilor Labarge, can you hear?
Yes, I can now.
Okay. Let me see what I can do.
Okay, perfect.
Can you share
All
now?
right. Yes, yep. All right, so yeah, so we do have two amendments. These are both amendments that we were hoping to have introduced at Legislative Matters, but needed some time to be looked over by the city solicitor. He has given the thumbs up on both of these, and so we'll be introducing them. I'll share my screen. Councilor Maori will read one of them in, and then I think the first one we talked about. Eli Marlin, Vice Chair of the Youth Commission, will speak for a second about why we're introducing this first one after Councilor Maori reads it in, and then debate, and then we'll do a second one if we get there. So let me do this. All right.
Hold on
Okay,
just a second. Yes, here we go.
Well, it's hard for me to see, folks. So, Councilor Maori is going to read, and then I'm going to go to Eli. Is that?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
okay.
if that's okay. Thank you.
I'm going to read my version, which I believe is the same. But anyway, the sponsors move that the Plastic Reduction and Sustainability Ordinance is amended as follows. 1, by adding the following as an 8th item in Section B, food establishments must provide disposable food serviceware accessories only upon request by customers or at a self-serve station. A, online food ordering platforms that take orders of prepared food for pickup by or delivery to customers in the city of Northampton are required to provide options on their ordering platform that enable customers to choose which disposable food serviceware accessories to include with each order. When no options are selected by the customer, the default practice shall be that no disposable food serviceware accessories are provided. The platform must provide the food establishment an option method for listing a customized list of accessories that are offered by each food establishment listed on their platform. For delivery orders, food establishments may choose to include specific accessories such as cup lids, spill plugs, and trays in order to prevent spills and deliver food and beverages safely. 2, by adding the following as new definitions titled disposable food serviceware accessory and online food ordering platform, respectively, directly after the definition disposable food serviceware. Online food ordering platform, the digital technology provided on a website or mobile application through which a consumer can place an order for pickup or delivery of prepared food. Such platforms include those operated directly by food establishments, by companies that provide delivery of prepared meals to consumers, and by online food ordering systems that connect consumers to prepared food vendors directly. Disposable food serviceware accessory. All types of disposable food serviceware provided alongside prepared food, including but not limited to utensils, chopsticks, napkins, cup lids, cup sleeves, food or beverage trays, condiment cups and packets, straws, stirrers, splash sticks, and cocktail sticks. This does not include such items that are necessary for the containment of foods, such as plates, bowls, and bags.
Second the amendment.
Okay.
I presume that was a motion for an amendment. So that's, yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna go to Eli. Yes. I can't see any of you if you're nodding at me.
Yes, that's right. Yep.
Okay. Let me find Eli. Here you are. Okay.
All right, thanks. So just to quickly recap it, essentially what this amendment will do is it'll mean that any items that still comply with the ordinance, so still can't be plastic for the most part, but whatever spoons, forks that you would normally receive in your takeout orders, or when going to a restaurant that are disposable, will instead be, you have to request them. Specifically, or primarily here, the first thing is online ordering. It's like when you go to order on a website, you have to put in, I want a fork or whatever. The main purpose of this was to, while moving from plastic to compostable is good, we're trying to move to a not single-use world of anything, or reduced, at least to the highest capacity we can, or to the lowest capacity we can. So that's sort of the goal, to just reduce what we're using, single-use, the throwaway culture that we have.
Yeah, and I'll just add there that this is directly based off of, and I hope I don't misspeak here, I think it is Berkeley, California. I believe Berkeley, California, but somebody can correct me. We based this language basically directly off of another ordinance which has done a very similar thing. And yeah, like Eli said, this, yeah, I mean, it saves businesses money. It's something that a lot of businesses are already doing. And it's really just another simple way, in addition to the next amendment that we'll be introducing. These are both things that came up in response to Rena, Marty, and Councilor Maori. I don't know if Councilor Maori wants to talk about this, attending several conferences and doing some research into kind of the current state of thinking around what these ordinances should look like. And basically what all of these, policy shops say and, sustainability advocates say is that, yes, it's good to do like the baseline plastic ban kind of thing, but it's actually really important to include measures which switch people to habits which are primarily using reusable services. So I don't know if, actually, I just got a text from Rena Pai that she's still here. If we want to hear from her, add in a little bit about a conference that she attended where she heard about this, if we want to do that.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Was she already recognized?
Yes, she
was
was
already recognized. Yeah.
She and Marty were also recognized. Yeah.
Let me figure out how I can pull up the participants. Give me a second.
Do people still want, I can stop sharing my screen, but I was wondering if people still want to look at the text.
I'm good.
I'm
okay.
good. Okay, Lorena, I am asked you to unmute.
Hello?
Hi.
Hi. Yeah, I just can add that it was Upstream, which is the name of the organization that sponsored it was actually by the Mass DEP. And they had Upstream from Berkeley, California as a guest. And they were full of wonderful ideas, including this particular language for the opt-in for accessories, which is kind of a win-win as it saves businesses money and reduces waste also. So people don't need be given out free packets of ketchup, free packets of sugar, free packets of, fork, knife, spoon, napkin, all wrapped in plastic. They don't need it. So people are just going to have to ask for that on the online platform. And then I guess while I'm here, I'll say one other thing regarding something we spoke about just a moment earlier, which was to do with the waste stream end of it that Karen Foster had mentioned and many other people. And I think one of the many valuable things I learned in researching this project was from Susan Waite in particular about the 2030 master plan for solid waste for Massachusetts, which indicates that in 2022, which is very soon, businesses generating half a ton of compost are going to they're going to be required to compost it. Half a ton of organic material are going to be required to compost it. So yes, legislation can feel like it's happening in a piecemeal fashion. One thing, the cart before the horse before the cart, but all of these things are going to need to come together for us relatively soon. And so I'm looking forward to seeing that fall into place, that piece of it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Labarge,
Yeah.
is this to the amendment?
Yes.
Great.
Anyways, Noah, where did you say the amendments came from? Did you say it was from California?
Yeah. So,
Yeah, thank
well,
you.
Rena can answer this better than I can, actually.
Yeah, because my nephew sent, what was it, a couple of days ago to me and my niece, the same exact thing.
Oh, really? Rena, it was from Berkeley, right? It's been passed in Berkeley.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, yes. Mm-hmm. And so, sorry, yes, that is true. Back to the solid waste business. I'm still thinking, I wish I had said something else, so I'll say it now. And that is that, when we talk about how will this affect schools, other civic organizations that are larger, all of those are going to be in the category of a size of places that generate enough organic material that they are going to need to compost. So if they're required to use compostable ware, they're also going to be required to be composting by the Mass Solid Waste Master Plan, which will, in theory, take effect in about a year, so 2022.
Thank you.
So yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion on this amendment? Seeing none. Roll call on this amendment, please, Laura.
Councillor Foster.
Yes.
Councillor Labarge.
Yes.
Councillor Maori.
Yes.
Councillor Nash.
Councillor Nash, you're muted.
I'm having a bad night. Yes.
Councillor Quinlan.
Yes.
Councillor Shara.
Yes.
Councillor Thorpe.
Yes.
And Councillor Dwight.
Yes.
Okay, that amendment has passed. Next one?
Yes. I'll share my screen again.
Okay.
And Rachel will read the motion, Councilor Maori will read the motion, and then I will explain briefly.
Got it.
Okay.
Let me make it bigger because I was asked privately by Councilor Dwight to make it bigger last time. I know. That's something I've been doing too recently. I've been writing a lot of, at the risk of a tangent, I've been writing lots of college essays and asking my mom to read them over. And every time she walks over, I have the instinct now of zooming in on my screen before she walks over to read it. So I'm aware of the size issues.
Thank you for accommodating us. Let's see. The sponsors move that the plastic and reduction and sustainability ordinance is amended by adding the following as a 7th clause in section B. Any retail establishment or food establishment that is greater than 5,000 square feet in area and provides any type of checkout bag shall sell such checkout bags for no less than 10 cents per checkout bag. All proceeds from the sale of such checkout bags shall be retained by the retail establishment or food establishment. Any charge for a checkout bag shall be separately stated on a receipt provided to the consumer at the time of sale and shall be identified as checkout bag charge thereon.
Oh, can I just say one before the motion is seconded? I think we made a tiny mistake here, which is that I think we were anticipating introducing this before the other amendment. So I believe
Right.
it's now going to be the 8th section on the 8th item on section
And the
B. Oh, this is not the right one.
Yes, that
And
looks right
Yeah.
to me. We now have a 7, so this would be 8.
Yes, this will be 8. My apologies there. All right, I can bring it back. now.
I second the motion with the Scrivener adjustment.
Excellent.
Great. And let me just, oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Council President.
Go. No, I was
Okay.
going to throw it back to you.
Perfect. Yeah, so this is another thing that came out of, correct me if I'm wrong, but this also came out of the upstream presentation. I mean, it's something that we know about, this idea of a bag fee. And this is basically something that has become very commonplace in all these kinds of ordinances for the same exact reason as the last one. One of which is that it allows retailers to recoup the price for these, paper bags without making a decision that might make them less competitive. Although that's maybe not a huge difference when we're talking about a small town. It's a big difference in cities, and I think it is important that the businesses that have already chosen to do this fee, would somebody mind chiming in? I know there's several like supermarkets which have already decided to do a fee on the paper bags, that they won't be kind of left, they won't have to do it on their own, and it'll just be kind of a standard thing throughout the city. And then the second thing is that this is another thing which just encourages reusability, and it encourages consumers to start bringing their own bags. I mean, I know, it's something at the co-op. When I go into the co-op, I just remember to bring my own bag most of the time, because otherwise, you're going to be charged a very small fee. So those are the two things. I'm sorry, Big Y, Judy Harrell just sent me a message. Thank you. Big Y charges, Stop and Shop does not. And so, yeah, that's where we're at. And it's become very much commonplace and kind of standard in the sustainability world to include these kinds of measures. And one final thing, sorry, this is included in the East Hampton ordinance. They have basically the same exact language.
Councilor Dwight.
It should be said that this actually came up earlier and in discussion, and my concern was, of course, whether the city can actually require a business to exact a price. And so NOAA has went and consulted with the city solicitor who has signed off on this. And in fact, the modified language actually makes it much clearer. There's no expectation of the city to get any of these funds. It does, in fact, inspire, it creates a mild disincentive of perhaps enough for people to just sort of rely on a paper bag when, in point of fact, they could promote the use of reusable bags. And I mean, it's not so much a big deal. I won't speak for Big Y. Michael could probably do that better than I, but for Stop and Shop, it's probably not as much of an owner's expense as it is for smaller agencies. I think Cooper's and State Street, it's a considerable expense buying these bags, and to have that offset with a standard fee so they don't have these competitive pressures, I think is very well done. So I think this is crafted very well, and I'm excited about the introduction of it.
Councilor Foster.
It's on the floor for discussion, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so thank you. This makes a lot of sense. The one question I have for it is, like, I think about a bottle deposit back when those were past 5 cents was kind of a big deal. And I think about 10 cents for a bag. Is this going to disincentivize a business that may want to charge a quarter, or you know, I guess just in 10, 15 years, the 10 cents is just a figure that would need to be revisited. There will be a point where potentially either the cost of the bag outpaces that fee, or it's going to be such a negligible amount, it's no longer going to encourage people to bring their own bags. Maybe it'll be a habit by then.
Councillor Dwight?
I think that's exactly right. I think, as you know now, the presumption is that all cans and bottles are redeemable or recyclable, but most people actually don't redeem them, oddly enough. But the fact is, in this case, this is an opt-in issue about a bag, as opposed to you really don't have a choice. Your soda has to come in something, and it has to be a can. So I think it would create essentially a cultural conditioning that will, well, hopefully promote the use of reusable bags, or at least in some small way reduce the presumption that that's what you're going to have every single time, without conferring too much shame on somebody. That's another issue that, you know, I've you know, you go to some of these stores and they say, did you bring your own bag? And you're stuck in the line there with all the other people and you're ashamed. You have not. And you run crying out to your car. Well, I'm talking about personally, I've owned it, but it's just that this is better. It creates actually a universal price level and price point for people, so that there's an understanding. And I think that, you know, in several years, as inflation takes effect, at that point, it really won't matter. I think it'll be somewhat moot.
Councillor Maori, then Noah.
Yeah, that's a good point. And I was just going to point out that it does say no less than 10 cents, but you're right, at some point that will not be enough, but it does give the leeway to raise that.
Noah, did you?
Councillor Maori said exactly what I was going to say, which is the no less, but again, that still doesn't, yeah, eventually 10 cents becomes 0. So, yeah.
Okay. Councillor Nash, did I see your hand? You're muted, though. You're emphatically muted.
I know.
My apologies. So let me get this straight. So we're requiring businesses charge at least 10 cents for every time they hand out a bag.
I'm sorry if I may answer that. We're requiring that retail establishments, so this would only be establishments that are, you know, qualified as retail establishments under, you know, the CMR, that retail establishments 5,000 square feet or bigger charge 10 cents for checkout bags, for each checkout bag, at least 10 cents. So yeah, so that wouldn't affect, I actually don't know how, I'm guessing Coopers, and I don't have a great sense of area. I'm guessing Coopers and State Street are 5,000 or bigger, but I don't know, some small, I'm not thinking of it right, but that wouldn't affect businesses that are smaller than that. Yeah, and it also wouldn't affect product bags. So like, it's not a produce bag wouldn't be, you know, one of those plastic produce bags wouldn't be under it. But yeah, a paper checkout bag.
Okay. Other, Councilor Labarge.
Yes. Mayor, maybe you could answer this question that Councilor Dwight had concerns about, because I do too. I know that this amendment is going to Attorney Seawald, but can we as councilors actually put a price on a business to say what they're going to charge? I'm a little leery about that.
It's like Councilor Dwight was, go ahead, Mayor Narcoitz, or Councilor Dwight.
I'll defer to Councilor Dwight if he's talked to the city solicitor about this, because I have not discussed this particular amendment with the city solicitor.
Okay.
I have not, but Noah has, and the solicitor has signed off on this and said this is fine and appropriate based on the, as I said, as the language is crafted now. That, and we have to remember that this goes back to what Chris Pye was referring to, was essentially we're changing a culture. We're trying to change a culture the way we did with smoking, and that's what this would do. And so there is no fine or fee schedule attached to this amendment, you'll notice enforcement is just expected as opposed to actionable, I believe, so that we have not created a fine that's associated with anyone who violates this. But the idea is to promote a cultural shift.
Counselor Nash.
Yeah, so I would like to request that we table this particular amendment while I think about how, I mean, personally, I'm like, we've been very focused on plastic reduction, and we're folding in paper bags into this, and that I'm just a little tired, and I'm trying to take in this new addition and trying to think how to do some outreach around this. My instinct is that this is probably not a big deal, but I just would, we can take 2 weeks to think about it and then vote on this piece then. But I'd be fine with moving forward with, voting on the ordinance with up till this point tonight, and then just have a chance to kind of think this one thing over, because it's paper and it's not plastic. I'm like, so anyway, that's my thought.
Counselor Dwight.
Well, may I alternately propose that you approve the amendment tonight and hopefully approve the whole order, and that we have 2 weeks in which you can make your decision, and should it change, you can propose a deletion and an amendment. And if you make a persuasive enough argument, that way, at least if we postpone this one amendment, then we're going to have to amend it in second reading without people being aware that this is part of the content. So my recommendation is to include it in the order tonight so that people know that it's part of the order, and that if it is a point of concern and in the course of your outreach, you discover that it is, and you're able to share with the council on the floor and make a persuasive case for its deletion, then that would work. I don't want to table it personally, but you're also, you have an opportunity to make your case now and vote down the amendment or vote no. But I don't want to table an amendment. I think it's appropriate to keep it viable and part of the body of the ordinance. So that's my preference.
Noah.
Yeah, I'll just say, I mean, for what it's worth, obviously I'm not a voting member in any way. I think, that sounds like it makes sense to me. I'll just say that while our branding mentions plastic reduction, this is a very standard measure in ordinances like this. And it's very standard within the, scope. Maybe if we had named it reusable promotion ordinance or something like that, it would be more clearly within the scope. But I think it's very much within the scope of, if any of you were here way back when we had the slideshow that we presented at a couple of different, or maybe at one subcommittee meeting and a couple meetings with the with businesses, we had a picture there which was from Life magazine, which was like throwaway culture, and this person dancing in like a shower of plastic. And I think the whole idea of this ordinance is just moving us away from that, by both shifting, business practices and consumer practices. So I think it fits in, within that scope and within that purpose.
Okay. Further discussion on this amendment, which is still on the floor. Okay, seeing none. Roll call on the amendment, please, Laura.
Counselor Labarge.
Yes.
Counselor Maori.
Yes.
Counselor Nash.
Yes.
Counselor Quinlan.
Yes.
Counselor Shara.
Yes.
Counselor Thorpe,
Yes.
Counselor Dwight,
Yes.
and Counselor Foster.
Yes.
Okay. That amendment has passed and been incorporated. Any further amendments that you had? There were two, right? Okay. So any further discussion on the ordinance as amended? Okay, seeing no further discussion, I also want to give my heartfelt thanks for this incredible labor of love to the Youth Commission and the sponsors and the community members who've worked so long and so hard. Thank you. Roll call, please, Laura.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Quinlan,
Yes.
Counselor Shara,
Yes.
Counselor Thorpe,
Yes.
Counselor Dwight,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
and Counselor Labarge.
Yes.
Okay, that passes unanimously in first reading. Thank you.
Councilor Shearer,
We
just
yeah?
have 5 minutes break.
I think that's an excellent idea because
Thank you.
we are we haven't even done the consent agenda.
Exactly.
Okay,
Thank
5
you.
minute recess back at 11:45. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Is Liz still with us? Sure she is. All right, thanks, Liz. Okay, so we are back and we're at the consent agenda. I'm going to read the title of the items and ask if there are any removals for discussion, as there is no discussion on the consent agenda. We have the minutes of December 3rd, 2020, 20.162, appointment to various committees for referral. These are for referral to city services. For the Arts Council, Jesse Hassinger, 184 Main Street, Apartment 4. The term is January 2021 to June 2024. This is to fill a vacancy. To the Housing Partnership, Sarah Howard, 8 High Street in Florence. Term January 2021 to January 2024. This is also to fill a vacancy. For the Human Rights Commission, Kathy Wicks, 102 Black Birch Trail. Term January 2021, June 2024 to fill a vacancy. The Northampton Housing Authority Board of Commissioners, Joe Ella Tarbutton, 81 Conn Street, Apartment 626. Term January 2021 to June 2022. This is to fill a newly created position on the Northampton Housing Authority Board of Commissioners through the Special Act.
Move approval.
Councillor Jarrett.
I'd like to request the removal of the appointment of Sarah Howard to the Housing Partnership.
Okay, so that has been removed. And sorry, I just lost it for a second there. So motion for approval on the consent agenda minus that removal. Someone that was made by someone.
Move to
Yeah,
approve. Sorry.
yeah.
Made by Councilor Maori, seconded by Councilor Dwight. Roll call, please, on the consent agenda minus the removal.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Quinlan,
Yes.
Counselor Shara,
Yes.
Counselor Thorpe,
Yes.
Counselor Dwight,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
and Counselor Maori.
Yes.
Okay, the consent agenda passes, and now we'll take up that appointment to the Housing Partnership to refer to city services.
I move approval for Sarah Howard to be referred, please.
Let's. Councilor Jarrett, I assume there's a reason you need to remove this.
Yes, Sarah Howard is my life partner, so I'll be recusing myself from the vote.
Yes. So now the motion is made by Councilor.
I made the motion to approve.
And who seconded?
Get it?
Okay. Roll call, please. Laura.
Counselor Quinlan,
Yes.
Counselor Shara,
Yes.
Counselor Thorpe,
Yes.
Counselor Dwight,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
and Counselor Nash.
Yes.
Okay, that appointment has been referred to city services, and Councilor Jarrett can return. And we shall now recess for finance. Laura, will you please take the role of finance?
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Quinlan,
Yes. Here.
Counselor Shara,
Here.
and Counselor Thorpe.
Here.
Okay, we are here. First item, approval of minutes from December 3rd, 2020.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion is made by Councilor Thorpe, seconded by Councilor Labarge. Any discussion on those minutes? Roll call, please, Laura.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Quinlan,
Yes.
Counselor Shara,
Yes.
and Counselor Thorpe.
Yes.
Okay, those pass. First item 20.178, in order to increase personal property tax exemption threshold to the $2,500 upon the recommendation of the mayor. Whereas personal property is subject to local property taxation in Massachusetts unless specifically exempted by law, depending on the ownership entity or use of the property, whereas tangible personal property consists of goods, merchandise, equipment, tools, machinery, furnishings, and effects and other movable property, whereas all personal property owned by Massachusetts and non-Massachusetts residents and businesses that are situated in Massachusetts on January 1 is taxable unless an exemption applies, whereas Mass General Law, Chapter 58, Section 554 allows for a local option exemption for small personal property accounts in municipalities that accept this section, and further requires the municipality to establish a minimum fair cash value required for personal property accounts to be taxed and to modify that value from time to time. Where City Council previously in December of 2017 set the minimal value of personal property subject to taxation is at $1,000, and the principal assessor is recommending that the minimum be raised to $2,500, which will eliminate the issuance of quarterly personal property tax bills of such low value, will not result in significant revenue loss, and will provide welcome relief to small local businesses. Ordered that City of Northampton hereby accepts the provisions in Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 58, Section 554, and in accordance therewith establishes a minimal value of personal property subject to taxation of $2,500. There.
Move a positive recommendation.
Second.
Motion is made by Councillor Quinlan, seconded by Councillor Thorpe. I cannot see the people. Laura, could you stop sharing?
Sure, sorry.
Thank you. Can't find anybody. Oh, I see Mayor Narkowitz. I see Susan. Who would like? Anyone like to talk about this? Mayor?
I'll defer to Susan on this and have her. The assessor was here earlier, but I think we said that we relieved him for the evening, and if there are additional questions we couldn't answer, we could have him come back another time. So I'll have Susan. This is something we brought before the council back in 2017, but I'll have Susan update you on why the assessor is recommending this change.
Great.
Okay, and if you remember in 2017, the council did enact the $1,000 threshold, and our principal assessor is recommending that we raise that to $2,500. It's such a small amount, and processing the bills for this over 4 quarters, it's a very small amount of money that they pay. It would be a good time to give a small break to small business owners. And there's 240 personal property accounts that have a value of $2,500 or less. So the total tax income that we're losing from this is about $6,800, but there's a cost involved to printing and mailing all of these bills and tracking these payments. It's something that many municipalities do, and the $1,000 threshold was a good step, but $2,500 we feel just is a good cutoff for people to have to pay taxes on their personal property that's used in their business.
Okay, and Mayor Narkowitz.
The only thing I would add to what Susan said is the local the local act that we accepted allows municipalities to go up to 10,000. So you're allowed to go. You're allowed to set that minimum at 10,000. We accepted it and started at 1,000. And so we're basically saying or the assessor's recommending that we move it up to 2,500. Because some of these are really small bills. It may be a small business that just has like a computer and whatever, cash register, some small amount of personal property, and so we have to send them a bill quarterly. And again, it's a small amount of money, and it's a lot of processing and a lot of bills for a very small amount of money. So that's why this law was put into place, and so we're just asking to adjust it up a little bit. At the recommendation of the assessor.
Okay. Makes sense to me. Any questions? Okay. Seeing none, roll call on a positive recommendation, please.
Councillor Quinlan.
Yes.
Councillor Shara.
Yes.
Councillor Thorpe.
Yes.
Counselor Labarge.
Yes.
Okay, that moves forward. Next, we have 20.179, in order to authorize borrowing $1.5 million for paving projects. Upon the recommendation of the mayor, ordered that the sum of $1,500,000 is appropriated to pay cost of roadway engineering, design, and reconstruction, including the payment of all costs incidental or related thereto, that to meet such appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the mayor, is authorized to borrow such amount under Mass General Law, Chapter 44, excuse me, Section 7.1, or pursuant to any other enabling authority, and to issue bonds or notes of the city therefore, and that the mayor is authorized to take any other action necessary or convenient to carry out this project. Any premium received by the city upon the sale of the bonds or notes approved by this vote, less any such premium applied to the payment of the cost of the issuance of the bonds or notes, may be applied to the payment of costs approved by this vote in accordance with Chapter 44, Section 20 of the general laws, thereby reducing the amount authorized to be borrowed to pay such costs by a like amount.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion was made by Councilor Thorpe, seconded by Councilor Quinlan. Laura, can you stop sharing for me? Thank you.
I think I'm unmuted if you would like. I'm still unmuted. So this is an order that we've begun bringing forward earlier in the season, typically in December or January the last few years. Basically, this is the local contribution that we've been making to our paving program over the last 5, 6, maybe going on 7 years, where we started supplementing our Chapter 90 monies from the state with local capital monies. And so what this is allowing us to do by coming to you now in the winter time is it's allowed our DPW to go out to bid early, like now, early in the year, when contractors are just starting to put bids together and start to do some of their, first basically filling up their work for the paving season. And we found that we've been able to get pretty favorable rates by bidding early now like this. So the idea is to get this authorization in place so that they can go out to bid and potentially sign contracts early for paving. Once our Chapter 90 comes, and then we use sort of put all that together to be able to do the paving for the year. We have identified some projects. That's always the big question when this money comes forward. What streets are we looking to do? You remember this year, this last construction season, we pretty much had one major project, which was the big 2 miles of North Farms Road. That was a fairly extensive project, which also included sidewalks and included drainage and some water line work. So that was a pretty extensive project. It's finished, it's successful. So this year we've identified several roads and streets, or the DPW has, that are high priority, that they would utilize these monies in tandem with those other funds to accomplish. So just not in any particular order. One of them is Winter Street, which some of you know off of Prospect, which basically like blew up a year or so ago, had a massive water line and infrastructure failure, and basically, the street was in danger of sort of getting sucked down into the earth. Literally, a tree did get sucked down into the earth, and fortunately, DPW responded and addressed it, and there was some serious damage that occurred in folks' homes. But so anyway, the idea here is to basically reclaim that street, which got badly damaged, and also do water, sewer, and drainage work on the street. It's a small street; it's only 500 feet long, but it took a beating when the not just one but 2 catastrophic water main breaks that occurred there. So that's a high priority to get that taken care of. The other one, another 900-foot long street, Atwood Drive, which is down, where the old Clarion Hotel used to be, where we now have the courthouse building and all of the Cooley office buildings. And that's a road way that is in fairly rough shape. And we have some utility work to do there as well. The other one is Loudville Road. And Loudville Road is about 2,600 feet long. And there's it's in serious disrepair. I'm sure Councilor Labarge can attest to that. And so we're going to be doing some sections, segments of that. Loudville does kind of go in and out of the city limits, so it'll be a little bit segmented, but so we'll be doing the Northampton portions of it, but that's one that'll be one of the big ones. Meadow Street, which is about 2,700 feet long. That's going to be a reclaim from Spring Street to Park Street. And then sort of in that same part of the city, Pine Street, which is about a little under 2,000 feet long. And that's going to basically be a reclaim from South Main to Maple Street, that section of Pine Street. And it will include some work around the intersection of Maple, Man, and Pine, which I know the DPW director has been in touch with Councilor Jarrett about that, because we're trying to make some safety improvements there at that intersection. So in addition to that, there's going to be some mill and overlay work on some downtown streets, Strong Avenue, Pearl Street, and Summer Street are going to get a fresh coat of pavement, and some portions of Elm and North Elm as well. And then, there's crack sealing and other maintenance work that happens. But those are the targeted streets for this year, given the priorities and the shape of the shape that those streets are in, and what we think will fit in terms of this money that we're asking for authorization to borrow, plus what we know we have for Chapter 90 and other residual funds from other paving projects. Obviously, we then have to put them out to bid and see what the prices come back at. So this could change, but these are the targets for this year's paving program. So it's kind of a mixture of, again, some rural roads, some small residential streets, some downtown streets. So again, we're doing our best to provide additional funding to supplement Chapter 90 funding so we can continue the progress we've made to catch up on our backlog in paving. So that's what the borrowing authorization request is for.
Excellent, thank you. Councillor Quinlan, then Councillor Jarrett.
I just wanted to ask, what's the time frame of paying back 1.5 million? You said that you kind of introduced this every year around this time. So this is like a 1.5 million every year, and just wondering how that gets paid back, or what the time frame is.
Yeah. So the debt schedule. Susan's still here, right? Susan.
We bond either over 5 years or 10 years. It just depends what other projects are on the schedule in the coming years. But we normally would do a 5 or a 10.
Great, thank you. And I just wanted to say, I think it's just great that Summer and Winter Street are both on the list.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they both, it's time for both those streets. Yeah.
Yeah, Summer Street, they had a thing there this week, a sinkhole or something.
Yes, yeah.
Councillor Jarrett, then Councillor Dwight.
Great. Yeah, thank you. I'm really glad to hear about Pine Street and also the improvements to the Maple Street and Pine Street intersection. I was wondering, will there also be improvements to sidewalks or any traffic calming additions together with these projects?
Yeah, so we'll be looking at for example, Meadow Street. I know they're looking at adding sidewalks on Meadow Street. And I know that as they do the design on these streets, we'll be taking a look at what other potential traffic calming features can be added. You know, when we did North Farms Road, for example, you know, we've added the solar speed signs along some sections of that road to just where there's some high speed areas. But I know for sure there's sidewalks planned for Meadow Street. I don't know about any of the other. Well, obviously I mentioned the intersection at Maple and Man that I know that we've been talking about. Which is a very challenging intersection for folks. And so that'll obviously be a traffic calming or traffic safety feature of the project. We're going to the four-way stop there and actually closing off Man. So you don't have that fifth intersection or fifth leg to the intersection, surprise fifth leg to the intersection, which people don't always expect. So we're working on the designs for that. But yes, you know, obviously Atwood Drive, there's already there's already sidewalks and such that were part of the development out there. Winter Street obviously is a small 500 long foot street, so I don't think there's anything planned there. So I think that's from what I can recall, that's the main, the Meadow Street one is where we're actually going to be adding new sidewalk that doesn't already exist.
Mm-hmm. And then I was curious about Atwood Drive. Is that an older street that was just completely redeveloped around it, or was that street recently added when that development went in?
No, it was an existing street. It's been there. And, you know, this is something that, you know, I've had conversations with the developers of that whole project. They've put a significant investment into that particular property. Obviously, they tore down the old hotel. They owned the hotel. They tore it down, and they've now built three significant office buildings, which has created significant economic growth. But the road was already in challenging shape. They are required to add a traffic light once they complete the development, which they'll be working on. And but it's, you know, this is a street now that carries a lot of traffic, people going to doctor's appointments. We now have the courthouse that was relocated there. So it's a public way, and so we felt that it was an important one for us to address. It did take a little bit of a beating during the construction as well. Lots of trucks going over it. So that's the rationale for doing Atwood Drive.
Yeah, and I would say at the end, especially if the bus goes down there and then it has to turn around, back up,
yes,
and come back, and it's all beat up in potholes and.
Yeah,
so that would be good.
I think the ultimate plan is to have a circle that the bus can turn around in. I think we're going to actually, I don't know that we're going to pave the entire piece of it because they still have one more building to build at the back. So I think we're waiting for them to do their final hookup for utilities there before we would pave it. But yeah, the bus turnaround has been a long-standing issue. And I think the traffic light is another issue that's important as well. But that's a requirement, a planning board requirement. Once they build their final building, they're required to put a traffic light in.
And these improvements, so that their contribution was to add the sidewalks and to update the pedestrian infrastructure and of course the stoplight, but they don't contribute, other than of course in the new taxes, toward the road. Is that?
Yeah, that was not part of any planning board requirement. Yeah. But again, it is a city street, and we believe that, again, having now cut 3 ribbons at that particular location, and they've added a significant amount to our tax base, it's hard for me to tell people who've made that kind of an investment and grown our tax base that the city's not going to address a street that's in pretty bad repair. So we did have some conversations with them about whether they would like, whether we wanted to discontinue the street and sort of give them the street, but of course then they would be responsible for paving it and maintaining it. But we also have utilities under it as well. Our own utilities are under it as well. So in the end, this is where we landed.
Thank you.
Yep.
Councilor Dwight.
Just a quick question relative to Summer Street. Does that also include the stretch between State Street and King? And would that be included in the King Street redo?
It's going to really depend. It's going to depend on how the bids come in. I think that's the short answer. I don't think we have that one fully scoped out yet, how much of Summer Street we're going to be able to do. But yeah, you're right. There is that other project that we'll have that's in that same vicinity. But in terms of how much we can do of Summer, whether we can do the whole thing will just depend on how the bids come in and how far we can stretch the funds.
Because you are, I believe, one of the things that's being considered is changing the geometry of that intersection where Summer intersects with King Street. And it would seem to me that it would be kind of a shame if you guys went and repaved it and then the state went and hacked it all up again. So, and somewhat redundant, that's all.
Yep, most definitely. And this is actually a very basic like mill and overlay. So we're basically just doing the top coat. We're not doing a complete reconstruction. So yeah, but your point is well taken. And again, it will all depend on how much, how the bids come in and how many additional, how many additional road miles we can stretch our dollars into.
Thank you.
So
Go ahead.
No, I think State to Prospect is the piece that's, I think, in the roughest shape. So that's kind of the first priority. And so from there is, we'll see how we go from there.
Other questions, comments? Okay, seeing none, a roll call, please, Laura.
Councilor Shara,
Yes.
Councilor Thorpe,
Yes.
Councilor Labarge,
Yes.
and Councilor Quinlan.
Yes.
Okay, that moves forward with positive recommendation. We're up to 20.180. In order to appropriate free cash 1.5 million to stabilization, capital stabilization, and fiscal stability stabilization funds. Upon the recommendation of the mayor, ordered that 1,500,000 be appropriated from the FY21 general fund undesignated fund balance free cash to the following accounts: 500,000 capital stabilization, 500,000 stabilization fund, 500,000 fiscal stability stabilization fund. Motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion's been made by Councilor Thorpe, seconded by Councilor Labarge for a positive recommendation. And Mayor Narcoitz.
Yeah, I think, is Susan still here? I'll have Susan present this. This is a one that we bring forward pretty much every year, where we move monies from free cash, and I'll just have her discuss this one.
Great. Okay.
So we've kept her up this late.
Might as well say something. So we typically do this right after free cash is certified. Free cash was certified in November. In December, you did one free cash transfer, which was $60,000 to the Board of Health. To the Health Department, excuse me, for I think it was additional overtime for fighting the pandemic. But anyway, we delayed adding these on just to January because things were kind of hectic. But what we'd like to do is, as we have done every year, is right after free cash is certified, we make contributions to our stabilization funds to shore up our reserves. And then we will reevaluate this in June as well, after we see how snow and ice and other accounts within the city perform. And we may recommend additional appropriations to our reserves. But right now, what we are suggesting is $500,000 into the capital stabilization fund, $500,000 into the stabilization fund, and $500,000 into the fiscal stability fund. And in doing so, the general fund stabilization currently has 5.2 million, so this will bring it up to about 5.7. The capital stabilization currently has 3.6, so this will bring it up to 4.1. And the fiscal stability has 2.5, and adding another 5 will bring it to just over 3. So this is what we're recommending. This is in keeping with what we've done probably for the last 7 or 8 years.
Okay, I see Councillor Labarge and Councillor Quinlan.
Susan, how much do we have in the free cash account?
I don't have that in front of me, but if I remember, I think our free cash number was about 5.6 or 7.
Around there.
Do you remember, Mayor?
I had that email up a second ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it was like 5.59 or something.
Oh, I have it right here, 5.749.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Now, I do want to point out that that sounds like a high number, but last year we actually we usually spend down all our free cash by June 30th. So when the new free cash is recertified, it is truly remaining cash from the prior year. In June, because of the pandemic, because we didn't know how the fiscal year could completely shake out, we left 2 million in our free cash. So of that 5.7, 2 is actually free cash from the prior year. So our new free cash really was more like 3.7. So that was much reduced than from prior years.
Thank you, Susan.
Councillor Quinlan, right? Yes.
Yeah, just that this question came to me just now when you were saying free cash is 5.7. That's before you deduct this 1.5 here?
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And then I missed the first number, the stabilization fund number. I have capital and fiscal. Can you give me the other?
The general fund stabilization has 5.2 in it right now. So adding 5 will bring it up to about 5.7.
Great. Thank you.
Other questions? Okay, seeing none, roll call please, Laura.
Councillor Thorpe,
Yes.
Councillor Labarge,
Councillor Labarge?
Yes. Yes.
Councillor Quinlan,
Yes.
and Councillor Shara.
Yes. Okay, that moves forward with positive recommendation. Will someone please make a motion to adjourn finance?
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Motion's been made by Councillor Labarge, seconded by Councillor Quinlan. Roll call please in adjourning.
Councillor Labarge,
Yes.
Councillor Quinlan,
Yes.
Councillor Shara,
Yes.
and Councillor Thorpe.
Yes.
Okay, we are back in full council and we are taking up 20.178 in order to increase personal property tax exemption threshold to $2,500 is on first reading.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion is made by Councillor Jarrett, seconded by Councillor Labarge. Discussion, Councillor Jarrett.
I read a portion of the section that authorizes this, chapter 59, section 5. It lists at least 58 exemptions, and I would just suggest that it would be helpful to have a briefing on all the possible exemptions that we as a city could be enacting. And I'm curious with the mayor how you've gone about deciding which ones to adopt. It sounds like this one, it was the principal assessor. But if you could speak to that, how you make the decision here.
In terms of adopting the various exemptions that are available to us.
Right.
Yeah. Actually, Susan did a whole PowerPoint on that recently. this was back before the pandemic, about Susan, are you still there? I think she's
Yeah. What was the question? I'm sorry.
all the various exemptions that we have chosen. I'm thinking of the various ones for seniors. A lot of them are for seniors or for veterans or for blind, because you had done that massive presentation. We did a video of it for seniors. So I think the council were just asking about how we've selected those over time, or the ones that we've availed ourselves of.
Oh boy, that's just been a slow process as these exemptions have become available to us, and most of the exemptions have quite a range that a city can adopt, and they had stayed the same for quite a while. And it was last year that the mayor made the decision to asked the assessors for a recommendation, and they came back with increasing several of the different exemptions. Particularly, I think the one that we use the most is the elderly exemption. And if I recall on those, we raised not only their kind of their gross income, but also we raised the amount that they could get and the threshold and the age. If I recall, we changed the age from, I think it was 70 to 65. The presentation is still on the assessor's website, I believe. But we did make quite a few changes in the exemptions last year to provide a more generous benefit to veterans and elders. So we do take advantage of many of them. There aren't too many that we're not using. I can't even recall any that we're not using in some way, shape, or form. They're hierarchical too, because there's many exemptions, but you only sometimes, for some of them, only qualify for one. So the assessors work with people to determine which one is the most advantageous for them.
Great, thank you. Yeah, I remember that presentation, and I'm glad that we enacted those. I'll take a look over it and see if there's any that I haven't heard of yet, and I can ask you about them sometime. Thank you.
Great.
Other questions, comments? Okay, seeing none, roll call, please, Laura.
Councillor Quinlan,
Yes.
Councillor Shara,
Yes.
Councillor Thorpe,
Yes.
Councillor Dwight,
Yes.
Councillor Foster,
Yes.
Councillor Jarrett,
Yes.
Councillor Labarge,
Yes.
Councillor Maori,
Yes.
and Councillor Nash.
Yes.
Okay, that passes in first reading. Moving on to 20.179, in order to authorize borrowing 1.5 million for paving projects.
Move approval, please.
Second.
Motion was made by Councillor Dwight, seconded by Councillor Thorpe. Discussion. Seeing none, roll call, please, Laura.
Councillor Shara,
Yes.
Councillor Thorpe,
Yes.
Councillor Dwight,
Yes.
Councillor Foster,
Yes.
Councillor Jarrett,
Yes.
Councillor Labarge,
Yes.
Councillor Maori,
Yes.
Councillor Nash,
Yes.
and Councillor Quinlan.
Yes.
Okay, paving projects passed in first reading. Next is 20.180, in order to appropriate free cash 1.5 million to stabilization, capital stabilization, fiscal stability stabilization funds.
Move to
Move
approve.
approval, please. Second.
Made by Councillor Barge, seconded by Councillor Dwight. Discussion. Seeing none, roll call, Laura, please.
Councillor Thorpe,
Yes.
Councillor Dwight,
Yes.
Councillor Foster,
Yes.
Councillor Jarrett,
Yes.
Councillor Labarge,
Yes.
Councillor Maori,
Yes.
Councillor Nash,
Yes.
Councillor Quinlan,
Yes.
and Councillor Shara.
Yes. That passes in first reading. We're on to financial orders on second reading. 20.157, in order to appropriate CPA funds to the Conservation Fund.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion is made by Councillor Labarge, seconded by Councillor Thorpe. Discussion on second reading. Seeing none, roll call please, Laura.
Counselor Dwight,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Quinlan,
Yes.
Counselor Shara,
Yes.
and Counselor Thorpe.
Yes.
Okay, that passes in second reading. 20.158, in order to appropriate CPA funds for the Smith Charities Emergency Repair Project.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made by Counselor Labarge, seconded by Counselor Dwight. Discussion. Seeing none, roll call please, Laura.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Quinlan,
Yes.
Counselor Shara,
Yes.
Counselor Thorpe,
Yes.
and Counselor Dwight.
Yes.
Okay, that passes in second reading. 20.159, in order to appropriate $55,000 in CPA funds to Academy of Music lobby and salon rehabilitation.
Move to approve.
Second.
Second.
Motion made by Counselor Labarge, seconded by Counselor Thorpe. Discussion. Seeing none, roll call please, Laura.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Quinlan,
Yes.
Counselor Shara,
Yes.
Counselor Thorpe,
Yes.
Counselor Dwight,
Yes.
Counselor Foster.
Yes.
Okay, that passes in second reading. 20.160, in order to appropriate CPA funds to the Pine Brook Connector Acquisition Project.
Move approval, please.
Second.
Motion made by Counselor Dwight, seconded by Counselor Foster. Discussion. Don't see any. Roll call please, Laura.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Quinlan,
Yes.
Counselor Shara,
Yes.
Counselor Thorpe,
Yes.
Counselor Dwight,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
and Counselor Jarrett.
Yes.
Okay, that passes in second reading. We're at 20.161, in order to appropriate CPA funds to the Affordable Housing Fund.
Move to
Move
approve.
approval.
Motion made by Counselor Labarge, seconded by Counselor Dwight. Discussion. There is none. Roll call please, Laura.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Quinlan,
Yes.
Counselor Shara,
Yes.
Counselor Thorpe,
Yes.
Counselor Dwight,
Yes.
Counselor Foster, Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
and Counselor Labarge.
Yes.
Okay, that passes in second reading. We are moved on to orders. So as we discussed at our last meeting, these are the orders that we hoped would be on this agenda, and here they are. They were written by Solicitor Seawald at our direction and were reviewed by the State House Counsel for proper form with the help and coordination with Representative Sabadosa and in communication with Senator Comerford's office. So the goal is to approve this language so that they can be submitted to the legislature for consideration as they're just beginning their session now. So to refresh our memories, some of these are more housekeeping items and some are related to election changes in the city. So that's what we have. I am going to read them. The first page of each one is the same, so I'm just going to do it once, and then we're gonna know that it's the same for each one. Okie dokie. City Council, January 7, 2021, upon recommendation of the Charter Review Committee, 20.183, in order amending the charter to mail ballots to municipal elections to all registered voters. Ordered that, whereas in accordance with section 10-6 of the city charter and chapter 9 of the Code of Ordinances in January 2019, the city appointed a charter review committee, and whereas on December 12, 2019, the charter review committee filed its final report with the city clerk, and whereas the charter review committee made recommendations for certain changes to the city charter, and whereas the city council wishes to authorize the mayor to seek special legislation to effectuate the recommended changes, now therefore be it ordered voted to petition the general court to the end that legislation be adopted precisely as follows. The general court may make clerical or editorial changes of form only to the bill, unless the mayor approves amendments to the bill before enactment by the general court. The mayor is hereby authorized to approve amendments that which shall be within the scope of the general public objectives of this petition. An act amending the special act charter of the city of Northampton to allow for early mail-in ballots, whereas the deferred operation of this act would tend to defeat its purpose, which is to improve the governance of the city of Northampton. Therefore, it is hereby declared to be an emergency law necessary for the immediate preservation of the public convenience. Being enacted by the State House of Representatives and General Court assembled by the authority of the same as follows. Chapter 277 of the Acts of 2012 shall be amended as follows. Okay. Section 1, amend Article 8 by inserting Section 8-6, a new Section 8-7 as follows. Quote, early mail-in ballots. A, each active registered vote in the city shall be issued automatically an early mail-in ballot for each preliminary election, regular city election, special city election, or local ballot question. Each active registered voter shall continue to receive an early mail-in ballot by mail until the death or disqualification of the voter, cancellation of the voter's registration, or placing the voter on inactive status. B, such ballots shall be mailed to each such registered voter not less than 14 days prior to the election at the address at which such voter registered to vote, and shall include a ballot, a security envelope in which to conceal the ballot after voting, a larger envelope in which to secure the security envelope, and a declaration that the voter must sign under penalty of perjury that they meet the qualifications to vote and has not voted in any other ward at this election. C, a registered voter may obtain a replacement ballot if the ballot is destroyed, spoiled, lost, or not received by the voter. D, such ballots may be returned by mail in person at the office of the city clerk or in such ballot drop box as the mayor may designate. E, such ballots shall be counted if postmarked by election day and received not later than the third day after election day. F, the city may supplement the provisions of the section by ordinance not inconsistent herewith. G, nothing in this section shall prohibit or otherwise limit the right of a voter to vote in person during early voting period, if any, or on election day. End quote. And by renumbering section 8-7 to section 8-8. Okay, hold on one sec. If the foregoing is not passed, Section 1, amend Article 8 by inserting Section 8-6, a new Section 8-7 as follows, quote, request for early mail-in ballot. A, not more than 21 days prior to any preliminary election. Excuse me. Regular city election, special election, or local ballot question, the city clerk shall mail an application for early mail-in voting to each active registered voter in the city. The applications required pursuant to this subsection shall be in a form prescribed by the city clerk in accordance with state and federal law, provided, however, that said application shall, 1, include clear instructions for completing and returning the application to allow a voter to designate the mailing address to which the ballot shall be sent. 3, be pre-addressed to the local election official with postage guaranteed. B, any voter applying for an early mail-in ballot shall, without specifying a reason therefore, be issued a ballot for such elections. C, the early mail-in ballot packet shall include a ballot, a security envelope to which to conceal the ballot after voting, a larger envelope in which is returned the security envelope, and a declaration that the voter must sign under penalty of perjury that they meet the qualifications to vote and has not voted in any other ward. This election, D, a registered voter may obtain a replacement ballot if the ballot is destroyed, spoiled, lost, or not received by the voter. E, such ballots may be returned by mail in person at the office of city clerk and such ballot drop boxes mayor may designate. F, such ballots shall be counted if postmarked by election day, received not a day later than the third day after election day. G, the city may supplement the provisions of the section by ordinance not inconsistent herewith. H, nothing in this section shall prohibit or otherwise limit the right of the voter to vote in person during early voting, if any, or on election day, end quote, and by renumbering section 8-7 to section 8-8.
Move to approve.
Second it.
Second.
Okay, motion was made by Councilor Jarrett, I believe, and
Councilor Labarge, seconded.
Councilor Labarge, thank you. Okay, Councilor Dwight.
I mean, actually, and this will cover pretty much all the voting issues that we're about to discuss. That I don't think we're going to have any problem passing this. But the fact is, it's kind of interesting that this is coincidental that we will be forwarding this today, because those of us who stayed up last night and watched the discussion on the floor of the House and the Senate last night this is the very issue that was being challenged by a number of representatives, particularly as it related to the Pennsylvania vote. And the crux of the argument was that the fact that the Republicans in that instance were working very hard to try and suppress or limit or throttle the ability of many people to vote, particularly classes and more distinctly ethnicities, and also to restrict people in urban areas from voting or to limit their opportunities to vote. And what happened was COVID actually prompted a situation where the state of Pennsylvania, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, made modifications to allow for this type of mail-in voting. The mail-in voting that, by the way, that we also already did because of response to COVID. And the crux of their argument is that they say it's an invalid, it was an invalid rule that was made during COVID because it wasn't done by the legislature. It wasn't done by the legislative body, and thereby it disqualified all those mail-in ballots that occurred. In this case, we are establishing and expanding voting rights. We have the whole conversation, as you recall, during the charter discussion was to expand enfranchisement, to increase voter participation as opposed to limit and as I said, throttle it. And and as I said, I find this particularly relevant today because we've seen a grotesque display punctuated by a grotesque action by a number of people. And by the way, it was just posted that one of the Capitol police officers just died as a result of being assaulted by the self-identified patriots. I think this is a very appropriate response, and I think that it wasn't even a response. It was because we were driven by a sense that the more people who are engaged and enfranchised and entitled to participate in the democracy, the better. These cynical Republicans, and among some Democrats, actually would rather game the system in order to advance their own agendas. Yeah. We're not going to do that here. We don't know who we're expanding the votes to. They could actually be the similar right-wing patriots that have the completely an agenda that's completely counter to what we espouse here. But the fact is they're entitled to vote and participate in the conversation. And that comes up in each subsequent issue that we discussed about voting, expanding it to people who live in our community who are not registered as American citizens, 16-year-olds. And clearly we just saw demonstrated tonight why 16-year-olds are certainly more than able to participate in this. So I'm preaching to the choir. I have no problem believing that every one of you is going to, you've already signed up on these. I just want to go on the record that it is with particular pride that I'm going to be voting tonight because it seems so very germane and relevant now, and it's the only tonic I have, or the antidote to the really bad taste in my mouth and other places that I've experienced as a result of the horrors that we have witnessed in the last couple of days. So thank you once again for indulging another windy screed for me. I appreciate it.
Thank you for drawing that connection. Other discussion. Councilor Labarge.
Yep. I think I recall at the Charter Commission, our city clerk, Pam Powers, came in and talked where she highly agreed with this in regards to increasing voter participation. And it did happen because of the COVID-19. Plus the fact is, I think it's the right way to go also with people with disabilities. This way they were able to stay home and they were safe. So I support this.
Thank you. Other comments? Okay, seeing none, roll call, please, Laura, on this order.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Quinlan,
Yes.
Counselor Shara,
Yes.
Counselor Thorpe,
Yes.
Counselor Dwight,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori.
Yes.
Okay, that passes in first reading. Upon the recommendation of the Charter Review Committee, 20.184, an order amending the charter to allow resident non-citizens to vote in municipal elections. So again, I'm going to skip this whole first boilerplate section and we go down to the second page, which is section 1, amend Article 8-1 by inserting in the title after the words, quote, preliminary election, unquote, the words, quote, qualification for voting, unquote, and inserting as final sentence therein the following, quote, every resident of the city or in the case of a preliminary election for ward councillor or ward school committee member, whether a citizen or a non-citizen who is not otherwise disqualified from voting under state law shall be qualified to vote in all preliminary elections, end quote. Section 2, amend Article 8-3 by inserting in the title after the words, quote, regular city election, unquote, the words, quote, qualification for voting, unquote, inserting as a second sentence therein the following, quote, every resident of the city, whether a citizen or a non-citizen who is not otherwise disqualified from voting under state law, shall be qualified to vote in all regular city elections, end quote.
Move to approve, please.
I think that was Councillor Quinlan. And who was the second?
I did.
Councillor Labarge was the second. Okay. Discussion. Councillor Foster.
It's actually more of a process question. I remember way back when we were approving these changes, Attorney Seawald had brought up the idea of submitting these as individual orders so that if one wasn't accepted, the others would be. So that's what we're doing. So they'll be individual. It won't be a packet of we want all of these changes. Okay, thank you.
Precisely. That way, the ones that they accept will pass and won't go down with the ship.
Okay. I like the whole ship though. So
what's that?
I like the whole ship. I just want to be on the record saying that.
We all like the whole ship. Here's hoping the legislature does. I don't know. I'm not sure that they're all going to pass, but we will send them off with our best wishes and having done our best. Councillor Quinlan.
Can I ask a question about that process-wise? Is there space for us to lobby on behalf of these when they're considered? Is there testimony? Is there anything like that? Pardon me.
Yeah. Councillor Dwight, you want to speak to this? Mayor Darkwitz.
I believe so. I believe that one, you can include letters, and I don't know what the hearing process is relative to these, but we can ask Representative Savadosa and Senator Comerford. Is she here?
No, Mayor Narkowitz.
To the mayor.
Oh, Mayor Narkowitz. So the mayor, whether we can, when and if it comes up for debate and discussion, if we have an opportunity to speak to these.
There'll be, there's generally, all of these municipal bills generally get heard or go through a committee process. And so generally anyone can submit testimony, written testimony. I typically will submit testimony and, but certainly there could be, anyone who wants to submit testimony could submit testimony. And that information we can get from our legislators when they know when the bills have been scheduled for hearings. So yeah, but they tend to do they'll take a bunch of these municipal charter changes en masse, massive hearing. and go through them. But so yeah, that would certainly be appropriate if folks wanted to write up their own individual testimony and submit it on behalf of the bill. Once it gets a bill number, once it gets referred to committees, then they'll be able to update us on when there'll actually be a hearing on it.
Thank you.
Road trip.
Well, the hearings are like this these days. I don't know that there's
Right, that's true.
there's Zoomy hearings, so there's not really any road trips. But you can, I suppose.
We're going to see Yvonne Spicer on Zoom next week or the week after next.
Other comments, discussion? Okay, seeing none, roll call, please, Laura.
Counselor Quinlan,
Yes.
Counselor Shara,
Yes.
Counselor Thorpe,
Yes.
Counselor Dwight,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
and Counselor Nash.
Yes.
Okay, that passes in first reading. 20.185, an order amending the charter to make clarifications and correct deficiencies in the prior language upon the recommendation of the Charter Review Committee. Oh no.
Here are the three. Where's the eggs? And
Would you like someone else to read it?
You know, Counselor Foster has very generously already volunteered, so I will take you up on that one. Thank you.
I should unmute before I read. I didn't, wait.
While you read, I think I'm going to do like a Counselor Nash, and you're going to see me maybe walk because I'm going to move to a different location so my husband can go to bed. But I'm listening.
Section 1, amend section 2-2B by deleting in the first sentence the words "in consultation with the mayor and the city clerk." Section 2, amend section 2-6C1 by deleting the word ordinance and insert in its place the word order. Section 3, amend section 3-6 by deleting in the first sentence the word resolution, by deleting in the first sentence the word memorial and inserting in its place the words non-binding, by deleting in the first sentence the word selection and inserting in its place the word confirmation, by deleting in the fourth sentence the word resolution. Section 4, amend section 3-7 by inserting in the title after the words temporary absence the words or incapacitation. Amend subsection A by deleting the subsection in its entirety and inserting in its place the following. The mayor shall, by a letter filed with the city council and a copy filed with the city clerk, delegate authority pursuant to section 3-8 to a qualified city officer or employee to exercise the powers and perform the duties of the office during the temporary absence of the mayor for periods of 10 business days or less, and to serve only when the needs of the city require and only to the extent necessary under the then circumstances. If the temporary absence of the mayor exceeds 10 business days, the president of the city council shall be the acting mayor. If at any time the city council determines that the mayor is incapacitated and unable to perform the duties of the office, it may appoint its president to serve as acting mayor by the affirmative vote of 7 members. Notwithstanding any general or special law to the contrary, the vote shall be taken in public session by a roll call vote. Section 5, amend section 3-9 by deleting in its entirety and inserting in its place the following. A, if a vacancy in the office of mayor occurs, the city council president shall serve as a mayor until a mayor is elected and qualified under this section. In the event that the city... Oh.
Oh no, I'm sorry. Hold on. I thought I was muted.
No, that's okay. No, I lost my place. In the event that the city council president is unable to serve as mayor under this subsection, the city council shall elect from among its membership a person to serve as mayor. The city council president or other councilor elected by the city council hereunder shall take office immediately under such vacancy. Upon a vacancy in the office of mayor, the city council shall, under section 2-6C2, call a special meeting of the city council and the city clerk, and the city council shall, under section 8-1, order a special election to be held within 90 days following the date the vacancy is created to fill the vacancy until the next regular city election. The person elected at a special city election shall be sworn to office immediately. Upon the adoption of an order for a special election under subsection B, the city clerk shall set the special election calendar as follows. Nomination papers shall be made available within 7 days of the vacancy. Nomination papers shall be filed with the Board of Registrars of Voters within 28 days of the vacancy. The Board of Registrars shall certify such nomination papers within 30 days of the vacancy, and the candidate shall file such certified nomination papers with the city clerk within 35 days of the vacancy. A preliminary election shall be held within 65 days of the vacancy if required. A special election shall be held within 90 days of the vacancy. Notwithstanding the provisions of subsection B, no special election shall be ordered if the vacancy occurs in month 16, 17, 18, 40, 41, or 42 of the term for which the mayor was elected. In such case, the city council president or other councilor elected by the city council shall serve as mayor until the next regular city election. The person elected at such regular city election shall be sworn to office immediately and shall serve a 4-year term in accordance with section 3-1BE. Notwithstanding the provisions of subsection B, no special election shall be ordered if the vacancy occurs in month 47 or 48 of the term for which the mayor was elected and the mayor will not be serving another term. In such case, the mayor-elect shall be sworn to office immediately and shall serve the remainder of the mayoral term and the 4-year term for which such person was elected. F, any person serving as mayor under this section shall receive the compensation then in effect with the office of mayor. Section 6, amend section 4-6 by deleting in the second sentence the word choose and inserting in its place the words appoint by majority vote of those present, by deleting in the third section the word elected and insert in its place the word appointed, by deleting the final sentence in its entirety. Section 7, delete section 5-1 in its entirety. Section 8, amend section 5-2 by renumbering the section to 5-1 and by deleting the second sentence in its entirety and inserting in its place the following. Whenever a vacancy occurs on the Board of Trustees under the will of Charles E. Forbes, the president of the board shall declare a vacancy and within 30 days following the date of the vacancy, call a meeting of the trustees to fill the vacancy. The Board of Trustees shall choose a person to fill the vacancy from among the voters entitled to vote for the office. Persons appointed by the trustees to fill a vacancy shall serve only until the next regular city election, when the office shall be filled by the voters. The candidate elected to an office filled prior to the election shall be sworn to the office immediately and shall serve for the unexpired term of the seat to which such candidate was elected. If the seat to which the candidate was elected would have been on the ballot for the next regular city election, notwithstanding the vacancy, such candidate shall be elected for a full 4-year term. No vacancy shall be filled under this section if a regular city election is to be held within 120 days following the date the vacancy is declared to exist. Section 9. Amend section 5-3 by renumbering the section to 5-2 by deleting the second sentence in its entirety and inserting in its place the following. Whenever a vacancy occurs in the office of elector under the Oliver Smith will, the city council shall, within 30 days following the date of the vacancy, act to fill the vacancy. A person appointed to fill a vacancy by the city council shall serve only until the next regular city election, when the office shall be filled by the voters. The person elected at such regular city election shall take office immediately. No vacancy shall be filled under this section if a regular city election is to be held within 120 days following the date of the vacancy, and by adding a final sentence as followed. The process and procedure by which the city council shall fill vacancies shall be established by ordinance. Section 10, amend section 5-4 by renumbering the section to 5-3 by deleting the title in its entirety and inserting in its place the words trustees of Smith Vocational and Agricultural High School, and by deleting the word city clerk and inserting in their place the word school committee. Section 11, amend section 5-5 by renumbering the section to 5-4 by deleting the second sentence in its entirety and inserting in its place the following. Whenever a vacancy occurs on the Community Preservation Committee, the City Council shall, within 30 days following the date of that vacancy, act to fill the vacancy. A person appointed to fill a vacancy by the City Council shall serve only until the next regular city election, when the office shall be filled by the voters. The person elected at such regular city election shall take office immediately. No vacancy shall be filled under the section if a regular city election is to be held within 120 days following the date of the vacancy, and by adding a final sentence as follows. The process and procedure by which the city council shall fill vacancies shall be established by ordinance. Section 11, amend section 7-2 by deleting the words including the superintendent of schools and by inserting in their place the words and trustees of Smith Vocational and Agricultural High School and the superintendent of both districts. Section 12, amend section 7-6 by inserting in the third sentence after the words the award of A, the words 3-year. Section 13, amend section 8-1 by deleting the words superintendents of Smith Agricultural School and inserting in their place the words trustees of Smith Vocational and Agricultural High School. Section 14, amend section 8-2A by deleting the words superintendents of Smith's Agricultural School and inserting in their place the words trustees of Smith Vocational and Agricultural High School. Section 15, amend Article 8 by renumbering section A-7 to 8-8 and by adding prior thereto a new section 8-7 as follows. No candidate shall have the words candidate for re-election printed next to the person's name on the election ballot. Section 16, amend section 10-7A by deleting the word chairman and inserting in its place the word chair.
Move approval, please.
Second.
Councillor Dwight?
I have to admit that I'm responsible for some of that and a good chunk of it, and I'm sorry. I apologize, but actually, this house cleaning actually provides clarity and also fixed a number of actual mechanical problems that, for instance, in the instance of a vacancy of the office, there were candidates. The potential candidates had to take out papers and turn them in on the exact same day, because the way the clock was set up, and that obviously wasn't viable. And the whole issue of a mayoral vacancy was a particular concern. You know, we don't have a 25th Amendment, so this is our version of that, provided the mayor goes off kilter.
Okay. Other comments? Notwithstanding the mayor's kilter. Okay. Seeing none. Roll call, please, Laura.
Councillor Shara,
Yes.
Councillor Thorpe,
Yes.
Councillor Dwight,
Yes.
Councillor Foster,
Yes.
Councillor Jarrett,
Yes.
Councillor Labarge,
Yes.
Councillor Maori,
Yes.
Councillor Nash,
Yes.
and Councillor Quinlan.
Yes.
That passes in first reading. Excuse my profile. Situation's different down here for me. We are at 20.186, in order amending the charter to allow residents 16 years of age or older to vote in municipal elections.
Move
It's
to
upon the recommendation of the Charter Review Committee. Hold on. Skipping this page. Section 1, amend Article 8-1 by inserting in the title after the words preliminary election the words qualification for voting, and inserting its final sentence therein the following, quote, every resident of the city, or in the case of a preliminary election for ward councilor or ward school committee member, 16 years of age or older, who is not otherwise disqualified from voting under state law, shall be qualified to vote in all preliminary elections. Section 2, amend Article 8-3 by inserting the title after the words regular city election, the words qualification for voting, and inserting as the second sentence therein the following, quote, every resident of the city 16 years of age or older who is not otherwise disqualified from voting under state law shall be qualified to vote in all regular city elections.
Move approval, please.
Second.
Motion made by Councillor Dwight, seconded by Councillor Labarge. Councillor Jarrett.
So if both the non-citizen voting and this one passes, will that just all get glommed together twice or something, or will we come up with new language?
You mean the inserting title? The mayor's nodding yes.
Yeah, this was I think Laura discussed this with Alan. It's really the only way to do them separately, but if the legislation, if both pass, they'll amend it. That's the kind of an amendment that they'd be allowed to make, because it would just be, a numbering amendment. So, but we can't really presuppose that they're both going to pass and give them different section numbers. So this is the best Alan can come up with, but they'll be able to change the section number of the second one if in fact they both pass. So I think that's the plan, or meld them both together in the sentence. They'll figure out something.
Great.
Other Councillor Quinlan.
I'm curious about, should it say something about a mayoral primary in section 1? Is that a possibility I thought the mayor said that in the newspaper yesterday about a preliminary election for mayor if there were more than 2 candidates.
Can you screen share that again? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I believe it applies to, it says generically, essentially, preliminary and regular elections. It doesn't, so those municipal elections, but it doesn't specify
Those are both elections defined in the charter, preliminary election and regular election. So I think preliminary election is a term in the charter and regular city election. So I think it would apply to all of them.
Okay, I just noted that it says ward counselor or ward school committee specifically on the third line, but not
Oh, I
for
I
the
think
mayor's office.
I mean, is that the designation for elections that are only in the wards? So for example, it also doesn't say at-large city council. So I think that's how you determine just ward elections, singular elections just in one ward versus city-wide.
Correct. The same applies to school committee.
Right.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
Hmm.
Laura, what was that?
No, I see there could also be a preliminary election for a mayor as well, right? Or, yeah, I just was understanding his point with my
I think the every resident in the city, it implies the at-large race, and then the ward races are called out because it could be a resident of a ward.
Right.
You know, because if there was a special election for just Ward 3, you'd only be talking about people 16 years or older in a ward, versus any resident in the city couldn't vote in a ward council race. Only people who live in the. I think that's what he's saying. I'm not sure.
Okay, because I mean, the at-large, there wouldn't be a preliminary because 5 people can be on the ballot for 2 seats.
You could have a preliminary for an at-large.
For at-large?
Yeah. Yeah, you could. Didn't we have one?
Yeah, we did have one, I think.
Yeah. I can't remember.
Yeah.
I mean, if you had
For a special, we did.
four
Brian
people.
O'Donnell and Marlene Moran.
We need to get all of them.
That was wasn't that a special election to fill a vacancy?
There was a preliminary too.
I see.
Right, but there was a preliminary because there were, I think, 5 candidates.
Exactly.
I see.
And then there was, yeah.
Mhm.
So it happens.
I see. Okay.
So, we can also just get clarification on this for the second reading as well.
Totally.
Great.
Okay. Laura, could you make a note that we want to just clarify that this covers all the bases
yes.
with the solicitor? Thank you. Okay, any other discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Councillor Thorpe,
Yes.
Councillor Dwight,
Yes.
Councillor Foster,
Yes.
Councillor Jarrett,
Yes.
Councillor Labarge,
Yes.
Councillor Maori,
Yes.
Councillor Nash,
Yes.
Councillor Quinlan,
Yes.
Councillor Shara.
Yes. Okay, that passes in first reading, and we are now up to ordinances not yet referred. We have 20.182, an ordinance relative to demolition review for historically significant buildings.
Move to refer, please.
Second.
Move to what?
Motion was made by Councillor Dwight to refer. I didn't hear who did this.
I'm sorry, to legislative matters. I'm sorry.
Legislative matters. And who was the second?
Me.
Who's me?
Councilor George.
Councillor Thorpe. Discussion on the referral. Councillor Jarrett.
Has the historical commission already weighed in on this? Do they get to, or is that not someone we would refer an ordinance about them to?
Mayor Narcoitz, since this is on your recommendation with plan and sustainability, do you have anything to say? Wait, hold on. You're muted.
Ryan, is it unmuted? Okay.
Yeah.
I closed the document. I'm sorry. It's
This is demolition review for historically significant buildings.
yeah, I mean I would have to think that the historical commission would have been part of this conversation to bring this forward. And I can't remember if it's just a date change or what is happening with it, but interesting question.
Do you want, Laura, could you put it up on the screen super fast?
Sure.
I have to think it would have come that they would have been part of this, but
Sorry.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming that it was discussed. Yeah, it was coming through planning and sustainability, but I'm sure it was discussed with the historical commission because they're the ones who conduct the review. So I'm fairly certain this is something that was discussed at historical commission. But I guess if you want a recommendation, you could certainly refer it to them for additional recommendation. Certainly could.
Okay.
I can clarify with Sarah on that, but I'm fairly certain this is something that was discussed there. But I can verify that.
Okay. Councilor Jarrett?
It does seem primarily to be housekeeping. It's removing some administrative, because that's already in the administrative code, and then it's changing the name of the Office of Planning and Development, and then the inventory. I remember this coming where the inventory is no longer needed because it now applies to ones that are later by default. So it seems primarily to be housekeeping.
Yeah, that's why I'm fairly certain that this would have been. That's why it's coming from staff, and so I don't think there's any policy change happening. I think it's just more of a updating the ordinance.
Yeah, so I'm fine with not referring it to them.
Okie doke. So the motion is to refer to legislative matters. Any further discussion? Roll call, please, Laura.
Councillor Dwight,
Yes.
Councillor Foster,
Yes.
Councillor Jarrett,
Yes.
Councillor Labarge,
Yes.
Councillor Maori,
Yes.
Councillor Nash,
Yes.
Councillor Quinlan,
Yes.
Councillor Shara,
Yes.
and Councillor Thorpe.
Yes.
Okay, it has been referred. We are up to zoning ordinances not yet referred. Chapter 48, Section 5 requires that we submit zoning ordinances to the planning board for review within 14 days of receipt, and for the planning board and city council or a committee designated for that purpose to hold public hearings thereon together or separately prior to adoption. So is there a motion to refer, and we need a committee to hold a public hearing?
Move to refer to the planning board for review.
Okay. I don't know if Councillor Nash, if you've thought about whether community resources would like to.
We'll do it.
Oh, I mean, only if you have time.
Yeah, it's not if you're not put out.
So is legislative matters and the planning board going to do one of those joint hearings on this?
Councillor Dwight?
Yes, I think it's actually advertised at this point for January 14th.
Oh, okay.
So if we're already doing a hearing on it, I mean, if you think that community resources could do some outreach around this, preliminary outreach, but The hearing, Laura, when's the hearing?
Next Thursday, January
Yeah,
14th.
so, yeah, that's not going to work. So,
Okay. All right.
I'm sorry, you know what? That's when the ones on the two families by right.
Yeah,
resident- I apologize, I'm confused.
How is that happening?
No, yeah, it's not. There's another.
Okay. So this hasn't been referred anywhere yet. There's
No,
nothing.
it hasn't.
There's nothing that's scheduled.
No public hearing scheduled.
Right. So, but it does have to go to planning. It does have to go to legislative matters. It does fall also under community resources sort of jurisdiction.
sure, let's refer it to community resources.
Okay. So is there a motion? Councilor Dwight, had you made one? Do you
I
wanna add-
had, and I would accept that as a friendly amendment to the referral.
Okay.
So for planning and legislative matters and community resources.
Okay. Was there a second on that?
Second.
By Councilor Quinlan. All right, any further discussion on that referral? Roll call, please, Laura.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Quinlan,
Yes.
Counselor Shara,
Yes.
Counselor Thorpe,
Yes.
and Counselor Dwight.
Yes. You hear my owl? I have an owl harassing me. Does anyone else hear it?
Yeah,
No, just you, just you.
I'm dialing 911.
I can hear it. It's time to go to bed.
Talk back.
No sirens on State Street.
All right, stay with me, folks. We're almost done. We're
You're
up
taking
to
me over.
ordinances. But look at this. We've already done the big one. Don't we feel accomplished? Moving
Yes.
down to 20.154, an ordinance relative to a stop sign on Edwards Square. This is in second reading.
Move approval.
Second it.
Gosh, all of you woke up at once. Counselor Dwight and seconded by Counselor Maori. Discussion? Counselor Nash.
Yeah, one other thing I failed to mention last week is that this intersection also has an obstructive view, according to Director Lascalia.
Story gets sadder and sadder.
Yes. So thus, that was the one, in terms of the warrants, that's the piece that it matches up with for a stop sign.
Excellent. Thank you. These are the stop signs that are already there.
I was
we-
going to say it's already there.
Yeah, we feel even better about them now. Any further discussion? Roll call, please, Laura.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Quinlan,
Yes.
Counselor Shara,
Yes.
Counselor Thorpe,
Yes.
Counselor Dwight,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
and Counselor Labarge.
Yes.
That passes in second reading. And
By
we're
the way, Laura's going to be right. Just
I was
for
going to say, does she get a prize?
Yeah.
it's true. Laura is going to be right.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. 20.155, an ordinance relative to parking on Middle Street.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion is made by Councilor Labarge, seconded by Councilor Dwight. Any further discussion? Seeing none. Roll call, please.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Quinlan,
Yes.
Counselor Shara. I heard a static. Was that?
Yeah, I heard static too, but yes from
It was a
me.
yes. Okay. Counselor Thorpe,
Yes.
Counselor Dwight,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
and Counselor Maori.
Yes.
All right, that passes in second reading. I'm not missing anything, right?
No.
Okay.
It's the whole shebang.
Fine work.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Second it.
Motion is made by Councilor Dwight, seconded by Councilor Nash.
We could wait 2 minutes.
I was going to say we need 2 minutes.
I just sort of feel like we
Do
should
you want to discuss it,
drag it
Jan?
out for Laura's sake, for the glory.
Should have
I'd
taken
like
the
to
under.
say that her calling it 2 minutes off counts as far as
Yeah.
I'm concerned. That's
Knows what
pretty,
she's doing.
Round up.
yeah, that's pretty impressive.
Within 5 minutes is on time.
Yeah, and technically we can't debate a motion to adjourn, so.
True, but we do need to roll call it.
Wow.
Oh, there you go.
She
Really?
can just do it very
slow.
slowly.
Counselor Quinlan,
Yes.
Counselor Shara,
Yes.
Counselor Thorpe,
Yes.
Counselor Dwight,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge.
Yes.
Wow, we were so close. Counselor Maori.
Yes. I tried to elongate it for you.
All right,
Yes.
we did it. We're
1
adjourned.
minute off.
1 minute off.
Yeah,
Sharon
trying
to
to
the bitter
prove
end.
that.
Bye,
Laura.
Sharon.
You can do.
Sharon's still with us.
Aaron's, yeah, we had some people stick around.
Aaron, why aren't you into bed?
No, we're not that interesting.
We're
Sharon, you need a better cable package. That's all.
Oh, she can't. We're talking when she can't even unmute her.
So yeah.
So.
All right. Good
Good
night,
night,
all.
Thank you all.
Thank
Night,
you.
Aaron.
Thank
Nice
you.
job,
Laura,
Gia.
congratulations, Laura.
Thank you.
Yes, we'll have to give you something $25 or less, but still.
Oh my.
Hone this skill.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.